Morning. I'd like to call the City Council meeting for January 25th, 2020 to order. Have Carla call the roll.
Beaufore.
Here.
Birgen.
Here I am.
Drenkow.
Here.
Glaser.
Here.
Kangas.
Counted for.
Rathe.
Here.
Schneider.
Here.
Thank you. Item C, approval of the agenda for today, the budget work study session agenda. Seeking a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as presented by the mayor.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item C is approved. Item D, moving forward with the study session, I'll turn it over to James at this time.
Okay, hopefully you're well fed and you've got your caffeine in you. This will be a fairly long day, or I guess as long as the mayor and council wants it to be. Staff is here for the duration. You can determine any time if you want to stop the session, go to the next one, continue to move on, however long you want to go. We'll be here for that. So, always debate how I want to start these meetings. We'll just pop through your book a little bit and we'll jump into some of the charts that I have, and Carl will kind of help put those up for us. But as you go in, some of the prelim, you'll see the org chart, evaluation tab, which we'll start and go through a little bit. Some of the tax rate summaries. We don't have it yet, but then we have some of the evaluation comparisons in the very nice pink sheets. I'm not sure who picked these colors, but pink, very nice. And then the valuation per capita. And as you look at the sheets in those, each column, you'll see above it a sorted by. That's the column it's referencing. So the first one you can see is based on population. The next one, taxable valuation, et cetera, as you move through it. All this we can touch on at some point in time. We kind of just gloss over it for now, because we'll kind of go through some charts that will kind of tell us what's going on in Waverly here instead of comparing to other cities. You've heard it before from me. I'm not a big fan of doing comparisons to other cities because I don't really care what they're doing. I'm worried about what we're doing here. They have their own issues. They have their own street problems, sewers. I don't know what their issues are necessarily individually, and I sure can't get it from looking at a bunch of documents and comparisons for them. So we focus on what's happening here. That's how I've stated ever since I've started here. So we'll start walking through some of the charts. I guess for that, I do want to thank staff for all the time and effort that's put into this. You can see this book has got a little bit of paper in it, and this is only the first meeting. Second meeting's documentation isn't in here yet. That'll be coming as well. We started this process probably late October, early November-ish, and have kind of progressed through here, trying to capture all the things that pop up inevitably as you go through the budget, problems that have occurred, items we didn't count on. To date, I think everything's in here that we know of, which tells you not everything's in here, because I'm sure there's things we simply don't know about yet. Jennifer Mine puts together most of this. I won't have her stand up and bow, but this is all assembled by her last one. We will have a new finance director starting February 10th. She's already smarter than the rest of us. She's coming the day after our meetings are done. And so high hopes for that one. She's already on the ball a little better than we are. So Jennifer will be taking a part-time role in the office, doing work at the library as well. And so we will have her to hopefully guide Jessica Meyer, is her name, coming in from La Crosse County, Wisconsin, to help take that position over. So I thank Jennifer for sticking through this. By the end of this, you'll see why. It is a lot to absorb, and by all means, ask questions, especially staff is going through. We'll try and answer everything we can now. If we can't, we'll have it to you shortly. So with that, Carla's got our first chart up, just showing a bar graph of taxable valuation in Waverly. Thankfully, it's a nice trend upward. Not every city has that, and so that's a good thing to curve. The little red tabs on the top, that's how much of it is in our TIF. Taxable valuation with our TIF included. It's not really changed a whole lot. We look back, the high point was probably in fiscal 14, and then it's kind of fluctuated since, so we're right in that same range, been going. We will have a significant drop, is it next year, Bill? Significant drop in TIF availability as the 20-year statute kind of has come off a large portion that was put in 20 years ago, so that will no longer be providing TIF funding. The good thing is we don't use anywhere near the amount of TIF funding that we have. We use what we need, and the rest goes back to the general fund for cities, counties, et cetera. It's not something we're utilizing the entire thing just to do it. We only take what we need. So while that drop will occur, we'll still be fine with what we do and what we have. We'll just be using a higher percentage of what's available instead of what we do currently. So, but we like to see the upward trend. We wish it was a little more and advanced a little faster, but that's just simply not the way it's been lately. So we had a growth of about a 1.2% in taxable valuation, I believe is about where we came in at, and it's okay. It's just certainly would have been helpful to have a little more, but that's where we're sitting on taxable valuation for the city. Any quick questions on that at all? We'll jump forward. Again, anytime we can come back to these if we'd like. The pie charts I've added this year. A lot of times we look at classification, we try to understand the rollback, which we'll jump into. Residential is the largest portion of our valuation in the city, as you can see. The bottom pie graph, wish I would put that on top actually now. That's 100% valuation. So that is basically the entire value of the city if we were to sell it tomorrow. And there are days when, we think about that. It'd be about 800 million, 780 to 800 million. That's what the city's worth inside the city limits, according to the assessor's office. So you see it's almost 80% of that's residential, the 100% worth. And when we look at the taxable valuations, when the state decides to roll back how much we can tax against, it shifts a little bit of that into the commercial industrial property because there was such a severe rollback on residential and agricultural. And we'll touch on that in a little bit as well. But it's just a comparison to show you that if we did not have rollbacks, we would depend on residential even more for how we tax going forward. But since that is the case, it does lessen it down to about 69, 70% of the taxation that we have is from residential. So when we look at rollbacks, we really focus on the residential because that's what moves the needle here. The rest of it, not near as much. But residential rollbacks kind of set the tone. If it goes up, odds are your taxes are going up. And if it goes down, there's a good chance they can go down. It rarely goes down. That's the way the state has been going through this, and that's something we just don't control. That's a statewide issue. It's tied together with ag, so when ag values drop, rollbacks are curbed, everything gets a little tougher. And the way it's looking right now, a couple more years, it could be extremely challenging if it continues down this trend. So that's something we're going to be watching, but that's kind of your difference between what it looks like if we had valuations without rollbacks and with. The next chart, kind of shows you that discrepancy. The top blue line would be your 100% valuation. The bottom red line would be the actual taxable valuation, and all that space in the middle, that's what the rollback does for us. So we would be able to spread taxes and expenditures across almost 800 million if we were taxed at 100%, like some properties used to be. But now it's barely, not even 500 million. So we have a $300 million difference in what that rollback does for us, the city. And that's something that a lot of people don't realize is your house is worth this, we're only taxing you at this. And you want a lot lower tax rate, and then if we tax the upper rate, it'd be quite a bit less. That's just the way the state has set this up. And while we'd like to think we could change it, that is a huge endeavor to change the way the taxes are done, rollbacks, et cetera. It's been like this for certainly forever. Any questions on that? I know we're going through a little quick because this is not the most exciting stuff, but everyone wants to get to what staff's going to talk about. But that at least shows you the gap between, that's what your rollback does. So we decided to pull into like a rollback history so you can see kind of what has happened in the last, I chose 20 years. For quite some time, agricultural, commercial, industrial were all taxed at 100%, so there was no rollback for them. If you look at the yellow and the green, you can't even see the blue line for a while until fiscal 8, fiscal 9, that was ag, it's all at 100%. Starting in fiscal 8, they started to drop ag down. It was hooked onto the residential and coupled, so it only had 4% growth at the time. Now it's only 3%. Can occur overall, or you have to roll it back so it doesn't happen across the state. Only so much revenue can be gained on that growth. And so you see that line go, ag drops out. You see commercial industrial continue until the great tax cut in fiscal 14, and the legislature likes to hang their hat on that, and really all that did was shift the responsibility onto ag and residential, but that wasn't really mentioned. So commercial industrial took a nice little tax credit, it shifted it all onto ag and residential. That's exactly what happened. There's only one pot of money. We use the analogy quite a bit. If you take a balloon, you squeeze the one end, the other end pops up. They squeezed down commercial industrial, ag and residential took the hit, and that's what happened. But that was not openly discussed. Nobody wants to talk about what happens when that goes on. So that's what happened, and you can see the increase in residential at the time that was starting to occur, and that's kind of where we go. So multi-residential, which is the townhouses, the upper story apartments, your 10plexes, that started in fiscal 17 roughly, and you can see it there, the dark blue line, it just goes straight down at a nice angle there. That's a drop of 3 3/4, 4% every year. It's intended to do that until it gets down to about 60%. And that's where they predict residential rollback will be, so it'll then become basically residential rollback. So properties that were also taxed at 100% are now at, I believe, 71% now in a matter of 5 or 6 years. So that's a loss that we do not get. So when we talk about the backfill, which everybody is speaking about now, the goal of the government at the time, because they knew how devastating this would be financially, was to fill or backfill in the money we lost for commercial industrial property growth. From the time that was done, we knew at some point that will simply go away. It's been done that way before, and it eventually does go away. They've held it in so far, but they continue to claim that we're backfilling. That's not absolutely true either. In fiscal, I can't remember if it was 17, they capped it at whatever growth was that year. That's the most we will now backfill. So if you continue to grow, you're not getting that additional growth filled in from what you would have had. So it really isn't covering 100% as they claim to be doing all the time. The state likes to say that, but that's not the case. So if we were not growing, we may still get the full backfill, but luckily we are a growing city. Look at Des Moines Metro and a lot of the other growing areas in the state. They're not getting 100% of what they would have had backfilled even today. It's simply not happening. It's been capped. So once you hit that, that's it. You get no more. So that will continue to decline. As I said, it took us down to about 60%. And when you look at 60%, you see the residential is kind of starting to creep up to that. That's where their goal is. Fiscal 23, 4, somewhere in there. I don't know if they pinpointed exactly. They will merge, and that'll be it. And they'll kind of stay there. So residential just can kind of this little soft wave, and you go through and you look at the history and how it goes. That's the driver for us, as I said. When it goes up, we're able to usually lower our levy, which is great. The tax rate goes down. Doesn't mean your taxes go down. And that's a misconception out there a lot of times. You raise the levy, your taxes don't automatically go up. It depends on your valuation, depends on the rollback, depends on a lot of things. And it just is not that simple to just say that, though we hear it quite a bit throughout the public. So again, this is just a little snapshot so you can see over 20 years kind of what this has done. Agriculture has just been all over the board, and you can see how jagged that is. Now it's spiking back up. It was a 25% bump this year, which is the largest since fiscal 8-9 when it dropped that far. Again, it's all production based. When the production goes down, it's not worth as much. Land prices drop. They have to increase the rollback substantially to even out how much tax it's going to generate, and that's what this is doing. So when the prices were skyrocketing, they dropped the rollback severely because they didn't want it overtaxed. And that's again how they generate the same amount of money on that property going forward. And the state does this calculation every year. Every other year, you'll see what they call as an equalization order. And we don't want to get too far into this, and if the state decides that a certain class of property, your residential, your multi-residential, is not being taxed enough or being taxed too much, they will implement an equalization order. And it will say every piece of property in that class gets an increase of this or a decrease of this across the board. That's it. There was one this year for us. It was a 15% equalization order on multi-residential family property. The assessor and other assessors decided to fight that valuation, and so they removed it. So we did not have that happen this year. But it does occur. When I first moved here, there was an 8% on residential property, which was great when I bought the house, till the next day when it dropped, and now it's worth less than what I paid for it. So thank you, State of Iowa. They happen every other year, and we have not had many, and a lot of times counties won't have them for a long time, cities won't have them for quite a while, but every so often you'll see a big jump. A lot of times commercial is not valued correctly, or at that point you'll see huge increases in other places. You go out to Department of Management website, Department of Revenue, pull those and look at them. It's impressive to see some of the hits that are taken in some of these areas. It's substantial. And if they decide it's necessary, you just simply will do it. 20-25% increases at times. So luckily, our assessor's done a great job of not devaluing or valuing too much any of our property. We've not had very many of these at all. So, all right, we'll hop to the next one, Carla.
Hey, James, on this chart, what happens to commercial railroad after FY10? Does it just follow the industrial line?
Well, after fiscal 10, let me see. Yeah, it stays. They're all in that 100%.
It's just
and then
following
they were
that.
brought down
Okay.
to 95, fiscal 14, and then 90, and everybody has stayed there.
Okay.
Commercial industrial railroad has been kind of together. You see in the early 2000s that commercial railroad kind of break a little bit. From being at 100%, it was 97, 99. Then it just became 100%, dropped, and then they've left it there at 90% so far. I haven't heard of any change occurring with that. I think they'll leave it at 90% value going forward. I don't see any additional drop happening, but I can't always rule that out. And then, as I said, multi-res will continue to trend that exact line down until it hits 60%.
Hey, James, when you were at Blackhawk County, and I think this was the issue, did you have a significant rollback there that and you had even negatively impacted staff? Did you, a situation that you had there, or am I dreaming of something else?
It wasn't a rollback necessarily. Once our budget was completed, the state put through a couple mandates, charges for a variety of things that we then had to accomplish through rollbacks of staff and layoffs of 7 or 8 people at the time.
And is there anything, I guess, in terms of the body of the council should be, where you can almost forecast it? I guess one of the things I'd never want to see or try to avoid is, a glitch in our revenue, and all of a sudden say, okay, well, we got to cut 6 people. And I think that's really kind of a ridiculous approach that we really want to avoid if we see that. So I guess if you have any comments on that.
That's why I'm here. We don't do that. We watch this closely. There's things the state can do drastically that we have no forewarning about or any way to handle that other than we keep reserves substantial enough to take some of those hits if that does occur. And that's why we hold them. Some people complain you hold money in reserve. That's why, because the alternative is exactly what you said. We cut staff, then we lose services, and it trickles down to where now we have to cycle again. We may have to cut more. So we monitor it through legislation that goes on. It's a big, thick rush right now of a bunch of bills going in. We look at that weekly through the League of Cities. Any forecasted problems that come up, League makes us aware of it as well, and then we have communication off and on with legislatures about it. But so far, it has not been that drastic. But there is always concern. When we finish our budget, which is now the 31st of March instead of the 15th as it was last year, the state legislature can continue on into June or July, and you simply don't know. And that's a great point. We're at their mercy. If they decide to do something, it's going to negatively impact us. Hopefully they would not do it in the very year we're in.
Yeah.
It has happened. But you still have to be ready and prepared to do that. And that's why we do carry the reserves we do.
And I bring it up because I'm concerned about the next 5 years, and I'd obviously being in this seat, I don't want to be in that position. So I probably bring that up throughout the session. So
Sure. None of us want to be in that position, I can assure you. And that's what we try to monitor and do the best we can with it. But in the end, we are at the mercy of the state, especially when we lock in and they continue on. Jennifer could speak to it if she wanted to. We have a brand new system that they're rolling out with the extra hearing we're supposed to do now that we have to put on the study session, which we'll explain that at that time. And it's still not done. We got the notice yesterday. We can't get it to work, so go back to the paper version. For months and months, we've been waiting and trying to get this done and following this new protocol, and it never got complete and finished. And that's what we're dealing with all the time. So it's unfortunate. We don't have that control. All we can control is what we can do here, and we react when we have to. But we're as financially prepared as we can be for any of those instances that come up. It's just you never know what's going to happen next. So I appreciate the comment. We do try to stay on top of this best we can to eliminate that issue, but someday it could happen again. You just don't know.
James, can you explain again the uptick in ag rollback and how that's determined?
Like I said, this year agriculture jumped 25 points. It looks like a percent. It's not an actual percent. I don't want to get into semantics, but 25 points, let's say. And when the value of property drops, so if you take your levy of $10, let's say, and put it against a piece of property, it generates so much tax. If that value drops a lot, that same levy is not going to get you there. So the rollback goes up, so you're taxing more of it versus what it was to get that same amount of money to start with. So that's what they're trying to do. And so, like when you see the slide in fiscal 9-10, you know, ag prices were up, ground was going for a lot of money. They were rolling back as far as they could to help offset that because it was generating a tremendous amount of tax, that levy rate. Now that's not happening.
Okay.
The ground is down. You can see it starting to rebound. It's 15 slightly. 19 is a huge jump into 20 and 21. It's just not being valued as much. I've sold ground recently for estates. The market is way down. Okay. And so as we go forward, you know, we'll have to watch that. And I shouldn't say it depends on location, et cetera. It's way down for its area. But that is the jump. The value is simply not there according to the statewide estimates. Because this is not just us, this is statewide. So you have to look at every piece of property around, make a judgment. So statewide agriculture is down by cost for what it's worth, and that's why the rollback is increased to generate more funding with the same levy.
Gotcha.
If you hold it flat, which we will not be holding it flat.
James, what's the lag period between the valuations changing and the state of Iowa, you know, reacting to that? How long does that usually take?
Well, what we process off of, everything that we're doing are valuations you see in here. Like this current year's is from January 1 of 19. That's the valuation that we are using. So it's a good year and a half lag from when they set the valuations we're going to use, and we actually implemented July 1st of 20. So it's a year and a half from the time it was set. So it'll be another year and a half from when the valuations that were set 3 weeks ago, January 1 of 20, those will be for July 1st of 21. And that's how it's already set. So there's not a lot we can do to change those things, unfortunately. That's what we're dealt with when we get them. And so it takes about a year or so to process it all, for them to categorize it, add it up, et cetera. So that's why the lag is there. But as far as the state's reaction, it's similar. They see what the valuations were, and then they try to calculate for that fiscal year, what's that going to come in at. But we usually get the valuations in the fall. So they're looking at probably, I guess I'm trying to quick math, it's early, 9-10 month lag maybe from when they see it to where they predict what valuations are going to be needing to be for rollbacks, et cetera. I can look into that further. I'm not 100% sure how the formula goes in that. I just know what we receive and when we get it. So valuations and all that come in the fall, or not valuations, excuse me. Rollback information comes in the fall. Equalization orders are about that same time. Our actual valuations are by law due to us January 1st from the assessor and the state auditor, county auditor. So that's where we get them in every January 1st. Okay. And the next chart will show what our tax rates have done in relation to the valuation. It's like we kind of discussed. When the valuations go up, the tax rate generally falls because you're generating more revenue off of the same amount of property value. And when it drops, it's the opposite. So as you see, when the valuation increases, 13, 14, 15, 16, you see the tax levy rate drop. And when it dips in 19, the levy rate goes up, and then it starts to come back again. It's what it should do. It's just visually you can kind of see how that works now. It's just kind of what it looks like. The other chart I don't have up is if you look at what taxes do with the rollback residential, it's a direct mirror. And it's almost creepy to look at it. But then when you think about it, it should, since that's the biggest impact to us is a residential rollback. So as it moves, so does our ability to generate revenue, which then drives our levy, et cetera. So it is kind of a formula. There's no magic or secret there. It's not something we can just point to that and impact it. It all comes together, and then the end result is the levy you decide to work on. So when we look at the end levy, if you as council said we want to levy this, we'll find a way to get there, and we'll show you the repercussions of it, what it looks like, what's gone, what's not, if you want one of this. So we don't predict the levies. You determine what it is, and we respond to that as a city staff and administrator. So there's not really predicting them because there's so much pieces to it. You determine where you want to go depending on the expenditures that you have. So it's completely up to council. So that is, again, graphically just shows you kind of the relationship between the valuations we start to see from taxable valuations and the rate itself. Okay, last one. There's always talk about how much tax everybody gets based on last year. Of course, we don't have this year done because we're still doing it, but it generally runs about 40% school, 40% city, 15% county, and then 5% mix. Ours is 43 city, 38 school, 13 county. You have Hawkeye Community College, our local community college here at 4%. And then the miscellaneous is a little bit for the assessor, the state, et cetera. They're a bunch of tiny little levies together. So That's what it looks like. It shifts every year, depending on rates go up, down, et cetera, but that is what fiscal 20 last year looked like when it was done. We'll see what it looks like going forward for us. And then the bottom chart is simply as it says, it's the expenditures by budget, at least what's been requested so far. Some of them we have to group into categories, so you'd have 30 little pie slices there that wouldn't make any sense to you. But public safety, police, fire, ambulance, that's what's in there. Leisure services, of course, has parks and the pool, civic center, golf courses, cemetery, vegetation management, a lot of small divisions there. And then you see how it goes. And again, this is expenditures only. Some departments generate revenue, some do not. You'll see that as we go through. Some departments are taxable, some are not, like water, sewer, solid waste. Those are fee driven, they're not taxes, but at least to show the expenditure portion, you can kind of see how big some of these departments are and what we expend. I know it's exciting. Glad you guys can hold it down, contain yourself. But that's what we got to start with. If you have any questions at any time on these, let me know. We'll run through them again. We'll run back through them the next meeting if you do, and we'll have even more for the next meeting, because that's when we get to debt. That's going to be fun.
So just kind of a clarification. So if we wanted to say, this is the levy rate we want, and we'd say, okay, here are the consequences of that. Or we can say, this is the budget we want, and the levy rate in response.
Spit out the levy to you.
So it's basically, we can decide this is our priority, and then your job to say, and these are all the consequences of that choice.
Yep. That's how it works.
Or you look at consequences and this is the result.
Yes. Any way you want to cut it, you decide in the end result, what's it look like, and we will accommodate whatever that is. But there are usually repercussions, things like that. As I've said it many times, the government budgeting is not hard. It's simple math. Anybody can do this. You can just chop away at these numbers and make them smaller. Knowing what happens to it, where to stop, or else, or what the repercussions or ripple effect is, that's where the art of it comes in. You have to really be cognizant of if this happens today, 2 years from now, this is what happens. That's why when we do the debt, we'll have our capacity document of 5 years worth of projects laid out. This will impact this. Next year, 2 years from now, we're negative. These are the things that we do. This is not just simply we put this together and next year we'll think about it later. Multi-year planning is what we've done, and that's the key. Cutting budgets is simple. Everybody makes such a huge deal. We can chop it to death, get you zero tax increase. The amount of people you're going to lose, the services you're going to lose, that's what you have to look at. And that's what we'll try and explain to you here as we go through. So as you're looking at this, you get all the public talking to you about all these things, they have these concerns, you can address every one of them however you want to do it. It's just, what does the end result look like? Is that what you want the city to look like? Is that the service you want to provide? Is that how you want it to appear? And that's the real question in it, not so much what's that number, what does that number generate, what's it look like, what do we have? And that's what we try to focus on as we build this, is this is what we think will get us what we need, things we think we need to occur, etc. But it's simply up to you to determine what that end result is. So,
Well, and we in council can either prioritize a levy rate or we can prioritize a level of service.
Correct.
But it's the city council's priorities that lead that.
yeah, and if you want to levy rate a lot lower, then we as staff and we'll work together to provide you a plan that accommodates that. What we don't usually have is the council saying we want to eliminate that. That's not usually what happens. We certainly do that, but usually it's things that we know we need versus I guess we can do with that if we have to prioritize our reduction. And I've asked staff to do that. Depending on what happens every year, we'll look at what if, and we'll kind of go from there. So.
Well, as I recall from last year, it's a bit of both, right? It's a bit of here's what we'd like to see for a levy rate, but here's what we need. And at least last year, the department heads did a great job of coming in with a pretty lean budget to start with, and we're already thinking about that.
Yep. Most of the time, capital projects are what's going to move the needle.
Right.
The rest of it's pretty set, pretty standard. So a lot of it you control, in a sense, the entire piece of some of it. So.
Yeah, we did get that a couple of years ago where we had kind of the staff gave us a presentation with their budget of if we were to cut, this is what would be cut.
Right.
So
And a lot of people
cut
like to
here,
do that.
cut here.
10% off everything. And it's reckless. It's not the way to do these things. You use a scalpel, you don't use a cleaver. That's ridiculous. All that does is generate a bunch of hysteria for no reason, because to do that, it's devastating. And the services you lose and the people, it's an exercise that's simply done in 5 minutes if you want to really look at it. It's people and services. That's what it comes down to. Most of government is people that do the services for the city.
Well, as
It's that
Andy
simple.
said, that they do come in pretty lean, and what I appreciate out of it is the foresight, is the setting aside money for future purchases as they look at their budget, they're planning, so we're not hitting, we need to buy 5 police cars right now, and we got to come up with.
And you'll see that throughout.
Or whatever it is for.
We have a number of projects where we did the first half, the second half, now we can afford to do the whole thing. We do a lot of that in a sense, and you'll see quite a bit of that in this budget as well, where we're doing the second piece of a project so we can finish it, or the second out of 4, so in 2 years we can finish it. So there is a lot of that you'll see as we go through this. Okay, so that being said, we can certainly jump right into it. And as always, we always like to open with big hitter. Go with the police department.
So how many police cars do we need?
Sorry, Timothy, yeah, we need to buy 5 police cars.
Not this year. Give us another year. So yeah, Rich walked through his budget. Questions, anything, please ask.
And 4, that's what I like. Not just.
We'll kind of go from there.
All right, Mayor and Council, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present our budget for 2021. And as I walk through the budget, if there are any questions, be sure to stop me and ask those as we go along. All of the department budgets are set up pretty similar. They'll have a mission statement, organizational chart, and we'll have an activity sheet, and then our line item budget will follow in. So you will see on the first page our mission statement, and we definitely strive to be a service-oriented public safety organization that is dedicated to serving the citizens of Waverly. And below that, you'll see our organizational chart that lists the personnel within our department. The department is broken down into 2 different divisions. We have a patrol division, and we have an investigative/administrative division. And we have 2 captains that oversee each of those departments. And one of the areas that we continue to monitor is, and you'll kind of see on the left-hand side of the organizational chart, there's a gap of what would maybe be a first shift patrol sergeant. Currently, the patrol division commander oversees the day shift patrol officers. So that's one of the places that we do monitor and make sure that we're not overtaxing, which in this case would be Captain Eggleston's duties, splitting between a sergeant and a captain. So I believe we're okay where we're at, but that's one of those things maybe we'll see in a couple of years. And when I speak about personnel changes, we're not talking short term. We're talking as the city grows in, a couple of years from now. So there is nothing in our budget that is requesting any increasing in staffing. Our staffing levels, I believe, are sufficient where they're at today, given our calls. And the other one would be an additional investigator within the investigative division. As our calls for service change over the years, they've been a lot of reactive, where the officers go out, handle it, and come back. A lot of what the officers are responding to now have a lot to do with investigative. There's a lot more with internet, a lot more on social media. It's incredible the dynamics of what the officers are responding to, and a lot more fall into an investigator role as opposed to a patrol officer. And typically, a patrol officer likes to go out, take the initial report, and then hand it over to the investigative division for follow-up. So, again, that's just an area we're monitoring, and we're not proposing any increase in staffing for at least a couple of years.
Rich, do you forecast any changes in that shift in your labor in terms of, do you see, hey, am I going to have to shift a patrol officer over to investigative in the future?
Yeah, what we did is initially when we moved an investigator into the investigative division, they were kind of considered part-time. We made sure there was enough coverage, but we, to anticipate that changeover, they were kind of in uniform but working investigations. And so that way they could respond both ways. And what's happened is that the calls have just increased, that we've moved them over to full-time investigator. We did that back in 2007. At that time, I think some may remember we had an assistant chief position, and the last assistant chief for the city of Waverly was Jerry Greenlee. And when we made that switch, what we decided to do is put the assistant chief position, his responsibilities, on our two captains. And so we got rid of a middle management position and increased that spot as an investigator. Yeah. You'll see that there are 16 officers within the department, and that average is about to be 1.6 officers per 1,000 residents. The state of Iowa average is 1.7 to 1.8, depending on your sources. And so we are below the state average for officers, but there is no industry standard set forth of how many patrol officers you're supposed to have. And so just as James said in the very beginning, you kind of go off of what your city needs. And again, even though we may be just under the curve, I believe we're sufficient where we're at in staffing at this time.
Because I think your culture is going to figure out a lot of that. Their cities a lot smaller than we are, have a lot more officers for various reasons. And their cities even larger than us that may have the same or smaller. As the chief said, the culture of the city you're in determines a lot of what you need. If we have issues with more and more crime, things like that, it may be something that would push us into looking at additional officers. But right now, you just, as things are, you address what's needed, and I certainly appreciate what the chief has done with that.
During the last year, just for knowledge here, we responded to 8,846 reported calls, and that averages about 40 minutes on scene. And what I call about on scene is when an officer goes out, he's taking that initial report, and then, but then it's the follow-up time that is involved, which could anywhere between a 15-minute phone conversation, or if it turns over to investigations, could be several days to months working on one of those 8,000 calls. Anyway, we're proud of the ability of the department and the officers to handle those demands, and currently our average response time to those 8,000 calls of service, once we receive the dispatched time, is about 1 minute and 91 seconds. Now, that sounds impressive, but so...
1 minute 91 seconds,
yeah,
or 1.91 seconds?
Yeah, a little over 2 minutes. That was, yeah.
Yeah, 1 minute 91 seconds would be like 2.5 minutes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Not who gave me that number, but that's, yeah. That's why you prove things before reading them.
Thanks, Don.
Don must have done it. So, and it does sound, a 2-minute response time sounds impressive, but out of fairness, you could have a patrol officer sitting in the office and dispatching it over, and we have a 2-second response time, as opposed to, they could be out on scene somewhere and then having to wait. So, but it is average around that 2 minutes time. On the next page is our activity cover sheet. And the ultimate activity goal is to provide a safe community and responds to all the needs of the city and the citizens. Within the 2021 budget, I've listed 4 objectives. One of the areas is the community relations. The community relations lists 4 items, and our objective is supports the strategic plan goal of enhanced community engagement and communications. And with all those things that are within that area, our officers had an opportunity to speak with over 3,000 citizens, and that's been kind of an average that we've seen. So the officers, outside of responding to calls for service, are able to get out and meet with the citizens, whether it's through National Night Out, whether it's through our Lunch with the Law program, and our DARE activities. So the officers are out there engaged, and I think that's a very important thing for not only for the officers, but obviously for the citizens as well. Under equipment, within this year's budget, we were replacing equipment and planning for other outlying equipment that supports the strategic plan goal of sustaining services and updates our infrastructure. The 2 larger areas of equipment is that we always plan, as Tim mentioned, for patrol vehicles. Our fleet replacement is on a 3-year cycle, and so within the lost funding section of this budget, you'll see that. It is not listed in the next page in our line items because it's currently being set aside in the loss fund. And then in 21-22 budget, next year's budget, you'll see that coming back in as an expenditure, and then also the revenue coming in from the lost area. The other area is that within the budget, a large expense this coming fiscal year will be we're participating in the replacement and updating of the camera and controlled access project for the Bremer County Law Center, and that is listed within the payment to other agencies when we get to that. And we're about 15 years into the law center, and that project is going to be replacing all the cameras and all the locking mechanisms within the law center. That's the exterior doors, the interior doors, and then of course all the jail cells. It's all interconnected. That is outdated, and it all works together, and it has to be updated this time. All right, and then we got training and department policy. I'll just respond to any questions there's in those areas. But the third page is the listing of the department's revenues and expenditures. The largest revenue source that comes into the police department is court fines and parking tickets. And court fines is the portion of the fine we receive when a citation is issued. Of course, we don't, every fine that's sent out, we don't capture the full amount. There's a lot of it goes to the state and county. Animal control is the fee we receive when we collect an animal that is running large and happens to get claimed. And so we do have a $50 fee for collecting those animals. But in the expenditure side, you'll see animal control. Any animal that's not claimed, then we have to send them down to the Cedar Valley Humane Society, and then we have a approximately $80 charge for anything that's not claimed.
On the revenue side, Rich, and
Yeah.
I guess in terms of tickets, how much control do you have? Like, if you want to double that and take it up to 60,000, of course, I know citizens would be upset, but
Right.
is there certain things? I guess can you give me a sense mathematically? I mean, could you increase that 20%? You think? And is there places you can park that don't that upset the minimum amount of Waverly citizens?
Yeah. So. Trying to think of a good way to. Yes, I believe there's probably the only way I could increase revenue on issued would probably be upsetting the public. I don't know. We could, certainly decrease our tax askings by increasing revenue, and that's what it will come out to be. Right now, we average on every time you see a patrol officer stopping somebody, we average between 60 to 65% are either a warning or written warning. So that's one thing the public to think about when they see somebody pulled over. Not everybody's getting a ticket. They're getting a verbal or more than likely 60% or greater that are getting a warning. So we can reduce the amount of warnings, but we leave a lot of it up to the officer discretion in how we talk to the officers and train them about what it takes to be an effective police department. Sometimes that verbal warning or written warning can be more effective in changing, future behavior. And I think that's the ultimate goal in issuing fines and citations is to change that bad behavior. And so if we can get them to, get there without issuing them a fine, it may stop an accident or hitting somebody or being that dangerous driver in the road. So, but yeah, that's honestly the only way we can increase revenue is increase citations.
So we've got a little bit of leeway there in the future if we were, I'd rather probably write a few more tickets and make a cut as far as staff. So I'm just trying to get a sense there for the future.
Well, I will say that I appreciated when I went to the Citizens Police Academy, one of the things I learned is how in the city of Waverly, we don't really try to use parking tickets or speeding tickets as a revenue stream.
That's right. Yeah.
That, when we give those tickets, it's mostly because we're trying to enforce better behavior and, make this a more livable city rather than as an income stream.
Right.
And I appreciate that and I value that.
Yeah, we've been asked before, you always hear about the quotas and different things like that. And, one of the things that my response that I've always been able to give citizens that have asked about that is that, what's the point? Because council has never asked me to increase revenue. Now, so to us, there's no, then that takes away the goal of why would you set, a quota to make sure you post. We put a lot of responsibility on our officers, and as we watch trends, and I think it's important to make sure that our guys are consistent across the board, and so we will talk to the officers as we see, well, wow, this person's really writing a lot, or this one's not writing any. We have those conversations and we talk individually with them about what our goals are and the most effective way to do our policing. So we do talk quite a bit about those type of things.
I just generally like the idea of hitting the out-of-towners, so.
Okay, because that's really good for tourist dollars.
Our laws, but
It's a good way to promote
most of
us.
the agreed traffic things are from
We'll tell
out-of-town people.
Amperage to add that to our marketing tool.
I'll say this, Rich. I can appreciate, and it's in the middle of your budget, I understand. But
Yeah.
I appreciate being an instructor of the community policing and working with your community courses with the Law Enforcement Academy. The fact of I think you've referred to it, or your agency has referred to it as the, quote, Waverly Way.
Right.
Persona that we have, and keeping that balance and using a metric different than that 60 percentile or whatever, or counting how many traffic citations or parking tickets are written is a metric to evaluate your effectiveness. So I appreciate that.
Thanks. Okay, and then I'm trying to think where we were at. All right, so let's just jump into the expenditure side. All departments that you'll see today are broken down to personnel costs, services and commodities, and then the capital expenditures. As you would assume with the police department, our largest expenditure is the personnel costs. About 85% or so of our budget is personnel costs. And within services and commodities section, which is a very large area with a lot of different line items, you'll see there are training, vehicle maintenance, fuel, contributions to other agencies. That is where you see that large jump. That is that increase of the project at the law center. We pay our portion to the law center because we share it with the Bremer County Sheriff's Office is 27%. So they're anticipating that project to be around $300,000, and so our share of that cost is around $95,000. And it is a benefit to the city of Waverly to be in a shared facility, to have those cost-sharing options. And if you would remove the jail from the building, administrative office space is split about 50-50. The reason why the county pays a larger portion of that is because of the jail that's attached to the building. Then you have the animal control. I kind of touched on that. And contract services. This area kind of covers the maintenance agreements that is with Advanced Public Safety and Arbitrator. That's our cameras and our talk to text. The TASER assurance plan is also within the line item, and that covers our TASER's warranty and our replacement costs for those items. As mentioned earlier, this is where some of our contracts are at, and we have Lexipol. That is an increase in there, and that is where we do our manual and training, policy manual and training solutions is located in that line item. And then we have operating supplies, which includes our clerical supplies, and another big portion of that is where we budget for our ammunition. Capital expenditures, you'll see there's a zero in there because we are in that portion of our rotation where we're setting money aside, so we are not purchasing any large capital equipment at this time. I kind of ran through that fairly quick, but we have a lot of departments, and I can answer any questions or get called up later if you like.
So as I recall, there was a kind of a major expense that went through a couple of years ago in terms of the body cameras, the cameras on vehicles, and also, I would say, the data storage for all of that footage. Has that stabilized? Has that reached a good point?
Yes, it has. The data storage is stabilized. We took the initial hit. One of the benefits with our in-car cameras is that we're able to cost share a larger server with the sheriff's office. So our mobile cameras are going in the same server with the sheriff's office. We had to increase storage with the city of Waverly, though, when we got our body cams, because our body cameras footage, the two operating systems wouldn't cohabitate on the same server. So we had to get that through the city, and I know they work with increasing that storage amount. So at this time, we're okay. We're monitoring it. We're not having we can plan for those that updating, but it's not going to be the big hits that we had when we first got it.
And Rich, down the road, I think I recall there's some major improvements that have to happen at the Law Center with heating and air conditioning and other projects. Is that coming down the pipe?
I know Rod's been working with that quite a bit. One of the things I want to say, it's crazy amount of air conditioners and heaters that are on the road. But
I don't remember the exact number either, but what we're trying to do is replace them on a rotating basis, so we don't have to replace all 15 or whatever at one time. But we catch years sometimes where we have ones that we're not anticipating wear out in advance. One of the things we're doing, and I'm not sure if it's showing up in this budget or not, is to try to have a capital replacement fund that we have with the Law Center, so that we're not constantly having large amounts show up in the budget on a particular year. So that's spread out over years, and I think that I know we were talking about a $25,000 or $50,000 amount.
It does reflect in this budget where, and Rod's right. And those of you that's not familiar with the Law Center, there's a safety board that oversees the Law Center, and so there's 2 city council members and 2 county board of supervisors, and 1 at large that oversees the operations of the Law Center. Since we have 2 government agencies working together, we're under a 28E agreement, and that was the decision of the board, is to have that about a $50,000 reserve, but we didn't. But this budget year we're doing $25,000, and of course we're 27% of that $25,000 set aside. So that is another little tick that you'll see within that other agency's cost. But it's to be able. It was a brand new building, and now it's not, and so we're setting these things in place so that we can take the major hits when they come.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rich.
Okay. Next we'll jump to the fire department. Chief Appleton will run through his budget for us.
Good morning, everybody. I hope we are the bright spot of this budget hearing, because unlike the ones that have gone before me and those that will follow me, we are not asking for any substantial change in our budget. As you've read in our budget, things are staying fairly calm and status quo at the fire station. For the new council members, we are funded by 2 entities. We have a budget with the rural board, and we also have the budget with the city. Our rural budget is about $15,000 a year, so the bulk of what we do comes from the city. Also, anytime that we purchase new equipment, several of the items, or the new trucks, et cetera, they're a 50-50 split. So the rural will pick up 50% of that, and the city picks up 50%, which works very well for both entities. My budget, as I said, has stayed pretty much the same this year as it has been in the past. There are a few things that we are asking for. Currently the fire department is paid on a per call basis in the city, which is $15 per call, whether it lasts 10 minutes or 5 hours. I would like to have that changed to a $15 per hour straight across for everybody. I think that is fair. 96% of our calls are an hour or less, so it really is a very minimal impact on the budget. However, typically when it goes past that hour, it's a larger scene that we could be at for 2 to 7, 8 hours, whatever the case may be, and I feel it's only fair to the people that they are paid for being on the scene. And so that's one change I'm asking for. Minor equipment, there's always things that wear out as we go forward. One of the biggest things in our fire service is the chemicals, et cetera, we get exposed to. It eats things up. And with the flashlights and helmets, on our helmets and in our trucks, we just come to a point where we can't fix them anymore. And so that's one part of the minor equipment that we would like to replace this year. The other thing, capital equipment is up this year for several reasons. One is the law enforcement has taken upon themselves to have their own frequency, and so when we're at a scene with law enforcement, they can't talk to their heroes, and we cannot talk to them either. And so we would like to have radios that are compatible so that we can talk back and forth with law enforcement when it's necessary. That would only be for the officers, the standard firefighters on the line. We don't want that capability in those radios. The other thing is our SCBA bottles, which are the bottles we use for our fresh air when we go into a fire, will all be coming due to be replaced in 2022. They were bought with a grant in 2007, and their life expectancy and what is allowed will be up in 2022, so I have to replace all 45 of those bottles. And I'm proposing 10 bottles through the city each year and 5 bottles through the rural to make that happen by the end of 2022. Other than that, we have great hopes for having a training complex on the east end of Waverly out by the law enforcement evidence shed. And we will be bringing plans forward in that probably in March and explain the full plan to the council. The volunteers have raised approximately 50% of the funds that we are looking for to do that site, and we're very excited about it. I won't take a lot of your time today, but we will come forward here in the near future and explain what we'd like to do with that. Any questions?
Chief, I may have missed this. Where you said you're proposing the $15 per call to $15 per hour.
Correct.
Where is that in the budget? I may have missed where you said.
That would fall under the wages. You see a very minimal.
Okay, so you're not, because of the 95% of the calls are an hour or less, you're not really anticipating much of a change.
It'll amount to about $1,600 a year, so very minimal, if our call volume stays as it is.
On that same line, not that we have calls that are taking days, weeks, such as flood events, tornado events, those types of things. How does that fall into situations where we have that hourly rate, and how do we anticipate backfilling that if we have, situations of longevity like that?
Probably the best example was in 2008 when we had the flood. We had approximately 5 firefighters that spent a week just dealing with the flood. Obviously, as a volunteer department, everybody has their jobs, but there were 5 of us that self-employed, et cetera, that needed to stay back and take care of details with that. It is very rare, and as with an incident like that, you either budget it or you get money from the state or whatever the case may be.
Correct. And I understand when I worked with the hospital, we, had to do some administrative changes through HR to, either make them exempt, non-exempt, those types of things, so that FEMA reimbursement would kick in, and I'm sure that some of those things would apply there as well, so.
Right.
The other item that I would have is there maybe a way in the future to further stagger the SCBA bottle replacement plan so that we don't have 40 all at once, and, just an idea.
You bet. Part of that process is we are applying for a grant in the next 2 or 3 years, or the next years, hopefully to cover that. The Aid to Firefighter grant has been very generous in that area,
Right.
but there's no guarantee, obviously, with those.
Exactly. I know managing 40 at different times can be hectic as well, but, as far as when is this one due versus
You bet.
the one sitting right next to it, so not to make more of a headache, but
No,
just
I
an idea
understand.
for budgeting purposes, so.
But I guess I thought I heard you say you're going to do a certain number
10 a year.
for 10 a year.
Yeah, through the
to try to
city,
take care of
yes.
that. Okay. Danny, how many calls did you have last year? And what % were in the city versus rural?
Typically, we run, and it stays very consistent, between 110 calls. Last year, I think, was right at 109. And that involves everything from false alarms to anything that comes across as a page. Of those calls, probably 80, just pulling off, probably 80% were dealt with the city.
Denny, I think you're running a great operation. The only thing I really, there's we're talking about scalpels and hatchets, and there's just nothing we can do here other than have more fire calls to get the per call down. So there's just nothing we can do here in this category.
We're pretty steady with everything that we use.
I will say, in respect for our expenses going out for equipment, and I know it has part of it to do with the trustees as well at the county level, but when I was there for oath of office at the beginning of the month, I took a full tour of the department with one of your firefighters, Rob Egger, and was very impressed, from my experiences in the past, of how well kept everything is. The dignity and respect that is put onto the equipment is phenomenal. So
Thank you.
As far as the return on investment and the care that you take for the money that's put into this department, thank you.
Well, thank you. We have a great working relationship with the council. We have a great working relationship with PD, even though we razz each other back and forth a little bit here and there, and even with the county. That isn't seen in a lot of areas. So kudos to you guys for backing us and supporting us. We do. We have a fantastic station, and anybody that comes into town that's a firefighter and sees our equipment they can't believe what we've got and how we do it. And that has a lot to do with what you guys do and how you support us.
I've got one quick question here, Denny. The
Yes.
$15 per call.
Yes.
Has that been at that rate for quite a while?
The way that we are paid per call has been that way since forever, basically.
Okay.
The $15 was increased, I believe, 3 years ago, from 10 to 15.
Yeah, that seems to be very reasonable, frankly, for a call that the fire department has to, generate all their equipment out there and call in the volunteers and everything.
Oh, we are very reasonable. We're the best value you've got.
Yeah, right.
That's why I propose having more
And they'll show up whether they're paid or not.
But we don't generate any revenue. The only way we could is if we went to, and fire departments have done it, is charge for our services, which typically goes through insurance. So
So I'm like reading the budget here, and I'm trying to, this is just me not understanding the numbers. So if I look at last year, where we have budgeted and projected, I'm seeing the capital vehicles, there was zero budgeted for capital vehicles, but then, 200,000 projected. And I know that some of that came off of reimbursements, but I'm assuming that there was vehicles that needed to be purchased or something that kind of came up in that regard. was it unexpected that it didn't show up in the budget, or just,
No, that had been previously budgeted. Our equipment's on a 30-year cycle, our big equipment. But yeah, we had budgeted the replacement of the truck that we just got.
I suppose my question is.
I don't have it in front of me,
I suppose my question is, why is there money in projected that wasn't in the budget? Or, I
It
mean,
was in the budget, but when we budget this, we set aside funding into a reserve account, and then when we go to purchase it, we drain that account.
okay.
But we show the actual projected of what we just spent. It's just a
Okay.
mechanism of how it's moved from
Okay.
sitting here. We could show it, I mean.
So it's
Jennifer,
someplace
I'll
else
leave
in
to
the
you.
Right, so,
It's in a reserve account.
Someplace else, not this department budget.
Budgeted in fiscal year 19.
Yeah.
We didn't get it until
okay.
the next fiscal year.
If you go back to revenues,
So if you look at
can see the
18,
transfer
19,
in.
you'll see a part of
Right.
it there.
Right.
It was just the timing of it. I mean,
Okay.
they have to build these things, and there's no exact date.
Okay.
Because how long did that take to get that thing built?
That was the transfer in,
A
okay.
little over 10 months.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
a little bit.
But it's just, when I see a zero under budget and then, a 200,000 under projected, it makes me nervous.
Sure.
So I just kind of wanted,
Bookkeeping.
Be more nervous the other way. If you turned out having to spend it and you hadn't expected it.
well, that's what I mean, it was in the projected, like, this is the money we're planning on spending this
Yeah.
year, but it wasn't in the
And then it's
budget for the
gone.
previous year.
But if
so.
you look in the revenue as well, I will point out, you
Well,
also
yeah.
see that same situation where rural
Right.
reimbursed us that half of that
Right.
almost, and that's where it also kind of spells it
Okay.
out. That was just our portion that we covered and then reimbursed us back.
Okay.
So it was timing of when it hit the fiscal years.
It's in there, it's just these numbers don't kind of, it's hidden in the accounting somehow.
Oh, don't say hidden.
It's hidden from me. Somebody else knows.
Not
what's
in
going
this
on
view.
there. Not in this view, thank you.
If you want to really hide it, you'd never actually ever see it.
Yeah,
So.
I'm sure you would.
Anything else?
Oh, I hope not, Danny.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Danny. I will offer Rich a rebuttal if he'd like.
Fair is fair. Okay, ambulance. We were not able to have someone from ambulance come represent us here. I will run through it with you. It's a very small budget from the sheer number of lines that exist. When I talk to ambulance and hospital, we look through kind of the budget where it sits. Nothing has changed greatly at all. The real issue is more regional, I guess, that we're talking about with them and how things are progressing. They are responding to a much, much greater number of calls, much further away than they ever used to. I think a lot of you can appreciate that EMS is changing, the face of EMS is changing, the boundaries of where we are. They're not asking for anything different than they did the year prior. We continue to rotate the ambulances as quick as we can. I think the hospital addition will help us some with that, because right now, with the size of the bays, we can't only get certain ambulances because the diesel truck frames will not fit in the doors. That'll be changed soon, thank God, because there's much better fuel, much better performance from those than with the gas units we're currently seeing. I think the one ambulance they're using now is well over 300,000 miles on it. We're trying to rotate them out as we can, but the amount of miles they're putting on them in a year is staggering, because we are responding so much further out than we used to. And we are kind of that hub for everything north of us, so to speak. So from a budgetary standpoint, there's nothing of concern I have here. They're maintaining where they were. We're trying to continue to rotate the ambulances. But I don't know, Ann, Heather, I know you guys have some experience in industry. If you have any comment as we're looking at this going forward, any issue, concern coming up, I just think it's going to get even harder and worse going forward than what we see today.
How many ambulances are in rotation? Or how many?
Three.
Two we use primarily, the third one if need be, and when that deer decided to leisurely cross the road and take out one of them, that third one became one of the go-tos, and that had 300,000 miles on it. That's the one we're trying to get swapped out. So it doesn't take a lot to put us in a little bit of a pinch from a city standpoint. So
I think the biggest issue is the low reimbursement.
Yeah.
And so the hospital doesn't get reimbursed nearly what they should and what they need from various insurances for transport. And then the difficulty that the smaller towns are having staffing their EMS units. Is there any headway in making it an essential service?
we talked about that a bit.
I got an email from Kip just yesterday, the day before, and talking about, some of the things that are going through the legislature and locally we voted, or shared our opinion, not us, but Kip and the EMAs, I guess, shared their opinion that they weren't in favor of some of the routes that they were going because it was going to basically turn our EMS service into what cellular service was back in the late 90s, where around a metropolitan area or Waverly, you have really good service, but you get out in the boonies and you have sketchy service, and you gotta, it just depends on where you are. And so what they want, and everybody would want, is that you have close to the same accessibility to service no matter where you are in our state. So they said, no, we don't want this, type of arrangement that they had proposed, because they think that the legislature will look at that, say we've addressed it, and never revisit it again. So
it sounds like there still isn't momentum to do the essential service and have
I think it'll come up with legislation again this
Again?
year to push
Okay.
it. I mean, there's a bill out there to let them carry firearms, so I guess that's progress. I'd rather they focus on providing service versus that.
Right.
But,
Yeah.
that's where we are, I guess. But
It's obviously part of the conversation because they've
absolutely.
already been talking.
I mean, it's been a good year and some meeting when I first got here with various people from the hospital, staff. Jim Schutte was on this, just trying to figure out what can we do. And it's a substantial amount of money we're talking here. There are a few counties in the state that have taken us on. They provide it, the county funds it, they tax everybody accordingly, and it's working for them. It's not cheap, but it's what it is. Now, at some point, is that going to need to happen across the state? I don't know. I'm not sure what other mechanism that will be in place, but we hope that the legislature will take a solid look at this and make it a single necessary need similar to police and fire. I mean, it is that third component of quality of care, because I think the comment was made and it was well taken. Where you live may affect how well and how long you live when it comes to EMS services. Because if you're not close to the metro, as you said, sir, your response, I mean, it's how fast can they get to you? Because there is limited services in certain areas of the counties and the state. We're fortunate to have we have here. And I think Denver's close. You have Sumner. So Bremer County has got a good representation. Not every county does.
And if you look at it, here with the projected of the year that we're currently in, even next year, I guess, $120,500 based on a rough estimate of 10,000 people in our community, $12.05 per capita.
And half that's to keep trying to replace the ambulance.
Exactly. And
you
so that
take
goes
out
back
that
to
piece.
Ann's point of low reimbursement of those things. So we are doing our part if you want to look at what it is, but we're the only players in this budget. The surrounding communities where the problem really lies, where our ambulances are going further out, those aren't the contributors into this. So
I don't know if we can do this with ambulance, but I know it's something I just looked into. I mean, you're racking up 300,000 miles real quick here that you just drop out the engines in those and replace them. And I don't know if that's an option, but obviously these pieces of equipment are very expensive minus the engine. The engine might be the lowest expense part of it. I don't know if that's an option.
I think transitioning from gas to diesel will have a big impact on the lifespan of those as well. Being able to do a midlife overhaul.
Heavier frame, truck
Yep.
frame versus what we can do that fits now. So we're working towards that. I wish it was that simple, but everything wears on these things. It's not just the engine, it's everything wears in these things, inside, outside. They just run them hard. It's what they're built for. But eventually they do have a life expectancy too.
These, really these first three departments is not something we really want to mess around with. In fact, the opposite. We want to make sure that, do we need another ambulance? If we do, we're going to cut somewhere else and get another ambulance if that's the case.
And then you have to have staff to staff the ambulance, which isn't necessarily
Equipment's not
easy
the
to
hardest
find
Right.
paramedics and EMTs.
Finding the people and keeping them is the harder part. The
Yeah.
equipment's easy to get.
The pay for, being a paramedic or EMT is not well. So I think we find as our younger generation starts getting in that workforce, they see that, and they're not volunteering anymore. They're saying, we want to volunteer, but we also want to get paid for it. So you're seeing less and less volunteers out in the more rural communities, where we are very fortunate here in Waverly to have the services that we have and to be able to help those communities. So now you've been kind of talking about it. We're seeing where our ambulance services here in Waverly are out in other communities more and more often where they need to dedicate still a 911 service here in Waverly all the time, but now they're being limited again.
Yeah.
So it will eventually affect us where we're struggling to still try to help these communities around us answering to 911 and getting an ambulance there. Now we're still, that maybe have less services for us if we are more and more having to respond.
Because you have
further out.
transports, you have an ambulance down from an
Yeah.
accident, and we already are limited at times, and we're down to one.
Right.
And we borrow from Denver, from Sumner, wherever we have to. It's
Right.
It's tough. I agree. It's not a big field that's shifting up for EMTs, and
Yeah,
it's a hard one.
it's just like last night, I would have much preferred to have seen our own ambulance service be able to respond to the wrestling meet and take care of the gal that was backboarded and everything to be taken to the hospital than to have the ambulance from Denver come, and have to wait for the ambulance to get here the 40 minutes or so that it
So
roughly
this
was.
isn't as simple as just throwing another $200,000 at the problem?
I don't think so. I think it goes
This
back
is
to
a
what Heather
statewide
said.
problem.
And Ann
Yeah.
said,
It's a nationwide
It's not just
problem.
here, but nobody wants to see, even in Rich and what Denny have, you wouldn't be happy seeing a patrol car on the side of the road with the hood up.
No.
And you
that's-
definitely don't want to see that with an ambulance with a
And it's
patient in the back or
happened.
not.
Or
It's
you're hanging off the
happened,
front, which
or a
we
fire
did for a
truck.
little while.
It's bad enough when they slide off and go in the ditch, is an unfortunate circumstance, but something that could be preventable just by replacement or proper upkeep. And we do that.
I think there was even within the last year, the ambulance has broke down. And it's probably maybe something was in the repair shop, and this ambulance service was on the side of the road near Iowa City, and it had to be towed because of a mechanical issue.
And then you got to take
So-
that into consideration every time we're doing the service, and now we're down to 2 ambulances, and right now, if we take one in for service, just even an oil change, that's an hour and a half a time or whatever, that we're down one more.
Right.
So keeping these up and running is a huge thing, but no, dumping more money into this isn't going to solve
You'd
this
have to
issue.
throw a zero on that to really make that
Yeah.
impact. Unfortunately, and I'm serious when I
Just
say
one?
it.
Yeah.
You're talking $1 million or $2 million to get this county-wide fixed, and that's just us.
Right.
We still respond to other counties. So, no, I appreciate the comment. I knew it was something we had a lot of knowledge on the council with. It's just, we don't have the fixer locally. We have this budget here, which is very straightforward. And I think it's something we'll have to work with the state to try and continue to evolve this conversation. But it is something serious. In the next few years, I think it's going to just continue to progress this way. So,
Is there an opportunity, I know Blackhawk Gaming Association provided some money through a grant for, I think, Mercy One to replace several of their ambulances.
Sure.
Do we have that same opportunity with Blackhawk Gaming, or is that just county-specific, or any other grant source to try to help us replace?
we can go to Blackhawk Gaming. We're trying to do it with other things. Garrett's working on some of that. We have to go local first, then through them. And because we're not a home county, we're an outside county. It's a one-time-a-year deal. It's just extremely competitive, and they're right in the backyard where it makes it a little easier for them to see the benefit. But we've done well with replacing the ambulance. It's just the overall picture of, like we talked about staffing, et cetera, that all just adds up. I mean, it is not just a $200,000 on an ambulance, it's a $500,000 ambulance staffing timing. It just is. And that just gets us the ability. Then you have the process of everything else going on, the reimbursements, the continuing issue of response. It's just an epidemic, and hopefully the state will take heed to that.
So can you kind of clarify too, like, we are dealing with the ambulances. We don't, the city does not staff it. The hospital
We replace
staffs
equipment.
it. So
Ambulances, that's it.
so we are actually, this is even better for us. We're not financially responsible for any staff
Ours
at
is
all.
just the ambulances itself. That's the agreement we have, the hospital.
Hospital's bearing the brunt, losing the money on the
Right.
service.
Right, so that's something that I think that we need to be concerned about too, is, does the hospital ever have the choice of, oh, this is a losing battle for us, now we don't want to staff it, or that could be a concern
They
too.
have
Then
that
you don't have
choice,
any
actually.
patients, right?
Right.
And then you don't
Right.
provide service, and
You
so
see
it's.
private services here and there, and it all
Ripple.
is decisions
Yeah.
to be made. And the thing is, in a sense, we do own the hospital as well, and so it's kind of
Yeah.
a citywide, that's what it is, and it's difficult. So we're fortunate, as you said, we have it here. We don't have it in other places.
I think that's
So
why a
we're
lot of
lucky.
people even choose, that's one of the biggest reasons why I like to stay in Waverly is I have this nice hospital here and ambulance services. You know, that's, so a lot of people
luxury
choose, yeah,
for a rural
to
community.
live here because of those.
And just a general comment on just public safety in general is I know it's an area that I'm sure all of council makes important, and obviously I also like to maximize budgets as well. So it is obviously a bit of a joke to have more fires, and it does reduce the cost, but you can increase productivity and reduce costs. You can't in these latter two, but just a comment on the police department that I think community relations is really important, and by having eyes on the street and neighbors watching the communities, that is in essence a way to reduce costs of public safety, so you get more output for less dollars. And so something for Rich and maybe even council to think about. Are there ways that we can increase productivity in such a way to have neighborhood watch programs, eyes on the streets, strong neighborhoods? I don't want to belabor that anymore, but I think that's very important for us to think about as a body.
Okay, anything on the ambulance budget then? I mean, we've kind of touched on the larger issue with that, but otherwise I think it's fairly straightforward. Okay, we can go on almost a couple, hour and a half or so. Do you want a brief recess, sir? Do you want to continue on?
I think we
Lunch
should.
will be
It's
here
a
at
little bit bigger one.
11:45.
Take a break before we get into Mike's things.
Like 10 minutes, say, about 11 o'clock come back, or 10 o'clock come back, sir?
Yeah, 10 o'clock. We'll break right on.
Thank you, sir.
quarter year.
Sorry, that got clear.
It's old.
It worked.
Sorry to take it away
No,
from
you're
you.
good.
I've wanted to do that for 4 years. I finally got to.
I got an extra gavel over here if you want one over there.
That's mine. It's old. It's smart.
We'll get things rolling again. Public Works, Mike Cherry. Thank you.
So for probably the next hour and a half, we're going to cover 6 of the 10 divisions within the Public Works Department. The Public Works Department is one of the larger departments within the city of Waverly. We have 28 full-time employees, and then we have another approximately 13 permanent part-time and seasonal and summer hires that we bring on board. I'm very looking forward to the census coming up because I'll be able to update my chart here to show another 10 years. But Waverly is doing well. Our population is steadily growing, and where we see other communities that kind of fit into our category in Northeast Iowa, where they have kind of flatlined on population or even had some decline, Waverly's kind of a bright spot, and we are steadily growing. We're kind of anticipating that in the 2020 census, we'll see our population climb from the present 9,874 up to about 10,500 or maybe even upwards of 11,000. And kind of our estimation on that is based on the number of housing units that continue to be built here in Waverly, whether they are single-family homes or apartment units or those types of things. So while our single-family home construction may be lower than we'd like to see, I think I'm going to call upon Bill here now that he took a bite of his donut. We're somewhere around 20, 25 single-family homes annually.
No, a little less than
A
that.
little less, okay. Less than 20. We peaked in 2008 with 72 single-family homes, and since 2008, it's kind of declined. You go prior to that, we were kind of stable again around that 20. But what we're seeing is a shift in housing, and we're seeing a lot of apartment units being built. A few years ago, we did the downtown upper story renovation that brought on apartment units. South of the high school, we have 110 apartment units. Down by Farmers State Bank and Norby's, we have 34 housing units that came online. Additionally, with the CUNA building, what's the name of that project? Historic Lofts. 34 units will be coming online, and at Waverly Homes is that 15 units will be coming online this summer. So we're still seeing continued growth. Eisenach Village has, I think, 2 fourplexes under construction as well. So while the single-family homes may be down, the housing market may have shifted, and the total number of housing units is still doing quite well. So again, we think that Waverly is going to be continuing to grow. As Chief Purcell brought up earlier, based off of the current census, it's about 1.6 officers per 1,000. Well, if you project out at 10,500, it's probably more like 1.5 officers. So we're going to continue to see those types of issues or concerns or changes come up within the community about how do we address the needs of a growing community. So we're running out of space on a 8.5 by 11 in order to keep it legible and readable as far as the public works structure. There are 10 divisions within Public Works. We have 3 superintendents that address many of those. We have a superintendent at the wastewater treatment facility. Thing to keep in mind there that you'll see elsewhere is that in addition to the wastewater treatment facility that operates 24 hours a day, They are also tasked with maintaining the 10 lift stations around the community that pump the sewage up to the facility. Another superintendent is in the water and sewer line maintenance division, and they take care of our towers, wells, water distribution system, and the sanitary and storm sewer collection mains as well. And then our third superintendent is the public services superintendent, whose primary areas of responsibility are equipment services, streets, solid waste, and recycling. Okay. Within public services, since 1980, and you'll see a lot of these charts I have go back to 1980. That was kind of a milestone year or benchmark year for us. In 1977, Waverly went through a very large annexation that doubled the landmass of the community, the number of square miles, and that is also the time when we built a new wastewater treatment facility, a new water tower, a new well system, and we started extending water and sewer systems out to the newly annexed area, east, south, northwest, northeast. Those occurred as a result of that 1977 annexation. So within public services, you'll see 23 full-time employees, and you're kind of going, Mike, you just said there's 28. Well, the other 5 full-time employees are in public works administration and engineering. Okay, so there's 5 of us that are up here in City Hall. That is how we get to the 28 full-time employees. As I mentioned, as a result of the annexation, we expanded our infrastructure out, but what this chart shows is it doesn't pick it up from 1980, it picks it up from 1996 to the present time. So we got about 25 years, we're going on 25 years of history here, and over those 25 years, the miles of water main, sewer main, and streets have increased significantly. Now, going back to that previous employment chart, over the past 40 years, there really hasn't been any change in the amount of staffing. The only time that there was a change was when we went from 2 full-time mechanics down to 1, and then we brought it back up to 2. So, as far as our public infrastructure, we've seen very substantial growth since 1996. 45% increase in the water mains. And it's not just mains. We're also talking hydrants, valves, and the other infrastructure that goes along with it. 41% on the sewer. And as I mentioned, we have 10 lift stations. We had been as few as 4. And then since 96, we've increased it to 10. So more infrastructure to maintain and manage and address. 20% increase in the number of streets. Lots of subdivisions being built since 96. Increases the mileage of streets that need to be plowed, swept, maintained, and taken care of. Just recently, we added the Cedar River Parkway extension. That was another little over a mile of roadway that was added. Now, this doesn't talk about the number of lane miles that have been added or the square yards that have been added. It just talks about if you draw a line right down the center line, whether it's 2-lane, 3-lane, 4-lane, it shows up as the same. Okay, it does not distinguish between those. With increased population growth, increased housing, that affects our garbage operations. So we have had, based on the number of housing starts, we have had a 32% increase in potential garbage and recycling stops in our weekly routes. So again, this has been done without any additional staffing.
Mike, is this actual stops or are these
potential?
Potential.
Right.
Okay.
But
they're not like some residences, for example, have 1 stop a week, some have 1 every 2 weeks. This would count those equally. They're just places where the truck stops. Am I getting that right?
whether it's solid waste or recycling.
Right.
So if you have weekly only 60% of the people actually putting garbage out, well, it still increases 32% if you still only have 60% of the people putting it out.
Okay.
So I think it is a relevant, reflects the actual number of stops that you're having to make is increasing, has increased 32%. Okay.
Gotcha.
One thing that, no, I'm done with that. Okay. Going back to, talked about the lift stations, our wastewater treatment operators maintain the lift stations. Back in '96, we were down to 4 lift stations, and then we extended sanitary sewer out to northeast Waverly. So we picked up a couple of lift stations along Cedar Lane, as well as one on Horton Road. And we went to the northwest on 12th Street Northwest out to Cedar Glen, added another couple lift stations, and then we added one down on 29th Avenue Southeast. So they have daily routines, daily, weekly routines where they have to go out, check, and inspect those. Lift stations also have what's referred to as a trash basket, so that as the sewage cascades into the wet well, it has to go through a screening mechanism to catch all kinds of stuff. If your child flushes a toy down there, or a cloth diaper gets flushed down the toilet river, we want to capture those things before they get into the impeller system of the pumps.
So you can get the toy back if you really want it. It's probably not gonna
We
be
find
something.
action figures, W cards.
You ever seen any live alligators in there?
No, but Des Moines, Cedar Rapids had along the not Cedar Rapids, Dubuque along the Mississippi River there had a big paddlefish, I think, that somehow got into it because they have combined systems. It's deer carcass. This is what they talk about when you go to conferences.
This kind of miscellaneous debris is not anything significant, is it? I mean, it's not a ton of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
It is? Oh, okay. And we, does that landfill then, or what do we do with that stuff?
It gets landfilled.
Okay. And then the sewage goes to farmers?
We can talk.
The sludge process? Then?
Yeah, we'll get into talking a lot more about that. We're updating our water distribution plan and our sewer collection system. In February at the study session, we're going to talk more about the kind of the health of our infrastructure as it relates to water and sewer. And we can also, we're also going to be giving an update on the large wastewater treatment project that's coming up. That'll be at the February study session. So that ton of stuff that's being collected, that's primarily at the main lift station. We have, there's a lot of grit and debris that is ultimately removed there before it gets to the wastewater treatment facility. So we have dumpsters, and that stuff is appropriately handled, disposed of, and landfilled. Okay, so yep, talked about that. So I'm giving you kind of a brief overview before we get into each of the 6 divisions that we're going to cover here. And so we talk about at the last council meeting, we did purchase of a compact wheel loader in place of a skid loader. And so when we get into talking about fleet, our equipment fleet, equipment services takes care of about 140 pieces of motorized equipment. Okay, in addition to that, there are non-motorized pieces of equipment like trailers and those types of things, but they also will help out if we have like chainsaws or small engine. That's not part of that 140. That's not part of our fleet, motorized fleet, but there's certainly motorized pieces of equipment, chainsaws, grass trimmers and stuff. So they'll help their departments troubleshoot if they can't repair it themselves.
And internally, we're billing that back to Leader Services or wherever.
Yeah. So the new public services facility that opened up in November 2015 is able to handle the largest pieces of equipment that we have. So equipment services are 2 mechanics, are maintaining and helping maintain these motorized pieces of equipment within every department and division within the city. So we talked about ambulance service and those types of things, fire, water, sewer, streets, parks, police, every division is touched upon. We are even, Waverly Utilities came to us and asked if we could service their equipment and maintain those service records for them to have a more effective, efficient maintenance program on their side. There are still things, specialized pieces of equipment that they have to have a different mechanic look at related to the booms. You have to be specially certified in the lift mechanisms on those trucks. But we are also helping out every department within the city is touched by equipment services. So it's wonderful having this new facility. It's well lit, it's spacious, it's got the appropriate sized doors and garage bays. So again, we can bring in the largest piece of equipment within the city fleet and be able to maintain that effectively.
That truck probably weighs 70-some thousand pounds.
Yeah.
That's how much that lift's putting up there without those guys having to crawl under it on the ground, et cetera. And so it's a huge boon. So you're aware, Mike will touch on it later, that whole division is 2 guys. That's what does all that. It's 2 guys.
So I'm going to go back to last Monday when we talked about the skid loader versus the compact wheel loader here. And I don't know if we can get a better visual on it's kind of dark on the bottom here. I don't know if we can, that looks a little bit better. Okay. So this skid loader that was replaced is 17 years old and is within the street department. And so when we talk about bringing equipment before city council for replacement, it has already gone through a very substantial vetting process. I talk about a fleet equipment committee, and kind of within each department, each area, you may have that. So like that fire engine that we had, you have the entire fire department that is scrutinizing what are the needs of the community going forward. As Chief Happel said, many pieces of their equipment is on a 30-year replacement schedule. So certainly the technologies, the equipment, the availability of certain features have changed over the 30 years. So I'm not sure how many people are aware of what we had before that, the yellow ladder truck that we had, and so you put them side by side and it's like night and day. Okay, so 17-year-old skid loader is coming up for replacement. So we have the operators, we have the foreman, we have the superintendent, and the head mechanic looking at this and saying, well, what are our options going forward? How is it being utilized? What are maintenance and operation issues that we're experiencing with it? And so from that, they decide what is the best option going forward to have a safe, effective, efficient piece of equipment. One of the things that I failed to point out last time is when you look at this skid loader, it's being used in parking lots to do snow removal. You're operating in between existing cars and vehicles. And if you're sitting in that, you're look at the photo here. You're kind of really boxed in here. You don't have great visibility. And then with the compact wheel loader, a little bit larger piece of equipment, but now the cab has tremendous visibility. And they don't have to put it on a trailer to take it downtown to operate in the parking lots. This thing has a travel speed of about 22 miles an hour, being able to go down the highway. So they're able to just drive it from public services to the downtown parking lots and work in there. And you don't have the lift mechanism blocking your view every time you go to lift the bucket out front. Now, this photo shows 4 forks on the front, but every time you lift, those arms go up and block your view on the side. So this is the vetting process that they go through before this piece of equipment is brought before the council. This is done throughout the entire city, whether it's public services, the fire department, police department. They're not using Crown Vics anymore. They're using SUV Explorers. That's become the standard. Parks department, golf course, mowers, everything is going through that vetting process because we do have pieces of equipment that are in the fleet for 10, 15, 20 years at a time. Okay. Another thing that we like to do as part of that vetting process, this relates to the street department. How do we size our fleet? What's the usage? How do we get versatile equipment used year-round? One of the things that this time of year that is important to people is our snow removal operation. And so how do we size our snow fleet, our equipment fleet for snow removal? And how has things been able to change and adapt to it? So what this shows is this comes off of usclimatedata.com, and the closest point of reference for us was Waterloo, and so this is actually representative of Waterloo, not Waverly, but I think we're close enough for a fairly close apples-to-apples comparison here. In general, half of all snow events are less than an inch. We only average about 5 snow events a year that are greater than 3 inches. So this is something that we consider. If you were to look at just last year alone, you would change the sizing of your fleet. But if you look at our average, that's what we want to size our fleet for, not the extremes in these types of situations.
When we're budgeting for snowfall, are we looking at like a peak cost back 10 years, or how do you think about that? I mean, we have a cost for snow removal. Obviously, we're not meteorologists for the next winter, and that comes up and surprises us. But how do we budget for that?
So we have, I think, in regards to your question, the one variable that we have to account for is the salt that we use. You don't want to be caught short. Now, we have salt storage facilities that allow us to maintain a supply of salt for our trucks and our application. So we order based on like an average year, kind of a moving average. But if in the event like last year, you take a look at last year here, and this is the most current year on the left, we are able to carry salt over through the summer. So it's not a situation where like a business may want to, they don't want to have pallets full of salt.
You're keeping a little extra inventory.
We can carry over plenty of salt through the summer for next year. And so that's how we're able to adjust for these highs and lows. Is we
basically have a season and a half of inventory on hand at the beginning. Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, Mike, I'll add just on your benefit here with what you were talking about when we're vetting equipment. If you look at, going back to that 3 or 5 inch average, or 5 a year or so, or, fall under that. We're not buying equipment or vetting equipment that is going to be addressing those, 6+ inch snowfalls that only happen once a year. I mean, we have significant snowfall events numbers wise, but you go back to 13, 14 there on the graph and you can see that we didn't have any events that were over 6 inches. Right. So having robust equipment that's going to handle 6+ inches on a very low frequency isn't justified, but we have lots of, less than an inch that we have to address.
What we're able to do is we're able to get the roadways opened up in the same amount of time, but with these larger events, we're going to spend more time getting things pushed further and further back.
Correct.
Okay.
But we're not spending money for those once every.
So advances in equipment. So kind of going back to skid loader versus compact loader. So with our new facility, we have wider doors, taller doors, deeper garage bays that have now allowed us to outfit plow trucks with a wing on them. Before, even with the wing up, we were not able to get them indoors at our old facility, so that was not even something that we can consider. So 20% additional miles of streets. We actually decreased the number of plow trucks. A couple of years ago, when we bought a new one, we traded 2 of them in for 1 new truck. Okay, that's what we've been able to do with a good, timely updating of the equipment fleet. And so we also have, we don't want to ever get into having single-purpose vehicles. We want to have multi-purpose vehicles. So we have trucks with hook lifts on them so they can have a dump box on the back. They could have a brine tank on the back. If it's not snowing and we're taking recyclables, they're able to pull a recycling bin from the recycling center up onto them, take them down to Cedar Falls, take them to our vendors, take them to our market. We want trucks that are used every day of the year as much as possible.
And the premise behind, those vehicles like with the wing, instead of doing 2 passes on the street, both ways, so 4 passes, you do 2.
Right, so I have a 30-foot, most of our streets are 35-foot wide in the residential area. In my neighborhood, it used to take 4 passes. Now they're doing it in 2 because the truck up in my area has a wing on it. So
on that street, you've cut the mileage in half.
Yeah, so we're trying to be more efficient with our equipment. Again, same number of staff.
Right.
I think that's some of how you've been able to maintain that staff too, is we utilize that technology that helps us assist out. Some areas you don't have the luxury, we may have to add staff, but for the most part, that core is what they do.
Or invest a little bit more in our facilities to accommodate those pieces of equipment.
It lasts longer.
There's nothing more I like more than increasing productivity, and it's a great way to cut costs without too much pain.
So how are you budgeting? I understand the efficiency piece of it with equipment. How are you budgeting for those really bad years for labor?
Well, when we get to the street department, we'll cover that. So we're kind of
foreshadowing.
Yeah.
We're setting the stage here. It's very good. Budgetary lighting we're doing here. It's very nice.
And then we get into our airport operations. One of the things about Public Works, there are 10 divisions. There are only 2 divisions that draw from property taxes. One of those is there's a little bit of a subsidy, property tax subsidy going to the airport. And so what I'd like to show with this chart here is if you go back to that 97, 98, that property tax support, James has talked about our tax rate. Our tax rate's right around $14.5 per $1,000 evaluation. 20 plus years ago, about 15 cents of that tax rate was going towards the airport. We are now down to 2 cents of that tax rate. So if our tax rate, I think last year it shows at $14.37, 2 cents of that went to airport operations and maintenance. Now, that does not account for big capital projects. That's just the routine, normal maintenance and operation of the airport. So it's almost self-sufficient. That is rare, very rare in Iowa. Okay, so due to a printing snafu, you got the entire presentation that I think Chris gave back in November.
In case you didn't like it before, you get to really like it now.
It's very nice.
So
pictures.
I encourage you just to kind of thumb through that. I think I meant to only print a couple of slides, and I ended up printing the whole report. But it's already printed. I'll give it to you again. So it's a general aviation airport. We have an airport mechanic that is under contract with the city to provide some services and maintenance. in order to them, they're basically leasing our hangar space in order to run their mechanic operations out there, but they're also servicing the general aviation community. They're providing fueling services and some other things, and then they're also providing maintenance for us as well, so we don't have to have our own facilities manager. You'll hear about that later. The city has a facility manager. It takes care of City Hall, public services, fire station, library, whether it's changing light bulbs or doing snow removal, those types of things. That's what the manager helps with out there to keep up the facilities. National Guard comes up from the Waterloo area, does training runs on this, so I think that's interesting. You'll hear the is that Blackhawk helicopter? I think it's a medical version of their Blackhawk helicopter doing training runs up here. Young Eagles flight program, so there's educational programs going on. We do the fly-in breakfast out there, and also most pilots don't own their own aircraft. They rent them, so they provide our airport operator out there has airplanes available for rent. And then you can also see our runway extension program that's going to extend the airport runway from 2,800 to 3,200 feet. So the Waverly Airport will still have one of the smallest runways in the state, but we're also one of the busiest general aviation airports. Okay. I'm not a big history buff unless it comes to Waverly's infrastructure and what we've done over time. And so, again, I talk about 1980 as kind of being a milestone or benchmark for us. And so this is looking at the water and sewer rate history going back to 1980. And one of the things that I want to point out, the notes on there, I think typically the ones up on top relate to sewer and the ones on the bottom relate to the water, is that the city has invested tremendously into our water and sewer infrastructure, expanding them out to the newly annexed areas. Again, that annexation occurred in 1977. And so we have lots of infrastructure projects that we've done. Another area that I want to point out is right around 2000, you'll start to see where not only Waverly's water and sewer rates start to deviate from the consumer price index, which is the yellow line, but they did statewide. Waverly is not unique in this. This is occurring all over the state, that you have an aging infrastructure system and other factors that are influencing water and sewer rates across the entire state of Iowa.
Some of that EPA or regs that have come into effect, because that is an awful pivot there.
I don't want to put this on EPA. This is
More DNR. No, just kidding.
a lot of it's aging infrastructure.
It really is.
Okay.
Just the timing with like World War II, that everyone went crazy at a certain time, basically the same time, and now we're all paying for it.
That's part of it, and we'll talk about that as we get into some of our enterprise funds later, and we start talking about wastewater treatment facility and stuff. For instance, Bremer Avenue, when that was rebuilt, the water main underneath that dates back to at least 1917. Okay, right outside here in the hallway, there in the display case, there is a kind of an infrastructure map from 1917, and that water main is in the exact same location that we removed it from underneath Bremer Avenue. So it's the same situation on 4th Street Southwest, that water main that we're going to replace is probably dating back to pre-1917.
Do we have a decent way to handle the forecast? What's 2030 going to look like under the street, or 2031? Are we going to get caught off guard coming up in the future? Or is there just no way to know? Or
yes and yes. Some of them, I don't want to take up too much time here. At the end of February, we're going to be talking about sewer collection, water distribution, and we're going to, again, be talking about the health of our system and what we need to be thinking about for the next 5 years and then the next 20 years going forward.
And we do have a GIS mapping project going on right now for the entire sewer system, water system, everything's getting mapped that's underground, so that'll help.
And how much of the city do we have mapped right now? What percent?
I think they're going by water first, then sewer, then so they'll get the entire city done within this year.
So we'll know at some point.
We have the city mapped. It's just not mapped like with the GIS system.
Right.
Okay.
We have
it's
maps.
Paper copy.
Sure.
Yeah. So, we went from paper copies to a computer CAD system in the early 90s, and then GIS, a much more advanced computer system, came on board probably in the mid-2000s, and so at what point does the city make that transition?
And then with that paper copy, right now we basically only know, okay, it was 1917 when this was done, and is that essentially, I'm sure you begin to, the years you've been here, you begin to understand the infrastructure a little bit better, but
right.
Essentially it's a year basically that we know without GIS?
Well, without that document, without the document in that display case, we wouldn't have any idea exactly how old that water main is. Okay, so
the individual in our water department, Daryl, has been here 40 plus years. He probably knows everything in the city of the back of his hand. I think he started when I was probably
77, I think. Yeah.
It is. He's got tremendous knowledge. We're putting it into a digital format so you can come to those data points faster. We'll know what section this is that age, what section's here, what kind of materials in that sewer area. Just everything. So we are advancing, but knowing is the first part. How do you do it and replace it's the worst part.
So he's not allowed to retire until we have every GIS mapped.
That's the way I'm looking at it, yeah.
I think he's going to be disappointed. He's going to be like, darn, it's easier now and I'm retiring.
Exactly.
I don't know.
Right when I'm leaving.
Okay, so we talk about water rates. We have to borrow money to do infrastructure, and we have these loans that need to be paid back. So we try to, we always want to prefer to be in being able to have an opportunity to do a project rather than being required or forced into doing a project. So we prefer projects that we're able to schedule in time ourselves. Bremer Avenue, we weren't so much under that control. DOT, so this is the timeline, and so we had to respond to that. So the one that you're seeing up on top there is our the loan that we had to take out to cover the water main under Bremer Avenue. But fortunately, it layered in nicely that as this one dropped off, this one came on board, so it somewhat lessened the impact on that. So we try to kind of plan, schedule, and stage these projects out. That's what's so important about doing these infrastructure plans. So the water distribution plan that we're updating was previously done about 10 years ago. Again, it addresses the health of your system and the concerns that you have, and you always want to be in a position where you're able to plan and schedule work to coincide with maybe retiring some debt if it's a more substantial project. Okay. On the wastewater side, on the sewer side, I like using this one because when I stood up here and gave this presentation 3 years ago in 17-18, this was what we were anticipating coming at us with our wastewater treatment project. And so at that time, we were thinking, do we go with a more traditional loan where it's not using the state revolving fund program, it's using something more traditional that we've taken advantage of, and this is what we were looking at. So where we were going to go from a loan payment of $400,000 a year up to loan payments, it was going to spike at $1.2 million. That's what we were kind of looking at, and we're thinking, okay, what can we do? Is there better options for us going forward? So this is where we are today, that the scaling of the grass is a little bit different, but rather than $1.2 million, we're now peaking at $800,000 for an annual loan payment. And this is a 20-year versus a more traditional 10 or 12-year loan option for us. So the 20-year loan was available through the state revolving fund. We do have the ability to pay it off faster if we want to, but it is at a very favorable interest rate, and there's also some other benefits to it, like having half of our interest returned for a local water quality project. We've been struggling with identifying a project, but we think we do have one identified now going forward. We're going to begin talking about that at the February study session. On the solid waste side, the same type of history chart. So we get back to 1980 again and start looking at what our rates were. We were doing residential and commercial garbage collection. That was kind of about it. But then we start seeing how different services are layered in. In 92, we began the recycling program, and then it was in 98 that we began the yard waste operations in earnest. Prior to 1998, all the yard waste was burned. So all summer long, we had kind of this smoldering smudge pile of yard waste being burned down across from where the dog park is right now. Okay, so this gives you kind of the timeline history of things. This big spike in fees was the result of landfill charges at the Bremer County landfill. So kind of see how that may have affected things. We see at this point here is where we required the use of city garbage containers, and we did away with this is our base fee, and we did away with the stickers, and so then we pick up this line here is your regular garbage fee utilizing the city container. What we are starting to see here, though, is that the Blackhawk County landfill fees are starting to increase at about 5% a year. They had been flat when the Bremer County landfill closed and we had to switch to Blackhawk County. The Blackhawk County fees had been flat for a number of years, but now they're starting to increase $2 per ton per year, which is about a 5% annualized increase.
Mike, do you know off the top of your head what the age of the Blackhawk County is when that's going to?
I don't.
Okay.
I know they're looking to open another cell up. Yeah. One of the last things I did when I was still there was finance the cell they have now they're working through. It was supposed to last much longer than they thought. They're already looking at another cell getting opened up, so it's filling faster than anticipated. I think the fees are reflecting some of that need, and it's
I mean, they're regionalizing. I mean, Fayette County's taking the black. It seems weird to me.
All I know is 1 million cubic yards of fill. That's a lot of dirt, and to see that hole, looking into that and how big that was, and now it's filling and almost done, and that was not that many years back. It's going faster and faster as more and more is put into landfills.
What I would like to point out with this, though, is if you look at the yellow line being the consumer price index, is our commercial garbage fees and our residential fees. If you look at the top line, for quite some time, probably since 1990, when we added the recycling program in 92, they've been paralleling the consumer price index. So our commercial and solid waste fees since 1990, our increases have been, basically mimicking the consumer price index going forward. We've added a tremendous amount of services without, dramatically increasing the fees. They've been, again, a lot more service, but matching the consumer price index. So not everyone takes advantage of all the services offered, but this sheet here is a good reflection of the services that we are providing for our community. So, yard waste operations are, for the most part, free of charge, whether you are dropping material off or taking advantage of the processed compost or wood mulch. We are also providing, if you can't haul it, we'll haul it for you for a nominal fee to recover our operating costs. Those ash trees, first year we were thinking maybe those logs could be salvaged and sold for lumber. That didn't go so well. But now we're making those logs available as firewood logs, so that as those trees were being taken down, we spent a little bit more time cutting them into smaller pieces. We want to keep it under 200 pounds, with the idea that maybe two people could muscle them up onto a trailer or into the back of a pickup. We're not going to cut them into 18, 17-inch pieces for you, but that program has been tremendous. Everything, 100% of the material that goes into that facility has to leave that facility. And so we have to find markets for that. We have to adjust our operations to find ways to accomplish that. And so with the ash trees, that was one thing that we did. We also, again, offered delivery service, so that we have people with wood burners kind of on the fringe of the community, or we'll go a little bit outside of our city limits. And so we have people that are taking advantage of that as well. Okay. That's the overview.
You ready to start now?
I hope that overview will allow us to walk through these a little more quickly. We're going to start out with Public Works Administration. And put that up. What I'd like to do is kind of package Public Works Administration engineering. Talked about 5 full-time employees. Traditionally, it was myself and the office manager under administration, and then we had a secretary and 2 engineering techs under engineering. What has happened is that our secretary receptionist has been spending a lot of her time dealing with solid waste type questions and duties. Duties are like every year we do a special collection in the spring that people can sign up for. So if you're looking at getting rid of some old furniture or mattresses, you sign up. There is a disposal fee. But at that point, once you pay, you need only put it out at the curb, and we'll come and do a special collection. So she's the one who's tasked with taking all of those orders in and receiving payments and those types of operations. And there are other things throughout the year related to solid waste that she gets involved in. However, being under the engineering department, she was not being funded with solid waste. Her salary was only being covered with water and sewer. and we thought it would be more appropriate to have a portion of her salary paid with solid waste. So again, I started out talking about there are only 2 divisions, 2 of the 10 divisions that have any property tax support. So it's like, well, how are you funded then? Where do you get paid? So for instance, I'm under Public Works Administration, and when I am working on a very specific capital project, such as whether it was like Bremer Avenue or 4th Street Southwest or an airport project, I charge my time to those capital projects. But that only covers a portion of it, of my wage. So how is the rest of it paid for? It's split out 3 ways. A third of it is solid waste, a third is water, and a third is sewer. And so if you look down at the very bottom, Public Works Administration, you'll see a third, and a third. Okay. So if it cannot be allocated to a specific capital project, and that's what you're seeing over here. Let's see, zoom right on in here. Allocation to water, sewer, solid waste, or projects. So the first thing that we do for the staff is we take off the amount allocated to projects, and whatever's left over in the department is split 3 ways: water, sewer, solid waste. Now you're going to see percentages like this pop up in lots of different areas. A portion of your wage comes from water, sewer, and solid waste. Okay? You'll see that later on.
One of the reasons for that, if I can interject too, Mike, if you look at the books that you all have now, your MLA books, anything associated with water, sewer, solid waste enterprise funds should be captured by those funds. And that's the way that this governmental accounting is supposed to work, and it's why we pull in these things and people that are working in those areas as well. And one of the other things that we look at, if you were to straight tax for that, there is a significant portion of the city that does not pay taxes, whether it be us, the county, schools, the colleges, and nonprofits, a significant portion of users that do not pay it. So to tax for that then puts a burden on the people that are paying taxes versus the ones that are not. But everybody uses water, sewer, solid waste, and pays those fees. It's a much more efficient and equitable way to charge back those services that Mike's department is really responsible for, the sewer system, the water collection, everything, to that method versus taxing for it. So we'll get that question quite a bit. You'll see comments in the paper, et cetera, about that, why are taxes, et cetera. That's why it's done this way, because it's a more efficient and equal way to do it, because everybody uses those fees, but not everybody pays taxes. And some of the largest users in the entire city do not pay taxes. That's how we recoup that cost to everyone else versus straight just taxing for everything. So just so you're aware, that will come up off and on. That is why. And we can give you a list of those that don't pay taxes, and it's substantial. So we have to abate that the best we can, the most fair and equitable that we can, and that's what Mike is doing with the staff, equipment, et cetera, since that's a primary use.
So if you look at the very bottom, it shows you the personnel, shows you the staffing, clear down at the very bottom. So you go like, oh, you're adding a staff member, okay. But if you go to the engineering side of it, you're going to go, oh, you're losing someone. Well, what we're doing is for accounting purposes, we're just shifting the person over, okay? So you go up to personnel expenses. Within this department, 90% is related to labor. And then the other 5% is office supplies, computer replacement, those types of things. So got some things going on up here. You're going to go, holy cow, it's jumping. It's going from 195 up to 254, and then it's dropping back down again. How come you're kind of on this roller coaster here? Okay, well, the big jump is we're adding that person in, and you're going to see a decrease in the engineering for personnel. But that's why you're seeing the increase here. Additionally, we have a retirement. We have a veteran of 31 years that's going to be retiring in December. That's my office manager. And so what we're accounting for here is potentially bringing someone on as early as November so that there's upwards of 2 months of overlap to help with that transition. And granted, it's going to take much, much longer for that person to get ramped up because again, Public Works Administration covers 10 different divisions. And so the duties and responsibilities and knowledge of that office manager are tremendous. So that's why it's going to drop back down again because we don't have that 2 months of overlap anymore. Okay. Any questions on Public Works Administration? Otherwise, we're going to move on to engineering. Actually, you can zoom back in. So things to point out with engineering are, again, on personnel, you're going to see a big drop in personnel expenses, and again, that's shifting that position, putting them under Public Works Administration. Otherwise, again, with this division, it's mostly personnel expenditures. I do want to draw your attention to is and Public Works consistently does this, within our budgets, we're always projecting an additional 2 years out because we get down like this situation here. We have 3 pickups within the engineering department, and we've got 2 of them that are, that need to be replaced. And so we're anticipating, I can't get that, Val, can you get, I want to see right down here. So we're anticipating that in FY22, FY23, we're going to have a pickup replacement. And so again, this is an expenditure that's going to get split between water and sewer. Does that inspire any questions?
So we're going to see those transfers.
It shows up as an interdepartmental transfer. That's the line item in water, sewer, and solid waste.
I just want to preface that into the future.
Absolutely. So it goes into one account, and you see half a transfer, or whatever the split is, into the other.
Correct.
Absolutely.
So engineering, okay, we got engineering techs. What do they do? What are we inspecting and doing? I used to be able to say that a third of our projects we would develop in-house and inspect and administer in-house. A third of the projects we'd have consultants do the design work, and then we'd pick it up with the inspection administration in-house. And then a third of them are so large, so complicated. You think of like Cedar River Parkway, 4th Street Southwest, wastewater treatment facility. We're going to have a consultant help us throughout the entire process, design as well as the construction, administration, inspection of the project. That's shifting because there's a lot going on, and you'll see that when we start talking about capital projects. But in-house, we're developing and bidding out the seal coat program, sidewalk program, crack sealing, slurry sealing, manhole rehab, a lot of our annualized programs. Those are things that we kind of focus in on. Other projects that we have consultants working on, but we'll pick them up. Cedar Lane, we had a consultant put the plans together, but we're doing the construction, inspection, administration on that work. Probably the same case coming up this year with 218 North going out past the airport. It's an asphalt overlay project. Consultant is doing the design work. We'll pick it up with the inspection administration of the project.
When you do those projects, have you ever bid the whole project assuming they do everything, and then bid it, scale it down to say, okay, we're going to do pieces of it, just so we can understand the added value that your department has?
We approach it a lot from allotment of time. What do we have resources to do in-house? What is our skill set? we take a 4th Street Southwest project. One of the things that we're going to be very much involved in is keeping the public and the neighbors informed as to what's happening. So as far as, I guess the short answer to your question is no. We look at what is our skill set, what is our time availability, and where is it best for our employees to spend that resource on, that time resource. So even like the 4th Street, we're going to have them do the inspection on it, but we're going to be very much engaged and involved in a weekly, maybe even daily basis on keeping the public and the neighbors informed as to what's happening, because it's right in the middle of town.
I can only imagine exponentially if we were to expand our local internal skill sets, what this budget would look like.
Yeah.
Now, right now, we have 2 employees. That's it. So it's not as if we have 8 or 10 people that are wanting to do, we only have the manpower for 2 people to help do the inspection analysis, other than Mike. And that's some of the limitations you'll see in a lot of budgets. We stay fairly lean. The alternative is hire more people, pay less consulting, and that's a policy decision in a sense, but we've tried to keep bodies lean the best we can, and so even in this division, we have 2. And you'll see when we get in the parks, we may have 1 more for the entire. I mean, it's we stay lean, we work stuff hard, and that's how we can do, and that's where Mike's at his division. You have a couple people here, a couple here. We might have 4 people in the entire street department. I mean, it's a very small group that works a whole lot of area.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I think, I know that you guys are running lean. I guess I was just trying to, I think sometimes the perception out there is what are we doing with our own staff? And I think sometimes if you can articulate that and put a value on that, sometimes that helps to say, in this project, our own staff, this is what that time means. That's how we're adding to this project. Because if we didn't do that, the bid would be that much higher, and it helps with that perception is, what are we doing in our engineering department or any department really?
And it answers that question, what's our involvement in this project if we just farmed everything out? So.
And I think the newsletter you put out is a great forum for that, and you already do some of that, right? Saying this is what meet our staff, this is what they do. Leisure Services has started doing that. But yeah, the more communication, the better.
Yeah. And that's coming out of Public Works Administration, the newsletter. So
one of the concerns I see is just growing construction costs, which I know a lot of that's obviously out of our control. We've got steel going through the roof with tariffs and things like that. But I guess just in generally speaking, it seems like construction companies are pushing pushing it up, and obviously that's markets going up. Do we sense anything there that could back off?
I think you hit it in the head, though, in this environment with tariffs hitting some of the material. They're trying to recoup that. The amount of construction is going on statewide. We get good bidders and good numbers of bidders coming in, and they're close bids. So it's the entire industry that's at that point. We're not seeing 2 guys, we had to pick this one. We see multiple bidders, and we looked at Waldheim, we had 9 engineering firms that had interest and sent proposals in. We see 5 and 6 bidders at a time, very close-knit bids. It's just where the pricing is, and that's the market we're seeing. When we start getting into housing, and we spend a day on that with Bill, et cetera, the dollars per foot to build a house now has gone far beyond where we ever thought it would be, much less commercial property. It's not because of anything else other than, well, that's the cost of materials now. That's the cost of the overhead. That's the cost of the wage need that has to be done for certain projects, and insurance coverage, and all these things they have to consider for their overhead is transferred to us, plus a little bit. Because in 2 years, if that's how long the project takes, so we got to cover 2 years from now where we'll think we'll be and we bid it too, because today it might be different from 2 years from now. So there's inflation put into their bids as well to cover some of these multi-year projects. And we and every other community around here are at the mercy of that. Because we don't have the manpower, the expertise to do these projects in-house by design. And if we did, then when we don't have projects, we have people not working, it's very difficult. But that's a great point, because we are facing that more than ever, increased costs for this stuff, and it only gets more expensive. It does not get cheaper every year.
It's kind of grim, but a correction could do us a favor in this area anyway. So,
absolutely. Sorry, Mike, go ahead.
So, small question. I noticed under engineering, if we're looking at the salaries and wages, the increase is 2.5%. But back when we were looking at Public Works Administration, it was 3%. If you look ahead to Equipment Services, it's 3%. Why is this at a 2.5% increase?
Yeah, that needs to be 3% to reflect where we're at with the 3-year.
And we'll quick jump in and expand on that. We've gone through contract negotiations. We haven't voted on anything. You'll get that in February. We've went through that process. The board tasked us with a certain amount of wage increase and a certain amount of insurance out-of-pocket increase. Well, the insurance out-of-pocket was a bit more than the council asked for, and the wage went up 0.1 from where you wanted it to be. And so when you're seeing the 3%, that is not 3%. That's 3% prior to the out-of-pocket insurance is going to hit all of us as we go forward, which is more than what council had asked for. So when you're seeing that, that is throughout all the departments. We're just having it in as placeholder. Some of it is negotiated contractually, which we'll have to look at those contracts in February. But that's what's driving that is out-of-pocket will go from 10% to 12% potentially, and then we also had a 9% increase in insurance overall. So everything is going up in cost, and we are facing that burden and trying to negate it the best we can. Employees picking up more, wage offsetting it some, and that's just kind of the mix of where we're in. And we'll talk about that a little further.
And that's a general concern because we've got these wages and everything are growing faster really than the city. So it's, comes back to productivity. And anyway, I think that can we get the citizens involved in helping lower those costs? If there are ways, I think we should explore those.
You will see some that are more than 3%. Like in solid waste, it's 7%, and that's because we still have employees that are working through step increases. So we have a 5-step pay increase. So if you're hired at step 1, there are 4% increments between step 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 3 and 4. So if you're a new employee, you're going to get the 3-year cost of living increase plus the step increase, and so that's accounted for in some of these budgets where you'll see it greater than 3%.
So this was my question is the number right and the label wrong?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll double check, but thank you.
General infrastructure.
So this is kind of an odd division. It's kind of a, I don't know what I want to call it.
It's a Bordeaux. It's a little bit of everything.
A little bit of
together.
everything.
There's no people. There's no employees.
There are no
So
people.
this is where it gets, we'll start with the revenue side.
Yeah.
So interest income. So interest income, state highway maintenance, charges to other services, and fuel tax refunds. These are all things that are related to the streets department, but per state criteria in our road use tax fund, you only get one revenue source that goes into that fund, and that's state, what you get from the state. So if you're earning some, we do carry an operating balance. If you're earning some interest off of that, you can't put the interest back into that account. We have an agreement for maintaining Highway 3 and Highway 116. I think it's somewhere around, well, it tells us right here, $13,000 a year, $13,200. You can't put that into the road use tax street account.
Is 116 4th Street or what?
Yes. It's State Highway 116. Those items show up here. The big one towards the bottom is streetlights. This is a pass-through. Waverly Utilities covers that cost for us, but they need to show it as an expense and revenue coming back in on their side of things. So they show it here as reimbursing the city $280,000. They pick the number. So it's just a pass-through. If you go to the next page, under expenses, services, and commodities, you'll see the exact same dollar amount. So our finance director will simply adjust that based off of what they determine the actual number is that they want to use. And then you'll see at the very bottom is where you get the transfer to the airport. And when we look at the airport, you'll see an equal amount showing up as a revenue in the airport. So this is one of the divisions that has a little bit of that property tax support. This is where it shows being transferred to the airport. Maintenance of the dam, the river gauge, those are expensed out of here as well. So annually we pay the USGS. I think that's about $10,000 a year. But then we've also got some maintenance on the dam. So we talk about whether it be air filters in the control room or work on the air compressors, that comes out of here. We also, you've seen some divers out there maybe from time to time doing some different things. Those are some inspections that we're doing or some repair work that we're doing. And so one of the expenses that we have coming up is we're going to be every 4 to 5 years. Down below, there's a whole series of bolts. It's like a piano hinge, and there's like 300 bolts going across on this. Kind of functions as a piano hinge. They have to torque the bolts down. Just through operation, they'll loosen up a little bit, and so they torque them down.
They're not looking for the huge catfish, as one citizen asked me. It's not exactly the way it works down there. So.
But they will check for scour holes and anything else that will show up. A few years ago when they did that, they noted that there were some scour holes, so then we did some additional work on getting those scour holes filled back in.
So they check to see if we have any dam problems.
Amen. That's it.
Hopefully not big ones.
Mike,
We're getting punchy. I'm glad lunch is here in 30 minutes. It's getting bad, Brad.
Mike, if there were repairs that needed to be done on the trail bridges, would that come out of this budget, or is that out of a different budget? The reason I'm asking is because we had the report last fall
Right.
that the bridges are beginning to be in really bad shape, and I'm not sure what our obligation as a city is to repair or replace some of the bridges on the trail. But
It would depend on the bridge and how we're going to do it, what funding source we'd use. It's possible some could, but most likely it would be possibly through parks, trails, could be through our debt. I mean, it really depends on which bridge and what we're doing to it.
Okay.
You will see every 4 years we do inspect the trail bridges.
Yep.
And that inspection cost does come out of this division.
But we don't really have a fund that's established to do repair replacement?
No, not yet.
Okay, is that something that we may be looking at doing?
That's something he's saying, Mike, show me what the schedule is for that.
Okay.
And we talk about our 5-year plan and then our long-range needs plan, which may take us out, 10, probably 5 to 10 years.
Do we have, I'm glad to hear that, because that was one of my concerns.
We're trying to look out 10 more because that's where a lot of the bridge work is really going to start to set in.
Yeah.
You look at that report, and we've had all these comments on Rail Trail Bridge, and we will cover that in the next meeting, but that's been considered for 10 years, what's going to happen to that. And we have some photos I don't really want to show you, but we'll show you some of the piers and all that stuff is coming due. I mean, the number of bridges on the trail, these are all wooden structures. They do have lifespans. Yeah. And that's why we're looking at maybe 5 years we have, the next 5 years.
So we will have
really where that's going to fall.
We will have some conversations on how that's going to be funded, whether it be done through establishing a fund or general obligation or whatever. Yep. The other question I had, I guess this is really more for my own curiosity, how far does the city's responsibility extend down the trail as we leave city limits? Are we responsible for those bridges that are outside of city limits?
63.
All the way to Highway 63.
Right, and so
that's our trail.
We're kind of anticipating knowing that in 2025 is when we're going to have to be, that's when we're starting to focus on a project.
Right.
And that, now, is that going to be right 2025, or is it going to be 2026 or 2027? Don't know, but right now, we're kind of angling in on 2025 is when we're going to have to start addressing the entire corridor. And a couple years ahead of that, we're going to have to really start the funding plan,
Right.
as well as the engineering plan on getting that stuff pulled together. So in respect to that, we're looking at major project. That it's more than just going out and doing an overlay or a patch.
Right.
This is about going in and probably replacing structures or eliminating structures if possible, doing that 1 year and then coming back the next year and rehabbing the entire pavement system.
I just wanted to be clear that that is actually a city obligation all the way to Highway 63, that the county doesn't do any of it or some other state organization. It's
Not
our
yet.
baby. Okay.
That's all us, brush clearing, pavement management, everything is ours, so.
I have one thing. If Valerie, you can put the last budget up there, if you've got it handy. Just wanted to question fiscal year 19. You see the streetlights. You brought that up. That's in and out between revenues and expenses. I just did the math there. We had $276,594 in revenues, and out went $238,799, which is a difference is $37,795.
Are you talking?
You're looking-
I can't hear you.
Look at 18, 19.
On fiscal
Yeah,
18,
19, sorry.
The difference between revenue coming in and expenditures.
On the street lights and then street lighting, I'm guessing it's
It's on
supposed
the
to be
good
the same
side for
thing.
us. I feel good about that.
Right. I'm guessing that there's probably operations of the,
I can surely look at that.
yeah, I'm guessing it's probably like actual street light replacement came out of that or something
On
like
top
that.
of the actual lights as well. Yeah, there was
Yeah.
something additional in there, I'm sure.
Upgrades to LEDs or whatever, but our revenues are higher than our expenditures in this scenario. And it's the same thing, you look back at year ending 18.
Fiscal 18 as well.
So they're not the same. The revenues are higher than the expenditures. So,
And that's, the revenues are what came in from waste
Right.
utilities, but yes, the expenditures just didn't come up.
I just didn't want the question, out of context with what Mike had explained, that it goes in and it goes back out, so that
It'll
was the
go
only.
back out at maybe the next fiscal year.
Right, yeah, okay. Yeah, that was all. Thank
Willie can answer, we'll have an answer for you at the
you.
next
Okay,
meeting.
that's fine.
Nothing else, we'll jump to equipment services. Some bright paper. People. Good night.
Sunglasses.
I'm telling you right now.
So we do get some revenue coming in from outside agencies, and this is where Waverly Utilities comes in, and that what they're billing us, labor and parts, is about $15,000 a year is what we bill out for that. Otherwise, we get down to, we have 2 employees in this department, and they service vehicles across the entire city spectrum. So police, fire, ambulance, parks, cemetery, golf course, water, sewer, everything. They have the ability to utilize equipment services for their maintenance needs. Oftentimes you get into like the park, cemetery, and golf course, they do a lot of their own routine type maintenance, but they get into something where they need some additional assistance or expertise, they certainly can draw upon the staff at equipment services as well. Major expenditures are, you'll see about a little over $100,000 a year in parts and supplies coming in, and then that is expensed back out. At the very bottom here, you'll see allocation or charges for parts as well as for labor. We also get just a flat contribution of $10,000 coming out of water, sewer, solid waste, and road use tax. That's where the $40,000 comes in. And that leaves net operations shortfall of about $140,000 a year. This is the only other division within Public Works that gets property tax support. So that's, you got to kind of think of that $40,000 from water, sewer, solid waste, and road use tax as an additional support to cover expenditures that are not parts or labor that are billable. So whether that be training, sick leave, holidays, vacation, those are non-billable expenses. And so, again, the enterprise funds and road use tax helps cover that. And then the balance of about $140,000 a year is covered with property taxes.
Because some of the labor and the equipment they're doing hit those funds as well, because we have equipment they're running through there also, so we're trying to capture that in all three of those. But as I said before, it's a two-man operation. You look at the amount of equipment going through, they're never lacking any kind of work. It's taking away the utilities is another one. At some point, we may have to look at another body. Why don't you touch on that, Mike?
So we look at succession planning and long-term, short-term, long-term needs, and so we're going to address it in two of the enterprise funds, probably in 2 weeks. Staffing needs, because we've talked about how infrastructure is growing, how whether it's water main, sewer main, streets, but our personnel haven't changed. And Police Chief Purcell's talked about a couple of years they're going to be addressing that issue. In two areas we're going to be talking about addressing that coming up in this budget. So equipment services is another area that we're looking at as well. We have a situation where we've got two mechanics. Their exit strategy or timeline is about the same. That's a concern when both your mechanics may retire within a year or two of each other. That is one of our concerns going forward, and not an immediate issue right now, but when you start looking 2-3 years out, it's going to become more of a concern at that point. And so we want to always be in a situation where we have if you have one person leaving, you've got ample opportunity to get another person up to speed before the next person leaves. We talk about kind of a 3-year period of time to get ramped up, depending on the various areas of responsibility. If you're coming in on the solid waste department, we look at about a year to kind of get you ramped up so that you have a really good feel for what's going on. I talk about my office manager. That's probably more of a 3-year learning curve. So where do the mechanics fit into that learning curve? It might be in that 2 to 3 year range, given the variety of equipment that we work on, from mowers to fire trucks.
And it's the complexity as well. When you start getting into emissions and Tier 4 engines and things keep evolving, the training never stops. It's not just changing out this and that anymore. The amount of computerized technology around these vehicles that are coming in, when you look at the fire trucks, you look at just the graders, the things that have gone to a more of an emissions controlled system than it used to be, it's all a lot more complicated. You just don't walk in because you can tune up your car and do this job. It's a lot of specialized equipment that they get through in a hurry.
So are you saying you would see us moving to 3 employees for 2 to 3 years and then switching back to 2?
Could be 2.5. It could be. It depends on the situation.
But in the sense that we would have a boost in employees, then perhaps after the retirement we might come back down. Perhaps.
We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see. I kind of want to use the analogy of the skid loader. You get an old skid loader that's kind of retired and outdated, and kind of take that opportunity to reevaluate your needs.
I think Mike brings up a great
retired mechanic.
Mike brings up a great point, though, that now we're
Not sure you should.
servicing the fire department, utilities. You know, we're expanding our obligations, but how we address those obligations, you know. So it could be what, you know, Councilman Birgen mentioned as far as upscaling and coming back, but I think you may very well find out that that extra body is beneficial.
One option that we kind of talked about, we don't know how valid it is, but do you need a full-time person or do you need a half-time person? And if you need a half-time mechanic, you know, I think a great way for them to learn is for them to operate the equipment. So if they're functioning 50% of the time in the mechanic shop and the other 50% of the time, hey, they're learning they're running the garbage route, they're running the dump trucks and the plow trucks, they're learning how to operate the equipment that they're going to be maintaining.
Extra set of hands, those key times you might need it, things like that.
That may be a way to make that transition.
Just tossing around a lot of scenarios. We're not sure yet how it's going to go because we've got a few years to go.
I think those conversations can come when we start looking at that. Maybe not now is not the time.
Yes, sir.
I definitely appreciate the vertical integration that we do here and keeping as much of this in-house. Do we have just I'm not looking for a complete analysis, but just like, hey, if we were to eliminate this department and farm everything out, I'm guessing it'd be an unruly mess. Would it definitely be more expensive to do that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You look at the dollars charged from shops to repair this stuff when we've had to send them out. I'll tell these guys that pay them as much as we can. I mean, it's kind of like that in all seriousness. We had to do a review of the other mechanic one year, and he was grossly underpaid. We tried to adjust it the best we could. The amount of stuff these guys do for this city, I don't think anybody ever realizes. If you send that out to a shop at $100 some an hour, you see what they're making. It's not $100 an hour. And you're paying the overhead and their benefits as well. It is a tremendous loss. And then the timing. Who knows when they're going to get it back? And if it's a late night quick thing, our shop closes at 5. I'm sorry, you'll get this tomorrow. Instead of these guys will go 5:30, a little overtime, it's back on the street the next morning. There's a lot of tangibles. It's a great point to bring up. I would hate to think what that number would be with what we're dealing in the different pieces of equipment we're dealing. I don't know who services a fire truck around here. Where do you send that to get done? That's
And is there perhaps opportunity for us to get, I had a conversation with a council member from another city, and we were talking about, hey, could we start renting out equipment? That kind of stuff to get and that's kind of off subject, but is there opportunities to take other fire trucks that and maybe we don't want their business, but
we're trying to gauge that though with utilities. How is that going to impact us? We have to take care of ourselves first. Right. Utilities aware of that. Their stuff will come after we're done with our stuff. How much more can you do before we need a third body, a fourth body? I agree, it's something we can look at. It's not a profit center, but can we assist other areas close to us because they're facing the same issue? We'd have to have a discussion with Mark to see what they're capable of. Another body coming in. It's all something that we're working through as we go forward. We just know that we've looked at the scenario of farming it all out, and just the hourly rate alone just tells you everything you need to know. It's unbelievable.
So I was just
some of it is
going to note some of what kind of Mike's talking about with that succession planning is the institutional knowledge that the savings we have from them working on the same piece of equipment and knowing what problems have been
seeing
in the
it
past
evolve where it was.
So some of it is the timeliness of the service work and the familiarity with the equipment. You work on the same person working on the same garbage truck becomes familiar with.
This has been a problem in the past. This is how we've addressed it.
So when we go to bid it, they'll know what we want to watch for, and we don't like this one because it's got this problem all the time, or this engine hasn't performed. It's garbage, and I mean that's where we get that other piece of the knowledge is they've seen it firsthand from fixing it. We don't want another one of those, or this one's got this problem. Check into that, and that's what they provide, and we do specs and everything when we go out to see these as we try to improve the fleet we get technologically.
So in regards to farming work out, that's when we went from 2 mechanics down to 1. The idea was, well, we'll have others do oil changes and do some of those types of things. And after a few years of doing that, it kind of came back to, well, we're losing some of the timeliness, some of the familiarity, and that's when they chose to go back. With our facility that we have today, we have pictures showing what we had before versus what we have, and it's literally night and day in doing that, showing them working on it was an ambulance that we have a good photograph on, where they're on one of the I can't remember what they're called. Creepers, yeah, on their back trying to get underneath an ambulance, and now they can just, we can put a fire truck up on a lift and you can just walk right underneath it. We have great lighting, reflective paint. The floor is paint that reflects the light, and then also the platform lift has lights built right on into that lift itself. So it's literally night and day, and we have the ability to actually probably expand services and operations, but what we did is we sized it so that we have a facility that would meet our needs today as well as 20 and maybe even 50 years from now.
It sure made them a lot more efficient, having the right equipment, the cranes, the lifts, the stuff they had to do before working on it outside in the ground, because that's the only place you could access it, was not good for us. Now it's quicker, it's more efficient, you have the right mechanics and tools, night and day, like Mike said.
We control the customer service too.
We do.
So, thank you, Mike. I know we're at 11:30.
Two more, I'll go through quick.
I wasn't trying to cut you off.
No.
But
we can wrap up these next two in 10, 15 minutes, correct?
Oh, yeah.
there you go. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Road use tax?
So up at the very top is you see you only got one item coming in. Really, that's the road use tax fund revenues, state identified state receipts. So we get somewhere around $1.3 million coming in there. Now, when we're projecting out into that second and third year on this budget, those last two columns, we now are taking into account a new census number of 10,500. So we're able to reflect that all the way through. Again, one of the values in showing that second and third year is because our equipment replacement is not uniform. It can be, if you have some equipment that has a lifespan of 10 years, others with 12 years, others with 15 years, you can't get this normal distribution. Now, we try to normalize it by putting funds or showing an equipment reserve at the very bottom. And the reason for doing that is if you don't have any equipment replacement one year, you go, oh, we got a lot of extra money, let's go in and rebuild a couple of streets or a couple of blocks of streets. But then you'll find out that, oh, we got $350,000, $400,000 in equipment replacement that next year, and we don't have enough funds to support that. So we try to normalize that by looking at this. On average, it's about $250,000 a year in equipment replacement. Okay. About half of the funds are used for labor. Our labor expenditures are running about $700,000 a year. We do within our, it doesn't show up here, but I think you'll be getting a copy of our personnel spreadsheet. It does have snow removal operations accounted for in that. Or I may be wrong on that, but I know somewhere we have an expenditure item is for snow removal as well as street sweep. Okay, there. Well, that's training for snow removal. We do track how much time and effort goes into doing snow removal as well as street sweeping. Those are our staff have to note the amount of time that they're spending on those two operations so that they can be tracked for, I think, reporting purposes. So if you're interested in knowing that, we can certainly provide those costs to you.
I think Chris had the question, I did too, at the same time on the snow removal. If labor, we get a lot of snow and we overshoot our labor there, what happens there?
Well, that's why we carry balances, reserves, and then we hope it ebbs and flows over time to where we have a light winter, heavy winter, and it balances out.
I'm sure it's not perfect.
No, it's not far from perfect. So we have the number of trucks sitting. We have staff that do multiple things. We don't just have guys that plow snow. We pull them from the garbage routes, recycling. We pull them from the streets if we need to. We pull parks. I mean, they are pulled in from other duties to take care of that and then go back to what they're doing. So we don't have the ability to say, well, it's just not plow snow. Well, these guys are doing 4 or 5 different things too. They're just all pulled in to take care of that when it becomes a need. So we budget for the trucks. We have the time that they're spending, whether it's here or there, so they're just taking time. It's the overtime that possibly comes into effect, and that's where the balances ebb and flow as need be.
Yeah, so we do every 2 weeks with payroll, we do a report that goes to James that shows within every department within Public Works overtime. And so we look at this year compared to last year, and then we also have a 3-year running average, because you are going to have some highs and lows. So we're like, well, how are we doing in comparison to the average? If we're pulling solid waste operators to help with snow removal operations, they code their time to snow removal. They do not charge it to solid waste operations. They charge it to the snow removal. Same thing, we pull in from water and line maintenance. They may assist in snow removal operations. Our mechanics may also assist with snow removal operations. So we do not staff our street department for snow removal operations because we're able to pull in from many other divisions to assist with that. From time to time, we hear about, should we privatize solid waste operations? In doing so, you will lose that pool of staff that also assist with snow removal. That's one of the consequences. So,
Our city's doing that? I guess I haven't heard that.
Some do, or you'll still have the staff on hand, so you won't see the savings because they're still doing everything else as well. So really, we provide the equipment, and even the equipment is versatile and multi-purpose. You take the blades off, and we're using them for dump trucks, for hauling, for everything. And then it's no time, the blades go on. So we try to use everything we can as much as possible and as often as possible. And for personnel to the equipment to everything, so we're versatile and efficient.
So our solid waste personnel are cross-trained to run plow trucks as well.
Perfect.
And Mike was talking about is more garbage hauling being privatized out versus snow removal. Sure. That is getting the common in places, but again, those guys do more than just that. We have them in multiple places, so. Anything else on reduced tax?
Trying to think.
Again, this is why the census is so important. This generates more for us as we grow, and this is one of the few areas that we really see at Local Options. The other one that you'll have the next meeting, but we'll talk about that then too.
So if you go down to about here where we get into capital expenditures, so this present year, capital equipment was kind of a big year on dump truck being replaced and some other equipment. But then we look at going into this current budget, and it drops way off, and then you get into next year, and it's like, well, there's not much of any equipment replacement programmed. And that's where we show, okay, there's no funds being expended for equipment replacement, and then you look down and under the cash reserves, and you see, oh, you got $100,000 that you are setting aside for equipment replacement. And then we go out to the third year, and we're showing a couple $100,000 again in equipment replacement, and the reserve goes away because we're pulling from that cash reserve for equipment to help pay for that. This year, we do have one new piece of equipment that we're looking at adding to the fleet, and that is a small, it's a mini excavator that would be used in lieu of or in support of a tractor backhoe. Right now, we're relying on 2 tractor backhoes to, they're used within the street department. They use them at the cemetery to do graves. Water and line maintenance use them to do the water main, to repair water main leaks, or to do work on, anytime you have to excavate down more than a couple feet, you're going to be using this. One of the dilemmas and challenges is we have some areas where it's very hard to get to the water and sewer, or even some of the cemetery plots. And so when you have water mains that are behind houses, running through easements and backyards, a tractor backhoe is almost too big of a piece of equipment to be able to maneuver in there. So they wanted to look at purchasing a mini excavator that would be sized that we can use our existing trailers. If we have a trailer that is used to move a skid loader around, it would be sufficient to handle the mini excavator. It's that small. But the advantage of a mini excavator is it can spin 360 degrees. Tractor backhoe can't do that. Also, it can maneuver into much tighter locations, maneuvering in between homes and garages to get to a water main that is not in front by the street, it's back behind the homes. And then at the cemetery, again, they're dealing with tight locations, and the excavation for the grave is not very large, and a tractor backhoe is almost overkill. You know it's coming for that for that
It destroys the
situation.
ground so much. The disruption is tremendous within the rows. You're almost patching back more than you needed to because you disrupted it.
So what we would like to do is it would be shared by 3 different divisions. And I think it's right around $60,000 piece of equipment, and it would be split. The cost would be split 3 ways between cemetery, line maintenance, and the street department. We would also, in 3 to 4 years, the tractor backhoe is going to be scheduled for replacement. We would take that time to decide whether or not we would replace it or eliminate it, depending on the need at that time. The advantage of a tractor backhoe is the other end has a bucket on it, and you're able to drive it down the street and not have to load it up onto a trailer. So there's pros and cons, but they feel that it would be of added value. They've been having to rent one in certain situations, but they're dependent upon the availability of it, and they feel that there are enough other uses within the city to help justify the purchase of this piece of equipment. Okay, so that shows up here. You will have other opportunity to consider that before it would actually be purchased. This is not your approval to, yep, go ahead, purchase it. Last thing comes out here is seal coating. A portion of the seal coat budget comes from Rudy's tax, but we're not able to fund it at 100%. So the other portion comes from local option sales tax, and it goes into a capital project account. You'll learn more about that in a couple of weeks. Last one is airport.
Before we get to that, on personnel, it looks like secretary and superintendent are going up from a quarter person to a half person. Is that correct?
That's a correction of what it always has been.
Okay.
When we adjusted the superintendents and stuff, it should have been changed. That should have been changed like 3 years ago. And the personnel, it just was our mistake. So it's being updated. There's no additional staff.
Let's finish up with the airport.
Airport, on the revenue side, the majority of the revenue that we get is for leasing the bulk hangar to the fixed-based operator, which is our airplane mechanic out there, and that's the majority of the rent revenue. And then we have 11 T hangars and 6 individual hangars that is also supporting the airport. We do get some rent off of, we have some cropland available out there for rent, so we're generating about $10,000 a year in revenue there. And end result is about $10,000 in property tax support for this. On the expenditure side, the major expenditures are the airport manager, and this is where it's the airport manager and FBO, and we have kind of separate contracts for that, but it's combined under this line item. And so that's expenditure is about $51,000 a year. And then electricity and propane, they cover half of the propane cost out there. We do not, as far as the electrical, that's built into, this is all by agreement with a 5-year contract with the fixed-based operator. So by contract, they contribute half the cost of the propane, but they do not contribute towards the electricity because you got runway lights and everything else. It'd be kind of hard to split that cost out. I know this inspire you to ask any questions about that. It's just a couple months ago we had a presentation by the Airport Commission. You've got the entire presentation in the packet, so
It was very thorough.
that's it for me.
For now.
For now.
Take your lead, James, on time frame.
Lunch should be here right now. It's just a matter of when you want to reconvene. If it's not quite here, looks like Carla's hopefully out attending to that. Then we'll, I guess, break for lunch, and
How much time do you want?
I guess I'll leave that to council. How quick do you want to eat?
Take a recommendation.
I'd say eat as quickly as possible, but not like ridiculous.
Let's take a half-hour break, maybe.
12:15?
Kind of see where we're at that point. Well, assuming the food's here. If it's not quite here, we can.
Does somebody want to, Valerie, do you want to check on that? We can hold tight for just a moment. We'll make that up.
I think they're here just on cue.
Okay, so yeah, let's recess until 12:30, or 12:15, sorry.
We can go until 12:30 if you want. If we're able to kick back in early, we can certainly do that. As long as the gentleman.
I'd rather start late if we need to, than the other way around, for people that are tuning in. So let's say at 12:15.
Okay. Good enough. Thank you, sir.
Shortly after 12:15 here, I do see we have our next key player in the room. Council's all stated, so we'll re-adjourn here. Or not adjourn.
Get it on, library services.
Zoom with library services.
You're all full and
Yeah.
get sleepy. Let's talk library now. if We could.
No, it's not that boring, James.
Not boring at all. It's just feeling real comfortable right now. Thank you for the food staff for ordering that. Yeah, that was wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
Yes, thank you.
Wild carrot. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I'm Sarah Meyer Ryerson, Director of the Public Library. Am I close enough to this?
Should be.
All right,
We'll find out later.
Use your library voice when people are loud.
I'll try. I'll try. Okay, the first page in your budget book, I believe, is our organizational chart, so I'll speak just a minute about that. We have a new logo and tagline that I'll put up in just a few minutes. But you'll see that at the very top that after the citizens of both the county and the city, we do also answer, the library board answers to the county board of supervisors. We contract with them as a group with the other libraries in Bremer County to provide services to the rural residents. So we just had our meeting with the county board of supervisors earlier this month to make our budget requests, and we'll find out in another month or so if they've decided on that. And so on our library board, one of our 9 library board members is a resident of rural Bremer County for that representation. Our library board is a unique group, board or commission on the city because it was set up originally in the ordinance so it would have been 1904, 1905 was the first tax-supported library in Waverly. It was right after Andrew Carnegie gave Waverly the money to build the first library in Waverly. And so the library board is given, once the funds are allocated from the city, the library board, according to code, has control over those funds and the library as far as the operation. So there's a separation, and it has to do with staying out of the political arena and being separate for holding different ideas and serving the vast public. So that's the origination. Our organizational chart hasn't changed a whole lot this year, but I will point out a few things. If you're down on that long row towards the bottom on the left-hand side, you'll notice that we have, this is not a change, but you'll notice that we have a computer systems administrator, or network administrator as I call him. He's our high-level tech person who handles all of our networking, our servers, pulling cable, things like that. He works for us mainly on the weekends and in the evenings, which is the best time for him to work on computers. Our administrative assistant, the job title used to be bookkeeper, but we've added some responsibilities. That remains at 0.5, so half-time, and now we are moving into that sharing arrangement here with the finance department, which I'm very happy about. I think that's going to be a really good working relationship for us. Let's see, if you move along, of course there's our shared government building supervisor with fire station, city hall, and the public services building. Then we have 1, 2, 3, 4 librarians in that next 4 that are all full-time. That last one, the IT librarian or technology librarian, was what we did in early 2019 when we had a couple of openings, a full-time opening for a librarian, and we also just happened at the same time that another part-time librarian took another job as well. So we had some decisions to make about how we filled that, and we decided to hire So we filled the full-time position, and then we hired another full-time librarian to work together with our network administrator. And I'll talk about some more of that later, but we've gotten some amazing things done since we've had that extra help. And he serves as a librarian at the desk as well, so he's fantastic at dealing with the public and helping in lots of different ways. He's really formed a strong relationship with some of our teens that are there on Wednesdays. He gets out all the laptops for them, and they play Minecraft all in one group together. That's just an every Wednesday thing that he started, so that's been really beneficial. So we're down to just 3 people for part-time librarians now. So we have, including myself, we have 5 full-time librarians and 3 part-time librarians. Most of the rest of the staff then are part-time folks. We added the circulation clerk a few years ago now, which was a really good move. That also saved librarian time from the part-time librarians and our circulation services librarian to focus with patrons on some more meaningful interactions as far as talking about reader's advisory. What do I read next? How can I find an author like this? Where do I go to interlibrary loan a book? That kind of thing. So that's been very beneficial. And so the circulation clerk falls between the shelvers and the librarians as far as responsibility and pay rate. So we've been hovering around 11 FTE for quite some time, and we're at 11.3 FTE right now. We'll see that at the end of the budget page. So that 11.3 FTE equals 21 bodies. Okay, I think I'll have you. So I will talk about our logo for just a second, and this kind of blends in with our strategic plan. It was following our strategic planning that happened in the fall of 2019 and into 2020, where we kind of hashed out, we did a lot of work with the public as far as gathering information from the public from online surveys, also calling in groups of people for focus groups to come in for an hour. We had business leaders in one group, we had parents of young children in another, we had a teen group, educators, we had a group of teachers, just to come in and work with our consultant on giving feedback as to library services, things that they needed, and we gathered a lot of information, and the consultants helped us sort that out. So our current tagline on this logo is "Your window to information, recreation, and community." And we wrestled over words as you always do when you're trying to hammer something like that out. And even though recreation may seem like an interesting word for the library, it really is what a lot of people look to the library for. There are certainly folks who come to research and read, and then folks who want to interact with other people. They may be, I just talked to Pete about the puzzle competition that's today, and we've got a group that comes in, I don't know if it must be once a month to play board games together. You just invite everybody, and so there's a lot of interaction that happens there. There are a lot of programs that the library puts on that are really about engaging people and things that they're interested in. It might be a do-it-yourself craft night. And then we have things like the Great Decisions discussion group, which is starting up again next month, and it's from the Foreign Policy Association, and people can come in, watch a video, and then discuss a topic of foreign policy, related. So that's been good. Book clubs, all different kinds of book clubs. So that's kind of how that relates. Another big thing we did this year was, and this was following the strategic planning and the gathering of information from the community, was to change the library's hours, which has not been done since we moved into this building. So it had been 20 years since we'd seriously looked at this. And so what we did in response to that, because we didn't have a whole lot of leeway as far as increasing, but we did change so that every day from Monday through Saturday we are now open at 9 a.m. instead of 10 a.m. And then on Fridays, instead of closing at 5, we stay open until 6. So we feel like so far that's been a really good thing. We'll look to do some closer examination of that later. We've got a traffic counter now that does more exact counting of people by hour by hour. So instead of getting a number of folks that came in for the whole day, we now have more specific information. So that will be interesting to look at. That just started, let's see, that started this fall when school started, beginning of September. Okay, another big thing that happened this year was that we decided to go, after much debate and much discussion on the library board, decided to go ahead and go fine free, which is a concept that I've gotten a lot of questions on, and good questions. It has become a professional standard officially as of this month. Actually, the American Library Association voted to make that a professional standard for public libraries, and it has to do with access. We're trying to take away barriers from people who may have built up fines over time. It may be kids who are coming to class visits, and maybe they checked out with their family when they came in, and they don't really know, they don't have a whole lot of control over when those books get returned. So it frees up them. The same things will stop checkout. If a book is lost or a book is damaged, they get the same overdue notices as everyone else, and at 60 days after the due date, if the book isn't returned, we charge for the book. So all of that remains the same. But the day-to-day fines of 10 cents a day per item, we've gotten rid of. And I think as well that's been a really good thing. We're going to try to run some statistics on that. We're at about the 6-month mark. We started this at the very beginning of June to correspond with the beginning of the summer reading program, so that we wouldn't be preventing any kids from checking out for that. So, and again, that's another thing that frees up staff to not have the conversations with people at the desk over small things that they may or may not remember, and it really, in the whole grand scheme of things, isn't a big revenue stream. When we get to that page, you'll see that we're anticipating now taking in about $3,000 a year in revenue. We will still have revenue from that fines and fees area from lost and damaged items. But I think the lost revenue is somewhere in the amount of $4,500, $5,000. And when some of us, library board members and staff, took a trip just recently, November, I believe, down to see some libraries, Cedar Rapids Public, Marion Public, Hiawatha Public, which is in the middle of a building project, and actually Marion is as well, and Iowa City. Iowa City has done this for just their children's collection. They said that they wished they had gone farther, but they're planning to implement the rest of it soon. Hiawatha is kind of together in a consortium with Cedar Rapids and Marion, so they're going to do it all at the same time, but they're each going to their boards right now. So it's something that is across the country, New York Public, Chicago Public, St. Paul Public Library. So we feel good about the fact that on this one we are a little bit ahead of the curve, so that's good. Just a quick mention of something on that last sheet that we have a new public access catalog that we Ryan, actually, our IT librarian, had a great deal to do with that in interacting with our ILS provider, Cersei Dynex. So this is our library system, integrated library system that has the database of the patrons and the items, connects all that together. We had a very old version of the catalog up, and there was a lot to do as far as upgrading operating systems, upgrading computers to get ready for this very new catalog interface that Cersei calls Enterprise, which doesn't matter to anyone, but it's very browsable. That's one criticism a lot of people have had of the online catalogs versus the old card catalog type, which some people still mourn the loss of. And this one has all the book cover jackets. It's full color. You can search by genre. As staff, if we have somebody that likes a subgenre, we can add those. It's very flexible. So we're excited about that. There's a lot more that we can do with that. All right. Oops. Oh, my little scribblings here. So I just want to give you a few statistics. We have right now 8,400 card holders, 8,400 within the city limits of Waverly.
You about got all of us.
What's that?
You just about have all of us.
Just about. So obviously we have folks outside the city too, because we serve rural Bremer County. We also serve folks outside Bremer County through a program called Open Access, and that's the same. All of you could travel to Des Moines and pop into the Des Moines Public Library and check something out. And then when you come back home, you could return it to us and we'll get it back, and there's no charge for that. The state library is all about sharing resources and saying if we all share our resources, we're all better off. So that's how we can order books that are very specific from, the University of Iowa's medical library. And we've got access to just about anything anybody would want. And every once in a while, we go out of state for something. So as far as checkouts, I'll just give you rough numbers here, but the state library now has us separate this into physical circulation, so physical checkout of materials, books, DVDs, books on CD, and electronic circulation. So we had 143,000 total physical circulations in 1819. And we had, which, by the way, an interesting fact is that is almost exactly the amount of visits that we have in any given year. It's right around that 140,000 visits per year mark. Not to say that all of those people check out one book, but that's the average. There were 11,000 total downloadables used, and that could be downloadable audiobooks or downloadable ebooks. Both are available. And there were 10,000 total successful retrieval of electronic information, which what that is the databases that we pay for and provide, some with help from the state library. People are researching something, so that's like every search that they had a successful search on and found something. And I would say that we're being told by our vendors that we have high numbers in that area, and I can guarantee that a big reason we've gone up in that area is because our teen librarian makes regular trips to the middle school and the high school, actually, and promotes the research tools that we have available, because we pay for those, and everybody has access to those, all the students, everybody, and it's something that the school libraries then and the schools don't have to pay for. They maybe have a different set. And I think the kids are catching on to that if they're having to use resources for research and having to cite their resources, sometimes you need something that has that kind of citation, a peer edited journal or that kind of thing. By the way, I know that the group there now is probably they would be considered Gen Xers, but I read not long ago in a Pew Trust study of American life. They do a lot of internet and American life. They do a lot of studies. And I read one not so long ago that said millennials are actually more active library users than are boomers right now. And it has to do with them connecting with all the online resources that libraries have. So it's a really interesting fact, I think, when we think about library services of the future.
Quick question.
Yeah.
What, just kind of generally speaking, where's the trend on circ numbers on physical? Obviously, I know downloads probably going way up, but I'm just wondering what physical's doing there.
Yeah, downloadables are going up slowly, and physical items are trending down overall, and that's a nationwide trend. Ours are, I try to look at things in maybe a 5-10 year span because they vacillate every year a little bit, and I never want to get too excited about that. But yeah, they are trending down a little bit, depending on if you're talking adult materials or children's materials. And I think that will be the ongoing trend. I think it will happen. It will continue to happen slowly. But the truth of it is, our collection, our physical collection that we have in the building is getting smaller by little bits, not by great amounts. But for instance, our nonfiction area is the least used part of the book collection, and so it makes sense for us. Another professional standard is that you weed at least 3% of your collection every year. And so we have our nonfiction section weeded very well right now, and the idea is that improves circulation. That's been shown in many studies. And what that does is that makes some shelving available that we can either use for other purposes, or we can take it out and put more seating in that area, which is one thing that people are asking for. And we know just anecdotally from watching people that more seating would be good, more space, because there are people who like to just come and hang out there, sit by a window, read the newspaper, have their kids play, and look at books while mothers or dads sit around and talk.
And then on the downloads, are we getting hit an expense every download, or is it per?
No. What we have right now, we're a part of a consortium called Bridges, and there's a whole chunk of Iowa that is part of that consortium, and we all pool our money to buy new materials every year, and a platform fee to pay for the software. But the reason that we have access to like 40,000 items through that downloadable service is because it's all pooled. And no, there are a lot of items that only one can be checked out at a time. So sometimes there are hold lists that I think they're paying attention to, trying to buy multiple copies just like we would in paper. But no, none of ours are charged per download right now.
Okay, so we could double our usage there and be fine?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. All right. Just one last statistic that as far as attendance, we have, and programs. Programs are something that's really big for our library, and something that I think in number and attendance, we are really leaders in the state of Iowa. And in fact, our teen librarian gets many, many calls from around the state about what we are doing with our teens. That's a traditionally really hard group to get, and we seem to have a good thing going there. So altogether, children's, young adult, and adult and family programs, we have about 1,200, 1,300 programs per year, and over 30,000 people in attendance. So that would just be the attendance for each program added up for each program. It wouldn't necessarily be unique people. It would be total attendance. Okay. So I think I can skim through, we've probably talked about a lot of this already, but our activity cover sheet basically goes through the 4 major areas that came out of our strategic planning. that identify things that we will work on as a staff and as a board. So spaces was one of those. We found out that, yes, a lot of people do like to just come and hang out at the library. We have been in the building for 20 years. Miss Blake had to leave, one of our board members, Diana Blake. She had a bassoon lesson this afternoon. But she remembers being on the committee when the library was built, this library was built, and they were told or discussed at the time that it would be 20 years before they would have to worry about any kind of, talk of expansion or anything like that. And so now we're talking about the fact that, well, it's 20 years later, and we're just observing traffic patterns and numbers and things like that. And so that's something that, we'll explore and we'll look at. In fact, our consultant that helped us with the planning will be doing a further study this spring on facility design and how would it look if you're trying to reach some of these strategic planning goals. If you're trying to reach some of those just with the space we had, can we look at movable shelving so that we could rearrange space depending on what time of day it is or what activity is going on? What kind of furniture is called for now that we didn't have before? Or are there other options that we need to look at? So we're hoping to get a lot more information on that this spring. We found out that people love the programming. We get a lot of feedback on that on our Facebook page. A lot of our events are advertised there. We still use the local paper because I really feel like there are separate groups of people for the most part that look at those two outlets. And I think our PR person, who's also our information services librarian and our local history librarian, is doing a fantastic job of promoting our events and new collections and things like that. So one was communication, one was spaces, programming, and then resources, which is kind of one of those general areas that you don't really know what it means. And, it's things like how do we further reach outside the library to take services out to places like Bartles or Linden Place? How do we get to the daycares, which we are doing many right now, but could be reaching further, home daycares that have no way of transporting their kiddos to story time at the library? So we're trying to reach further outside. In fact, one of our librarians, who we're calling our outreach librarian right now, she, together with the Hospital Foundation, just received a grant from the Guernsey Foundation, a $10,000 grant to start up the Reach Out and Read program in Waverly, which the library will purchase the books and then provide those to the physicians who do well baby checkups in Waverly. And then, so that's going to begin very soon here because the money is in hand. And then the doctor will speak to the parents about the importance of reading to brain development. And so it'll be another way to get the word out from a trusted person to folks who may or may not get to the library very often. So that's exciting. So there's a number of things there. Self-serve options fall under resources and services. That might fall in this fiscal year. It might be something that will still have things to finish up next year. Okay, I think that's all I wanted to say there. Unless there's questions before we go on. Oh, by the way, the board is right now having a discussion about core values, and Hank Begelman is actually leading the discussion for the board meeting on setting out core values, which we've never actually done. We've had mission statements in the past, but so that'll be interesting to see how that comes out and how we're able to live that. We're taking information from staff and board members on that, and it's an interesting list.
Sir, if I could recommend, if you open that process up to the community as well, I think you maybe find it a valuable exercise.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how you would do that.
Yeah, that is a good point. We're hoping that all of the detailed notes that we took when we spoke to people in person will kind of give us some insight in that area. This core values discussion was kind of an afterthought. Our main purpose in the study was to get a strategic plan written, and we hammered out a mission statement. But yeah, we'll do what we can to incorporate. Certainly, if folks have ideas, we're kind of going with the one word. What does the library stand for? What is the library in your mind in one word? So, if you have ideas, email them to me. Okay. So let's go to the first page of the library's budget. We've already talked about the money that comes in from the county. This year, we received about $66,000 from the county, and we plan that that'll be about how much we receive next year. It's based on a formula that's a 5-year average with the other libraries, so it doesn't change a whole lot from year to year, but we're usually able to secure a small increase in that. The county also, for the last few years, has provided an additional $5,000 to the Bremer County Library Association, and this year what the libraries have decided to do with that is to buy some more STEM toys, multiples of them, and many of them are geared for, like the younger elementary age. There's one, it's kind of to get their brains thinking in that coding kind of way, even if they're not actually doing coding. This is another area that our technology librarian he's actually leading this program for the county and has set up all these classes at every library in Bremer County for these programs. So that is a great benefit. And then the purchases of these items will belong to all 7 libraries and will rotate so that all of the libraries have access to them. You'll see what we plan to take in for duplicating. It's pretty minimal, $4,500. Library fines, we plan maybe $3,000 still for lost and damaged items. I want to explain this $16,500 in from restricted. At the very bottom of our budget, which is probably the second page, should be the second page or the back of the first page, you'll see where that comes in, the restricted funds, $16,500. So that ends up being a wash. Whatever we take in and spend in memorial gifts or grants, things that are designated for a certain purpose and then spent back out, shows up as revenue and out as expenses.
Where are those funds held then?
The library has a separate library reserve savings account.
Outside of this ledger?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just want to make that note.
Yep. So obviously personnel, which we've talked about, is the lion's share of our budget. It's about 69% of our budget. This year, because of changes, insurance changes represent about half of our increase projected from the current year. And that has to do with, we're anticipating a possible retirement this year. And so, and with bringing on a full-time technology librarian instead of a part-time, we have some benefits to account for there, and with our new shared position with the city. And in addition to that, just the projected increases in medical insurance costs. So that takes up about half of the 70-some thousand difference. The other half is we still have a number of people who are on the step and grade scale, step 1 through 5, depending on how many years they've been with us. There are no additional hours for staff in this budget. So that's why the personnel budget looks as it does. Our big Our biggest line items are, our second biggest one is library materials. If you put together books, media, periodicals, and I think one more in that category, and any reserve money that we would spend on library materials, which we do. Our state, we get about $10,000 in state money every year through the Enrich Iowa program. We tend to spend a chunk of that every year on library resources. So in the end, we end up spending about $110,000 a year on library resources, whether that be physical or digital. We also put in a number for building maintenance and repair, not really knowing what's coming up. We don't know with our building. I know this year we just now replaced all the heat tape on the roof to avoid any ice dams. We've been having a few the last few years and needed to update that. We have about $52,000 budgeted for electric and gas utilities, about $13,900 for technology services, which I can go through on the next page with you. Contract services would be our HVAC contract with Johnson Controls. They come to check on our heating and cooling system quarterly, and just to do a checkup. And a lot of times they run into something that needs to be replaced, or we feel this is a really good way to give us the most assurance we can that we're not going to have a breakdown and be without that kind of service. It's preventative instead of reactionary. So there's that contract, and then the large contract in that category is with Cersei Dynex, our library automation system provider, and they now also serve as our offsite server management. So all of the upgrades to the software they handle, the people who do those all the time. It's worked very well for the last year or so that we've done it, so we'll continue to do that, and we've got plenty of tech issues to work on just on our end without that server. Let's see. There is some money in the capital section that could be spent in a number of ways. We've got furniture on our mind as a possibility. We've got possible movable shelving. We've got maybe modification to service desks based on trends and in combining service areas, information and circulation. There could be some of the technology projects that I mentioned before, self-serve and or self-checkout, and we're getting a printer station that will allow people to put in their library card number and take their print job, which will help a lot with confidentiality. You know, this time of year, people are printing out tax-related things. People come to print out legal documents. We'd really like to keep those, we try to keep those as confidential as we can. So that's what's in capital. And does anyone have any other questions about that page? Otherwise, I think the last sheet then is just the breakdown of a few of those line items. And let's see. Oh, we were going to talk about technology services, line 6419 on that last page. So, we've got a bunch of annual licenses and support renewal for our firewall, for our Microsoft Office, for our Google Office, email, all kinds of things. So that's an annual thing. There's a small amount of money put in there for repairs that our own tech people can do. We do have a new staff server that's needed next year. Larry has enabled us to keep this one for 12 years, which is pretty miraculous. So we'll be replacing that. And Larry always has he's our network administrator. He always has a great waterfall system of moving computers that are older down to other positions. Like when a public machine is done, we might move those over to OPACs, public access catalog sites, where all they access is the catalog. So that kind of thing. He's got that all charted out. How many we buy every year to move them along. I think that might be it. Do you have any other questions?
Not for me. It was very, very thorough, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Anybody have anything else?
We have just a general statement on the library. I don't know if we'll need Sarah to come back up, but I think that one of the things I notice our libraries do a very good job on is pushing past. So I think, the library of 1920 is kind of done. It's not just books on a shelf anymore, and I don't know if Sarah wants to elaborate on that. But I think the challenging part of that is it becomes more of a people situation. Books are actually cheaper than people, so I think that could be challenging for the library in the future. And I don't know what the solution is there, if there is a solution to that, but I would hate to see the library get into a position where, if we have a Blackhawk County situation where we have to do something drastic there. But I think that, we're on the right path with the library, and we need to keep that momentum. But I do think that is something to keep in mind, that we're, essentially we're moving a business from books to a much broader people, a much more expensive operation to run, just not as simple as the 1920 library anymore. And the other point I'll add is there was a libertarian discussion about, should you completely defund the library and have a per user fee? And I think I'm sure that would be totally out of the question. I mean, Waverly values their library very high. So I think those are things we all have to keep in mind going forward.
I think it's a great investment, whether it's books or people. I think your new slogan is perfect, because people are using the library now to reconnect and to connect with others, where our society is less and less connected, with more technology. So I think people see the library as a place of safety and a place that is accepting, and that they can go there regardless of their income or their socioeconomic status or whatever, and they're welcomed.
Yes.
And that's invaluable for a city. So we're very lucky.
I think that one word that I can think of is resource. So.
Well, I think the library is such a jewel of this community. The number of people who I've talked to when they're visiting or they're considering moving to Waverly and they see the library brings people to Waverly to choose to live here. So it's very great, the quality of our library, what it does for our community.
Yeah, I'd like to maybe expand on what Matt said. I agree. It's a transition from that traditional books on a shelf and do some research, and I can appreciate you use the word recreation, and I think it's really becoming a focal point for this community to have another resource for recreation. I personally participated in the Halloween party for the young people, and it was an amazing event that you guys took a lot of time and effort to put together that anybody in the community can enjoy. And it's those kinds of things and all those other activities you do that moves this library forward. So
Thank you. I have a very creative staff behind me, so thank you.
As we transition to Garrett, I'll just close with, librarians have been in my family. My mom is a 40-plus year librarian herself, so it's been, not a direct compassion of mine, but through my family, it's something that I've been exposed to a long time. And I know I grew up just a block south of the Grundy Center Library and spent a lot of time there. So
Very good.
Thank you.
Do you mind if I make one comment?
Yes, absolutely.
I just wanted to respond to the idea of privately funding a library, because originally in Waverly, that's how it was. In the 1850s, there was, or very early on, there was something called subscription library. In fact, I'm going through the old minutes of those things right now. So subscription, meaning anyone who wanted to be part of it, to have access to the books, just had to pay an annual fee. So I don't know, $1 a year or something, which was probably pretty steep for some people at the time. And it was part of the stipulation of Andrew Carnegie when he gave the money for the library in 1904 or 05 that this be a free public library. And the idea was, Andrew Carnegie was very behind this because he felt that he was a pull yourself up by your bootstraps kind of guy, and that he didn't come from much, but that public libraries had enabled him to be what he had become. So that's just a little bit of background on how things changed and where we go. So.
I think you're doing an excellent job at navigating that transition, probably the best that I've kind of seen, so hats off to you.
Garrett. Now we're going to jump into a whole lot of divisions as well. Some of what Mike has, but these are more the, I don't know how you want to call it, more the pretty things. And that's what makes them challenging as well. I say that in jest, but when you talk about a division that's under the scrutiny of the public, I don't know if any more than what Garrett's going to be over now. If you don't have the parks mode, you're going to hear about it. If the cemetery isn't perfect on Memorial Day, you're going to hear about it. If the pool's too cold, if the golf course isn't just right, you're going to hear about it. The thing about it is I don't hear about it. And that's how well it's done for these guys. They take a lot of pride in what they do, and they should, but he has the face of Waverly's leisure services, recreation, the trails, you name it, it's there, and you're going to hear a bit about it, but it's a lot more than you'd think it would be. And again, this is the pretty things. You know, you don't notice if things in the ground aren't quite working well until they're not, and it's dug up in your front yard. This is all the time. And so it's a huge responsibility. As far as public scrutiny, it's consistent and constant, and so we'll kind of let you roll through this.
So what you're saying is the grass is greener here.
In Waverly,
Just wanted to make
these are the guys that make it that way.
That's why Paul has a green shirt.
Thank you, James. You're welcome. Good afternoon, everyone. As James said, Garrett Riordan, Director of Leisure Services. Just going to share a little bit with you today about what all the different divisions under Leisure Services does. And we'll get through this. As you can see here, here's our organizational chart. As I stated, I am the director. Then we have Jordan David as our pro shop manager. Dennis Jones is our golf maintenance superintendent lead. And then Chris Miller is our golf maintenance specialist. So Jordan's duties up at the pro shop. He's there with the staff. Taking in, all the funds for rounds, that type of stuff. He does golf lessons. He's in charge of junior golf. Basically anything with the pro shop. Dennis and Chris, they're the guys who are in charge of maintaining the golf course, making sure that it looks the way it does. It's so nice. We get a lot of compliments on the course, and frankly, we don't have a lot of 18-hole courses around. I mean, we do have 2 in town, but we don't have a lot around. So it's amazing what those 2 guys can do for an 18-hole course. Next on the list there is Shane Podest. He's actually split between 4 different divisions, including here in the Civic Center, the library, fire department, and then public services. So he's in charge of all 4 of those buildings. Jen Troina, the Leisure Services Office Manager, new this year and doing great things. I know everyone's got her newsletter that she's come out with. Very informative and just a good asset to the Leisure Services Department. Next we have Paul Chaville, Public Grounds Superintendent. He's with us today. I should have mentioned Jen's here as well. But Paul's in charge of the parks, cemetery, and the vegetation division, vegetation management division. So he oversees all of those things, more so parks than anything else, but he's got a hand in cemetery and vegetation management as well. Then under Paul, we have Corey Peterson, who is a park specialist. Corey's the one that you'll see watering flowers on Main Street or in Coleman Park. He's the one that you'll see helping out with ball diamonds. Corey does a lot of things, all in the park system. Eric Shares is our vegetation management lead, and Patrick Rancliffe is our vegetation management specialist. The vegetation management division is a fairly new division. It just started here in the last 2 years, and Patrick actually just came to us. He started in August of 2019. So up until then, it was a one-man division until Patrick got here. What that division consists of is, we'll get into it a little deeper here in a little bit, but a lot of it is things that public services used to do, mowing road ditches, taking down some trees, which they do still help with, but it's kind of fallen to the vegetation management now, doing some spraying, and then also starting prairies, taking care of prairies that we already have. So that's the vegetation management division. They're also responsible for the upkeep on the trail as to, the overhanging trees, anything that comes down, that kind of stuff. Those guys take care of that. And then we have John Karstens in the cemetery as a permanent part-time cemetery worker. So he works full-time in the basically spring through fall, whenever there's the maintenance in the cemetery, and then through the wintertime, he works when we have burials, which we had 2 today. Hopefully they're over with by now. But he works in the wintertime when we have burials, and then when we need him for snow removal. So that is basically our staff there. In the Leisure Services Administration Department, I mentioned all of the divisions that we see over. Day-to-day in administration, between myself and Jen, we take care of reservations for all of the park shelters, the Civic Center here, Ball Diamonds, and any other special events that we reserve parks for. We're also the ones in charge of selling cemetery lots, so we meet with the public, go and take care of selling the lots, and then update all of the cemetery records. Another thing that Jen does is she keeps the records of all the trees that we have either taken down, or she takes service requests if people call in and say, they have a bad tree, if they need a tree trimmed, that type of stuff. She's taking all of those calls and doing that. Let's see. We also assist with HR, interviewing for any new positions. Any positions that are going to be replaced, we're involved with that as well. And then we attend various meetings and serve on committees, and then also the commissions and lead commission meetings.
Would you touch on a little bit, Garrett, on possibly a reservation system, online, electronic?
Absolutely. Currently, right now, we are pen and paper for reservations for shelters, for Ball Diamonds, and also here in the Civic Center. We are looking at for the public to be able to go online and reserve those things, possibly pay with a credit card. It's a kind of a process where we're kind of trying to balance the cost factor for it as to is it worth it, I guess is the best way to put it, because there is a cost related to being able to take the credit cards, getting the software. Do we do enough? What am I trying to say? Do we do enough reservations to really constitute that? And I have just a couple of numbers for you here for for parks that we did. We did have 225 shelter reservations this year. So, that is quite a few, that maybe it does constitute.
And that's 225 staff interruptions probably, right? Paid and pen and paper.
At least, that doesn't count the number of times that they call to check to see if they're available first,
Yeah.
and then check back with.
How much is the software?
I'm sorry?
How much is the software deal? I mean, do you have a number on it?
I don't have the exact number on it now.
Just kind of starting to get our head around it. I know some of the bigger cities have done it, and some of the counties, conservation done it at their parks. I think it'll go a long way to helping with the public and providing that service. Everything's going online. I mean, you're using debit, credit. It's another thing that Jennifer will help with in her transition. Should we be taking credit cards in different areas, whether it be the pool, the police department? Where should we be allowing and taking these in? And as Garrett alluded to, the problem is there's a fee every time you use a credit card. Now, retail, et cetera, that's built in their overhead, us, straight pass through, because you shouldn't pay more in your taxes for a software because you don't want to do it versus this guy that does. So you pay a convenience fee is what you would call it for utilizing that system instead of writing a check or cash. So we think with the, as you said, the disruption to the staffing, it'll be quicker, easier. When people canceled last minute, now we're stuck with having that prepped and ready and it's good to go. Staff has done it and then nobody shows. And there would be a fee for that if you don't cancel in a certain amount of time. I mean, all those things we're seeing in other areas, I think it'd be good if we could utilize that kind of technology as well to kind of free up some of that time without dealing with this constantly. Because as we expand our parks and continue to, like South Riverside, when that gets completely built out, that'll be another area that's going to become popular with reservations.
And staff productivity, if we can get that up, that we're really cutting costs when we do
100%.
that. And
it frees us up for other things that we're not using here for time, for prep, et
and
cetera.
it defers us adding staff down the road as our city grows. So that's really important that we focus in on that.
Absolutely. Thank you. As we go into our line items here for the Leisure Services Administration, the main thing that we have listed is we're looking at splitting the cost of a new desk for the office manager and then also the office manager of community development as well. So our share in that would be $2,000. If any of you have come into the Leisure Services and Community Development office, you see Jen's kind of hidden in the corner. It's kind of tough to see her. And, you know, on those times when either the other office manager, Paige, isn't there or, you know, she's at lunch or whatever the case might be, a lot of the time folks come in and they don't realize that Jen is there. So our main focus is just to get her out front with Paige, and yeah, so $2,000 would be our share. Anything else in for our line items? If our dues and memberships, we're a member of the IPRA, Iowa Parks and Recreation Association, and that includes myself and Jen and then the entire Leisure Services Commission. With that, we have discounts to the yearly conference, and then there's also a smaller workshop in the fall. So by being a member of that's one of the perks for that. Then the NRPA, that's National Parks and Recreation Association. That's just another membership that we have. Other than that, I think all the line items are pretty straightforward. I'd be happy to answer any questions about administration if there are. Okay, we'll move into parks. The Leisure Services Parks Department is responsible for improving and maintaining all city parks, play areas, ball fields, and public lands. There are approximately 21 city parks, which include Kiwanis and Memorial Ball Diamonds, and then also the dog park. This department, Paul also oversees the Vegetation Management Division and the cemetery. Some of the day-to-day things that we have in the parks for spring, summer, and fall. As I mentioned, they mow all the parks and public properties. That includes a lot of the flood lots that we have gotten over the years that are really not able to be used for anything else. Some of those flood lots are leased, but there were 100 of them at one time, and we still have a good chunk of those that we have to maintain. They also respond to citizen concerns for tall grass. They go and check those things out. Last year, we had 123 service requests. That was between tall grass and possibly bad trees. And an assortment of other things that doesn't fall under those categories, but
It's not 123 different people. Sometimes we get multiple calls for one place, and it's just habitual. And so it is something that we do have to, again, it's disruptions. They're called out for all kinds of things. I think the trees have been the most interesting one. I don't know if it's where you want to cover it or not, but the ash tree epidemic, kind of where we are, where we're heading.
Yep, and I do have that in here later for veg management, but we're going to go ahead and just talk about it now.
Cover it veg management. I just want to make sure that we cover it then. I don't want to throw you off. I apologize.
You're fine. The other thing they do is they set up for events at shelters. So as I mentioned, there were 225 reservations last year. So they just go through, make sure all the shelters are clean, make sure the trash is emptied, that type of stuff there. They also help set up for special events in the community, like Heritage Days, things like that. I believe they helped out with Oktoberfest, just things, to get set up and in place. The other thing that actually takes a lot of time is they prep the ball diamonds. Currently, we do have 6 ball diamonds between Memorial Park, which is used mostly for adult softball, and then we have 3 at the Kiwanis Exchange Park, which those are used only for youth baseball and softball. Up until this last year, the youth organizations prepped and took care of their own ball diamonds. Last year, council voted to have Parks take that over. Since Parks has taken that over, we've seen just not really a decrease in, I guess, work anywhere else, but it's been a real strain on the division because there were, I don't have the exact number of actual reservations for the diamonds, but the diamonds were used for just over 2,100 hours this past summer. And so it's a lot more prep for the Parks Department. So you'll see that here in a little bit where it reflects on our wages. The other thing that Parks does day to day is they assist with the burials at the cemetery. In the wintertime, they're in charge of moving snow from all the parks and public properties. They maintain and take care of their equipment, and they set up and take down all the holiday decorations, move the Santa house, that type of stuff.
Trail system.
Yes, and they also take care of the trail system along with vegetation management. Yep. So, let's see. Some of the objectives that we have for this year in the Parks Department is, well, the first thing we'll actually be talking about here in a couple of weeks, and that's going to be the design and specs for Phase 3 of South Riverside. But what we want to talk about today is redesigning the disc golf course and then also replacing some of the baskets that were destroyed or, can't think of the word. Some of the baskets for the disc golf course were destroyed in our last flood when high waters brought some ice through and some trees through, and so we're looking at getting those replaced. And then we also have the replacement of a 72-inch out front mower. looking at reviewing and revising our downtown strategy, because this spring and summer, we're hoping to get that streetscape project completed, and that's going to be a lot more flowers. To water, that's going to be just a lot more stuff to maintain, more waste baskets, that type of stuff. So we need to kind of go through and rewrite that plan a little bit. And then work with the Softball Association and the youth leagues to organize and coordinate an efficient and effective maintenance plan for all city-owned ball diamond facilities. All right, so there we go. Sorry, I skipped past a page there. Okay, so the first thing I mentioned is we get into our line items here. If we go down to expenses, the salaries and wages have increased a little bit, partially due from the added hours that we need for ball diamonds. We're working our seasonals more, taking care of those. And then obviously we have the cost of living increases and so on there. If we go back up to revenues, I'll just kind of swing through and so everyone kind of understands what some of our revenues are. Licenses for trees, we have tree service licenses in town, so any company that's removing trees, grinding stumps, that type of stuff, they need to get a license with us. It's only $10, so not a huge revenue source, but it is a revenue source. We have floodlots that we lease. We have the races, which are, that's the moving athletic permit that we have. We've only had that for the last 2 or 3 years, but that's for any of the fun runs that you see or anything like that. Then you have our shelter reservations. I'm sorry, the park reservations are ball diamond reservations. Then you have the shelter reservations. And then we have our fees for the dog obedience class. We do contract with a trainer who runs dog obedience classes at the dog park. He tries to do 3 or 4 sessions each year. Then besides donations, that's pretty much all we have for revenues. Once we get down to the line items for expenses, we see the dues and memberships, Miracle League membership, with the assumption that we move on with ball diamonds and the Miracle League field, then we'll have to be a member of the Miracle League to have that ball diamond, and they take care of an assortment of things. I mean, we have to have the diamond built to certain specs, that kind of stuff there, and then they kind of organize when there's games, that type of stuff. So it's just a membership for them. Travel and conference, that's for training for the staff. The repair and the maintenance of structures, the main change there is the bottom item. It's the park shop roof, the north end of the shop. And as Mike had mentioned when he was talking about the new facility that they're in, we're in their old facility. So, which is
newer than your other facility.
Which is a major step up from our old facility. But obviously it's not perfect, and there are things that need repaired. And I do have just a couple pictures of the roof. It doesn't show anything too great for you, but there's just a picture of the roof. This past year it started leaking pretty bad. We did get it patched, that part, but we do need to get the whole north side repaired. So that's where that $14,000 comes in there. And yes, we are thankful for that building instead of our old park shop, no question. Then we just have fuel and then some maintenance and repair for equipment. Next, if we look at 6413, that is payments to other agencies. And one of the items there is a chance that Wartburg will be resurfacing their tennis courts here this coming fiscal year. If that's the case, they have been getting estimates that have been coming in, in the mid to high 60s, 60,000. And so that's where I've got 28,000 budgeted for that right now. That would then also, well, it wouldn't include, we've already paid $1,500 per year for the last I believe 4 years, maybe 5 years. And so that would be the 28,000 plus that 5,000 would be our share. So that's what we're looking at there. And then the other 1,500, that's something that we pay to Wartburg each year for maintenance of the court, and then also to be set aside for the next resurfacing project. Miscellaneous contracts. We do contract some areas to be mowed. Those areas include the medians along 4th Street and 10th Avenue, and then also around the airport runways. So we do contract those areas out, and then also around the East Water Tower. All right, as we move down a little further, I got to find my right page here. The next big item on the list is we're looking at replacing a 72-inch out front mower. Our current one is a 2015. It is due to be replaced. We're actually going to replace it. It might look like a year ahead of time. It's actually going to be about a month ahead of time. But we do want to get that into this fiscal year because we're kind of planning ahead right now. And if we need to get any equipment the following year for ball diamond maintenance, if we have new ball diamonds, we don't want to have this mower in that same budget with it. So really what we're doing is looking to get it ahead by about a month. We just get it in June instead of getting it in July. So I've got a picture of our old one here. And this is it's an out front mower, and then we also have a brush on it for snow removal. So this piece of equipment is used year round, almost continuously.
Is that why we're only getting, like, would you say 5 years out of it?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep, exactly.
They're not that big, and so they can only take so much because we have to maneuver them. If we went to a bigger commercial, it wouldn't probably benefit us, unfortunately, but we'd get a little more life out of it.
And then Then our next thing listed there is other improvements under capital. And we're looking at getting some new park signs. I'm sure as you've driven around, you've seen our old brown and white signs. They don't look the best anymore. They've definitely held up over time, but they are starting to really deteriorate, and some are worse than others. So we are looking at designing new signs that we're hoping to look like that. They'd be set on top of limestone. They'd be anywhere from about 4.5 to 5 feet wide, and we're looking at about probably just under 6 foot tall on top of the limestone. So this would be kind of a two-phased project. We're looking at replacing probably 15 this first year, and that would be for a total of $32,000. We think that we can get 15 done for that.
There was talk of changing the city logo. It always kind of scares me putting these signs up and then you change the logo and say, oh, now you got the old logo. And I don't know if there's any thought that we could put into that, either leave it off or do something generic or change the logo now before we buy these signs. I don't know what the answer is. But.
And we're not changing the logo itself. We're doing more of a branding spot that's not going to change any city logos. It'll just be like a logo for the initiative. It's like when Wartburg did your Be Orange. They didn't change the W for Wartburg. Ours is similar. We're not going to change City of Waverly as it sits. It'll be something other for that initiative only. So we will not be changing anything. We talked about that.
I Paul, I must have misunderstood.
No, I understand completely. A lot of people have asked us about it. You know, you're talking about the doors of the vehicles. You're talking about the signs and everything. We don't want to go through that again. We're going to hold off on that and just instead do something for the initiative itself, but leave this alone. So, great point. I'm glad you brought it up. Yeah, we're not touching that logo.
So this rendering is very accurate. I understand it will follow the theme of, what is it, the rail trail head behind Quickstar.
Correct, yep. And
Just so
then-
people know what this is attempting to
Yes,
show.
and that's why we're going with the limestone.
That's very nice.
And then streetscape as well will have a lot of limestone.
You see the limestone down by Four Queens, down that riverbank, same style of limestone. It's all going to be very consistent through the entire park system.
I'm just curious, with 6 feet tall, that seems really big.
With the rock, I assume.
With the rock, but it just seems really big, and if these are going to go into some of those neighborhood parks also, that's going to
Was that
just
right with
like
the height,
be
or
a
what was the height,
massive.
Paul?
4.5. We
Just
were
4.5?
Yeah, we kind of had a range, and I think we've narrowed it down closer to like 4.5. There's still a little bit more work to be done to like finalize exactly.
Because I know a lot of what we have now are small signs that are pretty much at ground level, essentially. The brown and white ones.
4 foot.
They're about 4 foot wide.
They're wide, but not necessarily
Right.
They're 5 foot wide by 4 foot tall. It's an average. Some of them are a little higher than others.
I'm just thinking some of these small corner parks that are in some of the neighborhoods, that a 6x4 is going to be, that's going to take up a huge chunk, yeah.
Sure.
A lot of these, excuse me, a lot of these limestone.
Come on up to the microphone, please. Thank you.
It's Paul Chevelle.
I got to warm up for Monday. Paul Chevelle, Leisure Services. So this doesn't necessarily have to be the finalized plan, but we wanted to give you guys an idea. It's a chunk of money, you know, and compared to a couple 2x12s that were slapped on some 4x4s with a table router that Brownie used 40 years ago. That's long and gone. I cannot source anybody to do these routed letters to even fix the Brookwood sign that's gone. We're looking $10, $15 a letter from somebody that's really good in the garage. Could take months, years.
Eagle Scout.
So the idea is to create kind of a consistent design around town. And if you go out in the hills along the rail trail, you'll find that limestone. That's what we kind of brought back into town, and we're taking it around. So the idea here is about 4.5 foot tall. And so it's be eye height when you drive by, sitting in a car. It's not going to be something that's lighted and draws too much attention to the neighborhood around, but enough that you can say, hey, that's Waverly, that's the parks, that's I'm welcome there. This is a safe place. So that's the idea, to kind of, you can be in a neighborhood park, you can see that, you know, that's the place to go, and it's kind of takes that theme all around town. So that's the idea on the signs, and you know, they need to be brought to a commission and talked about and get a final plan.
There are some parks you're not even aware that it's a city park.
Right.
So, you know, so small or just on the side that you're not sure if it's public or not. This solves that. They'll all look the same. If you see something like this, you know you're in a city park. Because you look at how many of them you have that a lot of people don't even realize are ours. This is kind of why, but it is actually a city park.
And this could also be used later on around this same type of design around maybe new ball diamonds or the new Memorial Park or maybe some other areas or along the Parkway coming into town or out on 4th Street coming into town, you know, and this kind of sets the tone. And when we see our streetscape type stuff next week or a couple weeks, then you can kind of see some tie in there too. So.
At some point, we'll have to look at redoing the entry to each of our main drags coming into town too, whether it's 218 South or the Highway East and West. This is a similar look to what that may start to come by as well, because those are getting a little worn, and we're trying to look at how do we present the edge of town as well to people coming in. So it's kind of a start of extrapolating this out
together.
Yep. Absolutely.
Great.
Okay. The other thing listed under capital equipment, capital improvements, is the possibility of a new shelter out at the dog park. We are planning on getting a donation for part of that, and then the city's part would be the other half of that. We are looking at probably a $15,000 donation, and then we would match that. If that donation doesn't come in, then we wouldn't plan on doing that shelter at this time. Any other questions about parks?
Could you say something more about the redesign of the disc golf course?
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have missed that. Let's see.
It got real challenging when the river bent them over about 45 degrees. It made it a little tougher to hit that, but never seen that kind of force before going through that park where it bent those steel poles like that. So,
and there are some pictures of the baskets.
Yeah.
Let me find my other form here. And so that's going to be found under minor equipment, and I think we have. Let's see.
Is that a par 5 basket or which one is it?
Let's see.
Yeah, there's 4,000 for the disc golf.
Yeah, there we are.
Baskets under minor equipment.
Yep. And so right now, currently, we'd be looking at just replacing the baskets. What they have now is kind of a quick release basket where if it was going to flood, we can get down there and get the baskets out. Yep.
Okay.
And then in the future, we're looking at redesigning the course through Brookwood and kind of around Brookwood where it wouldn't necessarily be in the flood area.
Would that require like an engineering consultant to come in and redesign the whole area, or is that how big a scale of expense is redesigning that Frisbee golf course?
We actually have a person who is very passionate about disc golf. He lives, I believe, in Wisconsin. He has stopped down and talked to us a couple of times, but very passionate about disc golf and has given us a couple of concept drawings as to what we could do depending on the area that we have.
Is that disc golf still trending up? It seems like a weird deal. But.
Yep, I actually get calls, not frequent calls, but I do get calls wondering if the course is going to be back open, if we're going to get new baskets, So yeah, there are definitely people that use it.
I see stores sell this stuff. It seems like more and more, but I've never really seen anyone play it.
Do we have any way, we know how many people use the golf course. Do we have any sense of how many people use the Frisbee golf course? It's not like they need to sign up or get tee times or whatnot.
Right. No, I don't have it.
We don't have a disc golf pro yet.
Not yet. The Ranger, there's not carts, not yet.
Okay.
Maybe we should put that under Jordan.
I'm just wondering if we have any sense of how much it's being used at all.
We don't. No, I
know it's not being used now because all the.
Right, of course. I know from, the person that I had talked with, that said is very passionate about disc golf. He's got nothing but good things to say about it. Of course, he really likes it, and so he is invested in it. But he, like I said, he's very passionate, and he's giving us the ideas for free.
Excellent.
Well, they should have a seminar on it or something. I'm serious when I say this. A lot of people don't realize what it even is. They sell different weighted discs for different driver.
And different radius.
It is.
Yeah.
It's unreal to watch it, and a lot of people have no idea. Maybe we sponsor a seminar to. Of course you can. But to see that.
I noticed the W actually has a league now. I noticed in the little brochure sitting in the leisure
The
services.
Ultima, yeah.
Yeah, but they don't come to the Waverly course, and I can understand right now because, well, the baskets are in the shop, they're not in the ground. But it'd be really neat to see that league kind of go to not only the little courses through Wartburg, but the one that we have that's actually designed by a pro.
I rank it right up there when the W put on or started promoting their pickleball.
Exactly.
And getting into a different demographic, older people that, hey, this is still something you can do, and this is something that could expand once we have good facilities.
So it wouldn't be a bad thing at some point in time to get this recreated if council allows this to occur. Have a seminar, have a demonstration, get rental equipment if we go that far, and let people experience it, or else they'll never know that it's even there.
And I think thinking broader is really the thought that of all the amenities that we have in town and promoting and pushing those. This is, 2,000 population towns don't get to do this stuff.
Nope. And it's fairly simple to maintain. I mean, it's somewhat inexpensive to have overall, and
And it is a good use for the floodplain.
Absolutely.
So Garrett, every time I look at the Park Service list of duties, I get tired because they do a lot with relatively few staff. So if you look at ball diamonds and vegetation management and growing, requirements and responsibilities, do you anticipate needing to add staff within the next 5 years?
Yes,
I'd say
absolutely.
within the next year or two, depending on what happens going forward with ball diamonds, which people can comment, that was always the plan.
Right.
We were going to maintain whatever was built. That was always the plan, was to have a body for that. And as you see, we're kind of getting strapped a little bit with trying to maintain what we have now. This would be a little bit more. We may need a body for just the various things that are happening, because when you start looking at, as you said, all the things that go on, we have literally a handful of people. It's seasonals, which are harder and harder to come by. They're harder and harder to
And they're working
employ.
7 days a week. I mean, when
Yeah.
I think about all the work that goes into preparing for Oktoberfest, Heritage Days, the shelter prep.
We're trying to prep a tour at some point for Garrett to take new council and other council want to go to see. I doubt you've seen half the parks we even have and what's being maintained, how rural they are in a sense, but we're still ours. And these guys are having to go out, mow it, trailer it. It's nonstop. By the time you get it mowed, a week later you're mowing it again. I mean, it's what I mean. They're extremely well maintained. When you look at it, we don't get complaints about that often. People have no idea how much there is with 2 mowers. I mean, it's why we wear these things out. We don't have a whole lot of mowers. We don't have a lot of staff. And so it's a very thin operation for everything you're starting to see here.
I know at the Ball Diamond Task Force, that's been a big topic of conversation, is if we do go ahead and build those ball diamonds, how to make them low maintenance as possible, so that the staff, it can be efficient, and designing the parks to limit maintenance.
Exactly.
Within, being cost effective. So.
Yeah, exactly. We get a lot out of our staff. There's no question about that.
You guys mow the park in like 10 minutes. It's like incredible. Just come and do my house at the same time. It'd take 30 seconds.
Just slip over to the side a little bit, right? Any other questions for parks? Okay, we'll go ahead and move into cemetery. The cemetery department consists of 1 permanent part-time, which I mentioned was John Karstens, and then 3 seasonal staff typically. One thing that I hadn't mentioned yet, and I should have, I kind of forgot about it, but the cemetery staff, park staff, and vegetation management staff, once we get some seasonals there in vegetation management, they're all going to be interchangeable. They're going to, have their main duties, but there's sometimes where, hey, it's a week before Memorial Day, we're bringing everybody into the cemetery to get it prepared. There's other times when there's extra mowing that needs done in the parks. We may pull some cemetery staff and go and help with that. So all those seasonals, and the full-time are all interchangeable in doing those things. Some of the day-to-day operations for the cemetery: mowing all of the cemetery property, weed whipping around all the graves, They assist with lot sales and then helping visitors locate graves. They trim trees in the cemetery. They maintain the stones. They remove flowers and decorations after the holidays. They assist with digging and backfilling graves. The water department is actually the folks who dig our graves because none of our staff is allowed to run the backhoe. So they come over, they assist with digging those. This last fiscal year, we had 68 burials. Some of those were cremains, and so we don't need the water department for the cremains. We can dig those. But yeah, I mean, it's a huge help having the water department. I shouldn't even say help because we wouldn't be able to do it without the water department.
I see the revenue on cemetery lots almost doubled from fiscal 18 to 19. Is that charging more? Are people getting excited about their future?
Well, let me take a quick look at that and see.
And then is there, do we know about how many years capacity we have in the cemetery?
Well, that is one of the objectives for next year is we will be plotting out a new section because right now section L is I always call it the Burger King section because it's right there on top of the hill, overlooks Burger King. That is really the only section that we have anything left in. Otherwise, there's graves kind of here and there spread around. But
sell those remaining plots for a whopper.
we could have some deal. But anyway, we are looking at having a new section within 2 years. So
we have the ground.
We've already got the ground, yes. It'd be just to the south of the old section right now. So it's actually like section A, if you're familiar with that at all. It'd be to the south, kind of right along Cedar River Parkway. So that'll be the new section that we're looking to plot. Okay, and I was looking up revenues here for you quick. Let's see.
You've got 18, 19 to 19.
Oh, yes. Okay. So, yeah, so the actual in 17-18 was $22,000. We obviously did not sell as many in 18-19, but in 19-20, we are right on pace to be at that about between 24 and 26.
Is that a weird dip? Is that what?
I'm sorry?
Is that just a strange dip or weird?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, it differs. Sometimes, we sell 20 lots. Sometimes, what the main difference in those are is we might have, you got to be careful if you're just saying, well, we did 25 this year and 20 this year, because some of them are single graves that we sell, and some of them are 4 grave lots that we sell. So it just depends on, what we actually sell during that year. But yeah, I mean, we're right on pace for that again. I'm sorry?
You could get a few 4 people come in and shoot your revenue up for the year.
Yep. And from my experience in my career this is right on market with, you have your at need where I don't have a grave, my loved one passed away, I need to purchase one. But then you also have pre-need that, hey, I'm planning ahead, I need one for myself, my wife, or whatever. And we've seen that little bit of a divot in the market that people aren't pre-need planning. So it's not just here in Waverly to see that slight divot, just to put everybody at ease.
And that's the thing is, we really don't know how many people are going to walk in and, and how many lots are going to be sold. But
we need revenue and start advertising.
Yeah, being right on pace, though, this year.
People are dying to get in.
I also want to throw out there that this is
It didn't take that long to say it, didn't it?
This is the only revenue line where we're in the real estate business, essentially. So we're not purchasing property to turn around and make a dime. This is the only line item throughout any budget where there's a market for real estate. So
Very true.
And we have software as well for this?
Yep, we have software for it. Jen's finally got everything in that we need to, so we actually went live with it. Yeah, that wasn't on purpose.
Getting a little punchy, and sorry about that.
In, I believe it was around October, where we actually used it for the first time. And, we're still trying to work out bugs with it, kind of make sure that everything is accurate. Not because of the data that she input, but just to make sure that everything's accurate. What it's showing on our phone or showing on a tablet is actually accurate with what's up there.
So explain what it does.
Yep. So this cemetery software, we can actually look and see just real quick where there are open graves. So we can see if there's a lot open, if it's actually been sold and there's just nobody buried there yet, or if it's completely full. And I mean, once we get a total grasp on it, it'll be a huge help. So, because right now, when we go up there, we're hauling maps up and books and, a whole bunch of stuff. Everything is on there. So, if, we're talking to a family, we may ask, do you have other family members, whatever. Sometimes they don't know where they're buried at, though. It could be a great-grandparent or something like that. And we can look all that up. We can do that all off our phone now.
to what extent will that information be public? Because I'm sure that you get phone calls on genealogy, that kind of stuff. And again, like we were talking about, the reservation system, freeing up staff time. Where does that fall into place? Probably not.
We're still trying to finish working out the bugs on it before we make it public.
Okay.
Because, we don't want, and not that mistakes wouldn't happen with it anyway, but we want to make sure that it's pretty accurate before we get to that point.
Because that can alleviate a lot of phone calls to your office about...
It can.
Right.
Yeah,
so.
well, and especially with being able to locate somebody, because right now all that information is out there, but just because you know that a relative is in Section L, Lot 36, what does that mean?
Right, yeah.
These will help. Yep.
Now, this software, does that interact with the GIS system that Public Works has and all the kind of the citywide locating software? Does this communicate with that?
I don't know if this one will or not. We haven't looked that far into that yet, because this has actually been, we've been on this for about between 2 and 3 years getting this all set up. But so I don't know if it will go with the GIS. Just a couple of other things that cemetery staff does. They water the trees, new grass, sod if we use sod, and then they assist the Parks Department with mowing on the Cedar Parkway and the community gardens. During the wintertime, staff will assist the Parks Department with the removal of snow from all the parks. They take care of the cemetery as well for snow removal. They do maintenance on their equipment, and then they also are involved with the setting up of Christmas decorations and taking those down. Okay, and then as we get into line items again here. Okay, let's see. One of our, well, not really a big change, but if we look down at contract services, what that consists of is our cemetery software is $1,100 per year to have user fees, or user licenses for that. And then the new thing that's added there is the straightening and repairing of old stones. I'm not sure how many people have driven through the cemetery, but especially in the old section, there are a lot of deteriorating stones, a lot of stones that are not tipped over, but they're very slanted. They just need a little bit of care. And a lot of those folks from, that are buried in the old section don't have family around anymore to take care of that type of thing. So we're looking at kind of doing a yearly thing where we straighten some old stones. We'd be contracting that out. Our idea is to start with stones that are the closest to the cemetery roads, any veteran stones that need straightened. So that's what we're looking at with that item. Then,
But typically that maintenance would fall on the family, or do we take on the perpetual care of the stone upon interment?
not of the stones typically. No.
That's generally the case anywhere, but.
Right. The perpetual care covers any maintenance. Well, I shouldn't say it covers it. That's what it goes towards. It does not cover it.
Right.
But yes, any stone upkeep or anything like that is typically on family or relatives or a private source. But yeah, like I mentioned, there's a lot that don't have that anymore. Right. So, under capital equipment, Mike touched on this a bit with his presentation. We are looking at getting going in on with a mini excavator. Couple of other things that he didn't mention for pros for the cemetery is he did mention the tight spaces and all that, but this mini could get underneath a lot of trees that right now we have to trim a lot for the backhoe to get under. And it's not great for the trees. It doesn't look good. This would alleviate a lot of that. It would also take away a lot of the ground repair that we have to do afterwards, especially the burials that we have in the springtime. The backhoe really tears the cemetery up. And, as Matt asked earlier, when are we going to be at capacity, or when do we have to expand the cemetery? Almost everywhere we go right now is very tight spaces because there's either stones up for either pre-need or people who are already buried there, or there's trees or there's other obstacles. So we're very hopeful for this mini excavator to be able to help the cemetery operations. Another good aspect of it is this should be able to square the grave up pretty good so that we don't have to have staff get in the grave to square it up. Because currently there are times that the backhoe can't get in the right spot to get it square. So we have to have staff go in and actually cut down the sides and do that. And there's always that risk when you're in there of a possible cave-in or anything like that. So this would just make it a lot safer as well. Are there any questions on cemetery we didn't cover? Okay, we will move into the golf course and pro shop. Okay. The golf course department, as I mentioned, we have 2 full-time employees, Dennis and Chris, and then typically 9 seasonal staff. Some of their day-to-day activities, operations, include tree trimming. They review their chemical programs, inventories, and budget numbers. They mow the greens, tees, aprons, and fairways, prepare the course for opening, winterizing, and then tournament prep work, calibrate the sprayers for their equipment, pressurize the irrigation system, install the irrigation pumps, roll the greens, perform water management with the water levels in course ponds and irrigation ponds, and then apply algae control in ponds. During the winter, they assist with snow removal as well. Basically, the whole Leisure Services Department assists with snow removal for any of the public grounds. They do budget preparations, maintain equipment, do their training and recertifications, and again, they check the inventories. It's amazing what those guys do with, basically a two-man crew, and then what they have for seasonals when they're available. All right, as we look in the line items here, their dues and memberships, those are GSCA, which is a national membership that Dennis is a member of, and then the IGCSA, which is state, which both Dennis and Chris are members of. Obviously, we have travel and conference again. And let's see, once we get down to, or one thing I guess I wanted to talk about was the rental and the lease of equipment on the light item 6415. Each year we rent a air compressor to blow out the irrigation system to winterize that, so that hasn't changed at all. One thing that we're looking at doing this next year is renting a stump grinder, because we have between 30 and 40 trees on the golf course that have either been taken down or will be coming down here in the next few months. Most of them ash, some other diseased trees as well. And so instead of contracting that out, we're looking at running a stump grinder for a week, and then Chris will be able to run that and do all of the work himself on that with some seasonal help.
Do we have other areas of town that we can hit with that while we have it?
If there's time, because we will have it for a week, and if it takes 3 days to do this on the golf course, we're planning on hitting those as well. Yes. It was brought up at the golf course commission meeting, about possibly purchasing a stump grinder. Had we done that maybe 5 or 6 years ago, I think that, it probably would have made sense at that time to an extent, and we'll get into that in a minute. But you're looking at probably about $25,000 to $30,000 for a new stump grinder, and that doesn't account for the amount of staff time that it takes. Because right now, what we do for in parks and vegetation management is we have those stumps contracted out, and then all they do is grind the stumps, and then our crews come behind and take care of all the mulch. They fill the holes in, and they reseed. So staff time of actually going around and grinding them first and then doing that, you're probably looking at either a 3 or 4 man crew doing that instead of 2. So yeah, it would have made sense a while ago. I'm not sure we would have had the staff time regardless.
James, do you know, is it common for cities to equipment share? And I brought up the idea of rent.
It could be. I mean, the issue we get into is most of the cities around us don't have the ability to have something like that either. We are like center core, and we're probably the largest city other than if we start going into Cedar Falls or Waterloo and hauling one up here. As Garrett alluded to in this situation, 5-6 years ago, when we really started getting deep in the ash tree dilemma that was going on through here, we were taking down a ton of trees. That probably would have been the time to do it. Now that we're close to the end of the ash trees coming down on public property, it may not be feasible to have that kind of an investment for the trees we will be taking down. Because other than the ash trees, we get some here and there. I don't know how many in a year we get, but so far. Now, if another disease comes through, we may be getting a grinder, but right now, we get so many trees that are normal, it really has just been focused on the ash trees, taking them out. We can't really do it in private property, and even if they were contracted to do it, getting those things in there is not always easy either in somebody's backyard or somebody's tight spaces, so we prefer somebody licensed and bonded to have to go do that versus us. But we could look at if some other city has one, but they're expensive, and I think that's why you see a lot of them contracting out, because it is a short-term need, and unfortunately a certain time of year is about all you can do them. But no, I appreciate the thought. We've talked about it.
Maybe it makes sense to, in the future for us to talk about it the other way. Maybe, Shell Rock's renting stuff from us. And
that's what I would think would happen more so than us sharing with a bigger city. We would probably be manning it out to other places. And again, the
Cedar
worst
Falls
part
might have something that we want.
Exactly. It's staff time. That's what it comes down to as well. We allocate time to knock this out, get the equipment, we do it. We don't have a lot of spare time to just hit the others when they go. So
The other thing with that is if we're out grinding, in the right of way or wherever it might be, if we hit a wire, we hit a line of some sort, we're the ones liable. Right now it would be the contractor. And so it's, and not that happens often, but it does happen. So that's another thing that we kind of looked at with that. Let's see. If we go down a little further, we have an electric power washer. Currently, we just use a hose and water to clean the equipment. The power washer would be that much nicer, go quicker, and keep the machines looking that much better.
Efficient.
More efficient, absolutely. Let's see. Well, do I have any questions on golf course before we move on to the pro shop?
So under your objectives, you've got something about replacing your split rail fence?
Yes.
Is that in the budget somewhere?
That is...
Or is that developing a plan and won't be paid for until later?
Yeah, that's just developing the plan, and then we'll be looking at getting that done a little later on.
Some of that will depend on hospital expansion and
exactly
whether that's going to stay there or not. That's all kind of being hammered out too. So it is pretty tough though when you go by it. That split rail is pretty split.
It's showing its age.
It's not
looks
great.
rustic.
But
Yeah, you can say that.
Garrett, you have on here a couple items, or an item for principal and interest payments. What loan is that?
Oh, sure. Thanks, Rod. So this this year right now, we actually got 3 new pieces of equipment. I'm sorry, 6 new pieces of equipment. And the total on those was $143,000, somewhere in that range. And so that's what those principal payments are for. We have already made 1 payment on that, and so this next fiscal year will be the 2nd payment on that loan.
We run kind of a 3-year note on that, kind of cycling through every 3 years to keep our equipment current. Otherwise, trying to do this all in 1 year, skipping a year or 2, it's not very consistent. This keeps us nice and even. There's no hills and spikes and valleys. So far, it's been pretty good overall. We may look at it next in the years coming. Is it cheaper on the interest? You put it with a larger, if we're going to go out and sell debt anyway, less interest, that thing. But so far, it's been going fine. It's like I said, it's a 3-year note. It's just easier than trying to take an entire $140,000 hit up front. And the interest is pretty reasonable from what the banks are charging us for that. So it's not much at all.
Okay.
Okay, we'll move on to the pro shop here. And in the pro shop, we have the 1 full-time employee, which is Jordan David, and then 9 seasonal staff typically. Spring, summer, and fall, the day-to-day operations include providing customer service to golfers, maintaining course software and website, facilitating the junior golf program, marketing and membership sales, planning and facilitating golf events and tournaments, and then offering golf lessons and special programming as needed. during the winter, and this would be the first winter that we have had a full-time pro. But some of his duties are taking inventory of the pro shop equipment and merchandise, marketing and budgeting for the coming year. He had the golf course open a few times in December, and I believe once maybe the end of November. So he was able to do that since we had him there. And then also keep the pro shop open during some limited hours during the off season. So he's been open this winter as well.
Gary, do you know what's the annual usage on the golf course? Do you have that figure?
I do, if you give me just a second here.
While you're looking that up from the Golf Commission, I know Jordan had shared with us that this coming year, golf year's schedule for tournaments and stuff was starting to fill up nicely. Getting things on the calendar, so.
It's a unique relationship. We might as well just jump into it right now. It's been a challenge. The amount of money we're committing to the golf course every year has grown, and sometimes exponentially. Rounds nationwide are down, regionally are down, and the weather doesn't help. We have these very late, rainy April, May. You have early, rainy September, October. It really does put us in a pinch. And so part of it, though, and some people don't want to hear it, it's a relationship we have with the country club. When you look at where we sit, they own the building, part of the first tee box, and 1/3 of the parking lot, and they take all the revenue off the food and drink that's out there at the course. We take care of everything else. So we don't generate a lot of revenue other than trail fees and things that will maintain the basic needs of the course. The country club itself takes more of the, I don't know if I call it lucrative, but if you're in a restaurant business, that's where your money is made. We don't receive any of that. And so while we're running these huge deficits, I don't know of anybody else that has this kind of an arrangement or an agreement anywhere. And it's very hard for us to want to really promote a bunch of tournaments and take this on when it's actually more wear and tear for us to maintain without any of the benefit of the fees and the food and the money and that kind of thing coming in for the revenue. So it's been difficult. We're seeing the costs go up and up. I'm getting a lot of criticism from other people because there's another course. Why do you keep it, etc. So we may have to talk about this a little further eventually, but our goal was to get a full-time pro in, which we're one of the only 18-hole courses in a region that doesn't have that. We can't compete if we don't even have somebody to do that. We're hoping to start trimming that deficit down. We just got him in April before the season was already set and going, so we haven't had a chance to really measure the effectiveness, but we hope by the end of this year coming forward we'll see a reduction in that cost or an increase in that revenue or both to maybe start offsetting that balance a little bit. And it was a tough decision council made a year ago or so. You know, we were kind of given a 3-year grace to see what can we do to try and offset some of this subsidy going in, and we have some goals we're trying to hit, and again, it's just timing to see if we can get there, but it's not an easy thing to do. And to even talk about this, I love this course. I put it up against any public course in the entire state. It's that well manicured, it's beautiful to play, it's amazing, and we've had to pull back already. But at some point, we're going to have some hard discussions. What are we going to do with this? If you're comfortable with the subsidy, it's great. We'll keep going. But if we start turning this down, it could be interesting.
My praise stems from the employee.
Yep.
And then also, you know, if we put money into this, it's being utilized.
Absolutely.
So that's the twofold for me there.
You bet.
Here are the numbers in okay, so this 18,394 would be the total uses that the golf course had for 2019. So that was as of October 31st. So that wouldn't include any of the extra days that we were open or anything like that, or I guess any of November. But so that was our total at that point.
So that means the number of rounds
Yes, I'm sorry, the number of rounds.
So we rebounded. Unfortunately, look further to the left, you can see the continual slide in number of rounds and usage and the drop. Last year being one of the worst years everybody kind of experienced with the weather, but we're at 25,000 almost. Now we're at 18 and change. That's a significant amount of revenue usage that's just dropping off. And that's what makes this hard to continue to look at this business as usual, but that's kind of what we're doing and trying to have Jordan give him a chance to really market this. I don't know how well we marketed it prior. We tried to, but we didn't have the staff to actually take a look and package this up with deals with the hotels and the restaurants and all these things that we're hoping to accomplish going forward. And I think he'll do a great job with it. He'll do all he can. But the industry slide, as you can see now, it's tough road right now.
So we kind of have some of those pieces in place to try to get a revenue turn on that.
Yep. That was our goal last year, is to get them in place. Now let's see how we can do it and see if we can curb this, and maybe the industry comes back a little better. The weather hopefully cooperates a little more. But I was pleased to see that number pop back up.
I think there's very few cities that have two great golf courses, and I really think that we can use it as an advantage to pull people into the city.
I don't know another city in the state that has a true links course and a municipal course other than Ankeny. And that is Otter Creek, and then some of the others they have down there, maybe Des Moines, but that's it.
And do we have an agreement with the country club? And if so, how often is that reassessed? And have they ever contributed toward maintenance of the course?
I don't think there's an agreement we can find. All this stuff went out and happened before I was even born. This stuff is all way back there. And then it's just been existing how it was going. I don't know if we have an actual agreement of what is or isn't. I think there's a document of who owns what when it was severed out.
Correct.
I don't even know how long ago, but there's no real contribution to us for maintenance. In fact, we actually rent the pro shop from them because it's their building, so we're paying to have our pro shop in there. One can't survive without the other, though we're a little more that we could versus they could, because it's hard to have a country club and a golf course. But you can have a golf course without a country club. I'm not throwing stones, and everybody watching this, both people, don't freak out about this. But I'm just saying, these are hard decisions that you have to make as a council. Are you comfortable continuing? Because we're looking at every division. What does it cost us to keep maintaining our services, the efficiency of it? How are we working? I think we do a great job. It just, the deck is stacked against you a little bit.
So we're leasing the pro shop from the country club entity.
What's that?
We're leasing the pro shop from the country club entity.
We are.
That's correct.
And so that's where it becomes difficult to, how does that relationship evolve and continue to go, and should it, can it? I don't know. These are all the answers at some point we'll kind of have to start looking at.
So we've talked about in a 3-year time, we'll have to kind of reevaluate how the pro shop is going, if we want to continue that contribution. It would be nice at that time if we could get a written contract of our relationship with the country club. It would be nice if we could somehow formalize that and get that in writing. So
we should lock into the library and see if there's any history out there on it, because I honestly have never seen a document that says this is how this works. All I know is what's owned just by the legal, and that's it.
And so what do we pay them in rent for the pro shop? And is that a line item on this?
What is pro
on the
shop?
pro shop budget?
$5,000.
Yep.
So, okay, is that transfer from?
No, that's the money we
Oh,
take
that's the
in.
revenue. Let's see.
There's a line 6416.
Yep. I was just going to say, I believe that's it.
Okay, yeah, land and buildings.
Yep.
10.5.
Yo, I'm sorry, it's 2 payments of $5,000 then.
Yeah. So that's what we're leasing the pro shop for.
I would frankly be surprised if you could find an agreement.
Yeah.
Most of these things were done simply not even a handshake, just an accommodation.
Right. That's what makes it difficult, is how do you move forward with, is there an agreement, is there not? How do you craft one? It's going to take both sides wanting to do that.
Yeah.
But in order for this to be efficient going forward, things have got to change. I don't think either entity is doing that great financially. I can't speak for the country club, but I got to believe they're hurting as well, just because the rounds are down and we can only do what we can do with what we have without having a building to deal in. Whether it be lessons, indoor leagues, all these things we'd like to do, we have no structure to do it, and we don't have the ability to right now. So
Be an opportunity with the fair leaving to rethink that whole deal.
It's been something that's been talked about for a long, long time.
Yep.
It is. So that's the gist of it. I don't want to dwell on this. Again, we'll have to address it some other time in a sense, but that's where we're heading so far as we try to get a good 3-year deal to try and make this go. And we'll see what Jordan can do, but I have faith in him. Like, he's going to do a great job. I hope the trend continues and the weather cooperates a little better. It has been 2 of the worst golfing years for weather I've ever seen. When you knock out September and October-ish, that's a great time to golf. And you can't get started because winter seems like it's going into May. That's not easy. Everything's kind of shifted, so it's really impacted the ability to keep these open, maintain them when they stay that wet. So the staff is doing a great job with what they can do with it, and the results are there. We're just really hoping for one good year to see what it's capable of. So hopefully it'll go well. But I'm glad to hear that the tournaments are filling in and things are taking off. So
I think that the golf course is very important to the community because, I mean, the schools use it and
absolutely
and everything. And if it's all of a sudden we don't have one, now we're determined.
Want to go that route, but yet it's how do we turn this?
To go pay privately, or look at the bowling alley. The kids can't even use the bowling alley hardly for sports. They are literally going to other bowling alleys in different cities. So, as much as we can keep here, it would be best. So,
well, that's certainly our plan, and I think we'll accomplish it. But just so you know, that's the challenges that we face. If you're other things in the community, I can't control that, but we know what we have to do on this end to do the best we can with what we've got and what we're working with. And it's immaculate. If you ever get a chance to play it, golf at all, I'll put it up against anywhere in the state, public owned. So there's my soapbox, Garrett. Sorry about that.
Great. No, thank you. One thing that Jordan did come up with that we're looking at doing this next year is if you look at salaries and wages, you can see that it did drop just a bit, which is strange considering everything else has gone up. But one thing that we're looking at doing this year is having a different, a new position that's just going to be a cart attendant. Typically, we do not have business in the pro shop from between 6:30 and 9:30 in the evenings. So we're looking at having a cart attendant that would just be there to bring, get the keys for the carts as they come back from their rounds, clean the carts, that kind of stuff. Not be taking any tee times, not be selling anything, because frankly we just don't have that business in the pro shop at that time. So that's one way that he's come up with it. We're going to at least try to save a little bit there. That's the plan there for right now, but that kind of shows why that price went down as well. Let's see. If we look at 6230, we see that that's PGA school. Jordan has one more class to take there. He'll be getting that in this next fiscal year. And then he should be certified with the PGA. So we're finishing that up for him. We go down to advertising. You can see, what we spend on advertising there. And that's through Course Trends. That's our commercials, things like that, along with MediaCom, and then our cart signs, and then obviously also in the newspaper. Rental equipment, we spend about $23,000 on a year for golf carts. If you look up in the revenues, we get about $98,000 back from running them out for rounds of golf. Then we already talked about the pro shop lease.
I don't mean to get nitpicky here, but I will.
I'm sorry.
MasterCard processing fee, $6,000. Is that basically the pro shop revenue that I would divide it into to figure where?
Well, I mean, what that is yeah, that's for all of the that is for all the transactions that we take a credit card for.
Okay. So what total? I mean, I guess I wouldn't know cash credit, so I really can't figure that. But
right. But yeah, I mean, that's a pretty good chunk of stuff, but that's one of the places, for the city that we do allow credit cards right now.
I just cringe when I see money going out to a big bank like that. And
yep.
There's something nitpicky maybe I can get into later. So.
Okay. Merchandise for resale, that's our, any of our merchandise. If you look back here for the sales and merchandise, we're at about 58,000. Then obviously concessions, we spend about 8,000 there. We bring in approximately 11,000 is what we're budgeting. Let's see if I missed anything on Pro Shop. Most of the stuff has stayed, all the line items have stayed fairly the same for this next fiscal year because we're just trying to see how it's going with, the new full-time pro. Are there any other questions on Pro Shop? Okay, we will move into aquatics to the pool. All right, the aquatics department consists of 40 seasonal staff. Typically, you can give or take a couple there. 28 lifeguards, 11 concession staff, and 1 custodian. Day-to-day operations include cleaning the pool and maintaining the proper chemical levels, training staff regularly in aquatic safety, lifeguarding and overseeing the safety of pool users. This past year in 2019, we had about 16,675 citizens that used the pool. Let's see. Keeping the facility clean and well organized for users, and then staffing special events like pool parties. This is another thing I didn't mention at the beginning. I directly oversee everything at the pool and all of this staff, and I get to be in charge of filling the pool and draining the pool and all of that fun stuff. So, one of the things that we're looking at doing this year is incorporating a family restroom into our current facility. And I think it's probably, I know it's my hope, I don't know if it's everybody's hope, but we are looking at hopefully getting a new pool here in the next 3, 4, 5, how many ever years it might be. But we're well overdue for a family restroom at the pool. And so I've kind of looked at that, and I think I found a way that we can do it, fairly cheap in the grand scheme of things. So we're hopeful for that. That's kind of listed there under the building improvements, $6,750 down at the bottom of your page. And there's a chance that we could get a grant for that as well, at least to pay for part of it. I haven't been able to look too much into that yet, but that's the hope. But we're hoping that we can get that done for under $15,000. So, one of the other things with the pool is the salaries and wages. Currently, our rate for a starting lifeguard is $7.75. That puts us at 45th in the state for everyone who actually got back to IPRA as to what their starting wages were.
45th out of?
45th out of, we were 11th from the bottom, so out of 56.
Okay.
Yep. And then looking at cities that are about our size, so 8,000 to 12,000 is what I looked at, we were second to the bottom in that. So what I have done here with the wages is I have proposed and talked to Leisure Services Commission about this, and they were definitely on board. Looking at raising the starting wage to $9 per hour. So that puts us about, I believe it's 5th for cities our size. That's a lot better than second to the last, I guess. But anyway, so that's what the change in wages there is making the starting rate $9.
Do we have a challenge getting lifeguards?
We have a huge challenge getting lifeguards. And, the other thing with that, and we're going to get into that here in a minute, is they have to pay for their certifications and they have to be certified, to be a lifeguard. So I think this will alleviate some of that. We're also, in competition with Shell Rock is going to be having a new pool. If the pool does ever get completed at Prairie Links, there will be a pool there. I don't know for sure if they're having guards or not yet at this point. But, that is something that we're looking at, and we're just not that far away from Cedar Falls and Waterloo, to take some of our guards there. And that includes Lost Island Park too, because Lost Island has a ton of lifeguards, but they still don't have enough. So
we're also competing with all the other service area jobs, things that kids that age can do, and when you look at what they're paying, well beyond even $9 an hour, it was a good move in the right direction. We hope it'll pay some benefit, but it still may not fix our problem right now. We're hoping it alleviates some of the issues of having to close the pool in the middle of the week towards the later summer, so we don't have people. We don't have enough guards, and we don't have enough shifts to cover, having to reduce the amount of space that is guarded because we don't have enough guards. All things that we've had to deal with in the last couple of years.
And that does happen from time to time where we may need to turn the slides off or close the deep end or do something like that because we just don't have the staff, to safely or legally keep it open.
So may not fix it, but baby steps. We're trying to get closer and help out where we can to see if we can't keep returning guards coming back and maybe attract a few more.
So we're not paying for any training. There's no program at this point.
At this point, no. That is down here under training. I do have reimbursed for half certifications. And the reason I'm talking about there is for new certifications, because a new certification is between $175 and $200, and can be pretty tough. I mean, unless the parents are paying or whatever for a 15, 16, 17-year-old to come up with that. So I'm recommending that, we pay for half of that certification. The research, if they do that here in town, they're only being charged $40 for a recertification. So I'm okay with, them paying that on their own. I also didn't want to pay for the entire certification for a new one because I want them to have some responsibility and, so on, to kind of own that. But that's what we'd be looking at is half certification for any new lifeguards.
I'm a big advocate for if you build it, they'll come. I mean, I think I'd kind of talked to you about this, about, the hospital built on and added on, and we invested in that, and we literally have people coming from Charles City that they have a hospital there, and they come here to utilize our hospital for outpatient services, emergency services, or whatever.
Sure.
So I truly feel like the pool and investing in that and the things that we have are really important. So, paying, it's kind of like EMS. They pay all this money to get educated, and then they're reimbursed very little, and most of the time they're volunteering. So very little people are wanting to get into EMS. So increasing wages is a good step forward. Also, putting that out there for less, we'll pay for you to get certified is something important too, and that will definitely pique interest. Oh, they're willing for me to pay for me to get to do this and pay me a little bit more wages. I mean, it's a good investment, I believe, to bring people here. And I mean, people will come from all over the place if we have good, safe facility to utilize. They'll come from more just from Waverly. They'll come from different cities.
Heard from a lot of residents that do want to really make some major improvements on a
Yes.
next aquatic center and take a big leap there. So I think it's something as a council and city that we should take fairly seriously. I think it would pay huge dividends and
Definitely.
really add to the quality of life.
Well, and that's the thing too, and that's part of it. As you know, when we get to that point where if we do get a new pool aquatic facility, we want to make sure that we're going to be able to staff it, because one, it's going to be more spread out probably. We're going to need more guards on staff all the time. And if we wait until then to up a wage to $9, we're not even going to be in the ballpark with where we need to be,
I agree.
wage-wise. And so that's why I'm kind of looking at getting that started now. So it's not such a huge jump at that point either.
What about incentivizing, you pay the half of it, you keep it on the ledger that, okay, your certification was $200 and we paid half this year. Based on your performance and coming back for longevity to next year, we'll consider, the other half to, maintain productive employment.
Sure, and we could definitely consider that.
Right.
I didn't want to ask for everything up front.
No, I don't see it that way. I'm just giving you the ideas outside of the box of.
Well, sure. So I'm on leisure services. I know one of the things they were talking about is returning workers get a wage every year they come back.
Yes.
And basically giving them that returning bump earlier in the season, so actually like at the beginning of August, when they have a tendency to lose a lot of workers to baseball practice, or the high school kids have other things going on.
Right.
So a way to keep them working through August and to the end of the summer.
Right.
Yep, and we had talked about that at Leisure Services Commission, and I think that's definitely something that we're going to look into, and that'll be reflected. Or that is reflected in these wages, is to be able to bump that up.
Right. Of course, that's looking at July 1st too, so.
Yep. We can look at bumping it at the start of the season. There'd be an amendment we'd have to pull in, and we could start to ballpark what that cost would be and bring that back to you in March, April, something like that, for a possible approval to entertain that, if that's something you'd like us to do. We can certainly do that research and get that figure.
Yeah, that won't be a problem. Yep.
Okay.
I think that pretty much covers staff. If we look down at minor equipment, repairing of a chlorinator pump. Last pool season we had, this chlorinator pump go out. So we were we weren't able to pump chlorine for probably a little over a week. So we had to manually put in granular chlorine. Which isn't the worst thing in the world, but it's, tough to do while, we can't do it while people are in the pool and that stuff, so we have to do it in off times. So long story short, if we get this chlorinator pump repaired, we can have it refurbished, and that way if this new one that we have goes down, I can change it out. I don't need someone to come in and change it out. I can do it, and we have chlorine flowing again. So that's what we're looking at doing there. And then just under license and permits, we have our concessions license certificate letting us sell concessions, and then also ASCAP so that we can play music over the speakers. So those are the main things there for the pool. Did anyone have any other questions on the pool? Okay, we're going to move into the Civic Center. Okay, and as I mentioned before, Shane Podest is the government buildings superintendent. So we have him for a quarter of the time. Day-to-day operations for him include preparing the Civic Center and City Hall for events and reservations. During the 2019 year, Between the Civic Center and the council chambers, this building was utilized 336 times, or we had 336 meetings is what it amounts to between city and public meetings. I'm sorry, private meetings. Cleaning and maintaining the Civic Center inside and out. Maintaining the building's mechanical, plumbing, and heating needs, which is no easy feat. And assisting the Parks Department with mowing, weeding, and snow removal on public properties. One of the objectives this year is going to be to replace the drinking fountain on the north end of the building. I'm sure some people got a drink out of it today, and it's not exactly cold. It doesn't stay cold. And there's no water bottle filler on there. This is what we currently have.
That lighting makes it look like it's a prison shot.
And
that's a good lead in. That's nice work.
And this is what we're looking at going to. There we go. So it has the water bottle filler. This is what we have down here on the south end now. So that would just be replacing that water fountain. One of the other things or larger items on the Civic Center is replacing 16 panels in the parking lot. So these panels, most of it, what we're talking about, is right out front here. You know, I'm sure that people have noticed as you walk in, they're just deteriorating. Where the panels come together, they're breaking away and they're just kind of crumbling apart. So we're looking at getting a handful of those replaced. We're not looking at doing the whole parking lot at this point.
Had some tripping hazards, some complaints, things like that, and the seam on top is probably the best of it. Underneath, it's getting even worse, and to where that starts to show, you're really going to have problems. So we did a similar project in the library a couple years ago. We picked out the worst spots of it, did the center corridor where the traffic really was the worst of it, and it came out extremely well, and without doing the entire lot. We'll have a similar issue here. We won't do most of what's parked on. It's just a straight through, drive through right here. We did a hunk on the north side 2 years ago as well, where the curb was. It was breaking up similar, and this is only going to get worse and worse. It's harder to plow, it's harder to maintain, and it is a tripping hazard. These seams are getting deep enough, they're starting to catch people, so something we want to at least try to accomplish.
Yep.
Garrett, just a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't mean to be off topic here, but just back on the ASCAP fees on the pool.
Yes.
Do you know specifically what those are, how much those are?
I think I've got, let me make sure. I thought I had them in the line item, but maybe I don't.
I thought it was like $363 or something.
Yep, $363.
Okay. So I just know there's like serious for business might be like a little bit cheaper, like, but I don't know, to be like $24 a month. And I don't know if you can toggle it and turn it on your summer months, and it's only $200, so I won't waste any more time, but it might be worth looking at.
Yeah, I will look into that and see, because I'm not sure about that.
I do know that there's some value in being able to broadcast the local frequencies that we do there, especially if it's K-Way or whatever. Everybody hears the advertising and all that kind of stuff.
I was going to say, except for some reason, the guards don't like country anymore, so.
That's fine.
I think that might be the biggest complaint I hear at the pool, so.
We're picking up half the stuff now.
Okay, jumping back to the Civic Center. If we go down and look in minor equipment, there's $150 budgeted there for a weed torch. What that is for weeds out here on the embankment to the river. Instead of spraying, we can just burn those off. That would be the idea behind that. Under building improvements, we are looking at getting a new projector for the Civic Center. The one that we have in there is pretty outdated. I mean, it's actually the same one as this one. It does still work, but it is not user-friendly. And I don't know, Rod, did it work for you guys the other night when you were in?
I didn't run my things on it, but the people that were, it seemed to be working okay.
Okay, because I spent about a half hour getting them set up after work because it just wasn't user-friendly for them. But
It's kind of a coin flip anymore. There's a lot of times we had meetings that it just would not go. And it's frustrating, it's embarrassing. We've had an economic development twice, at least in the last year, to where we're ready, everybody's sitting, and now all of a sudden it won't work. It did 10 minutes ago, and it's just dead. And that's the frustration we're seeing, and we need something that's going to be at least HDMI compatible hookups. It is really just a crapshoot trying to get that thing to go someday. So it's not effective to have that space there where people think that's going to be available, and then all of a sudden it's not. And so we have to be keeping up with that. Someday this will go as well, but that one seems to have a little less reliability than this one does right now.
And the other thing with a new projector in there is it will tie in with our audio that we have in there now. We replaced that a year or two ago, but it's not compatible with that projector. So you can either be using the projector or you can be using the audio. Now you'll be able to use both. So that's another reason that we're looking at doing that.
We will not have it done for Super Bowl parties either, so it's not quick and not that quick.
Not this Super Bowl.
Not that year.
Let's see if there's anything else in Civic Center that we need to talk about. I think that's all I've got for Civic Center, unless anyone has any specific questions on that. Okay.
We'll finish up vegetation management.
Move into vegetation management. Okay, as I mentioned, vegetation management is a fairly new division. We now have 2 full-time staff. Patrick started in August of 2019. Eric Shares is our lead for veg management. Kind of their day-to-day operations are planting and maintaining roadside vegetation, planting and maintaining natural prairies throughout the city, seeding new prairies, assisting with tree removal and trimming with assistance from public services. In 2019, the department removed 82 trees, 56 of which were ash trees. And this is where we'll kind of talk about ash trees again a little bit. We're down to about 10 trees left on the city right-of-way, 10 ash trees left on the city right-of-way that we're hoping to have done, if not this winter, sometime early spring. Just depends on when we can get to them with snow and everything. But after that, we'll be moving into the parks to remove the ash trees that are located there and any other public property. We probably have about 100 trees throughout parks and public property that need to be removed. We're hoping to have that done sometime within the next year to year and a half. Then, let's see, we have prescribed burns, and they also maintain 7 miles of the trail. We've talked about that a little bit throughout the day. We go all the way to Highway 63 maintaining the trail. And so that includes trimming for clearance, mowing along the sides, basically, anything out there. If we remove snow, typically we like to leave the snow out there for cross-country skiers, unless it gets to that point where you have ice here, empty spot, or clear spot, I should say, ice, clear spot, then we try to get that all cleared up. But otherwise, we leave it for cross-country skiers. During the winter, corrective tree pruning, maintenance on equipment, and assisting the Parks Department with snow removal, and then also the setup and tearing down of holiday decorations. One thing I want to mention with the corrective tree pruning, this is the first year that we've actually been able to get to tree pruning in quite some time throughout the city, just because of lack of staff time. And they were able to get to every tree that's been planted in the last 10 years and get it pruned. I guess everyone that we have a record of being planted in the last 10 years. In just this late fall and early winter, they've been able to get to that about 400 trees. So I think, is it 400, Paul? Yeah, about 400 trees they got pruned, here in just the last few months. So, I mean, vegetation management doing a great job doing that. Let's see. We'll get down into some of the actual budget here. And just a quick note, I don't think I mentioned this before, and just so everyone knows, vegetation management shares the building with the Parks Division. So I'd say they each have half. Basically, it's all intertwined. But that being said, that is the old public services building. And so one of the line items down there under building maintenance and repair, there's a concrete pit there where they used to do the maintenance on the equipment and stuff for drain. We're going to get that filled in because we don't need that anymore. So we're going to get that filled in. It's kind of a tripping hazard for us now. So we're taking care of that. Under minor equipment, which is number 6504, one of the changes there is chainsaws. We're looking at getting 2 new chainsaws. The current ones that the Vegetation Management Division has are 15 years old and 21 years old. So it's probably time to get some new equipment in there for them. Plus, they're using it, more often now because previously it was always Streets Department that was doing all the cutting. Now Vegetation Management has taken over a large chunk of that. The other thing listed under minor equipment is a tablet or a laptop, and then Arbor Pro, which is a program that we're looking at purchasing for our tree inventory. So Paul's done extensive research on this Arbor Pro program. What it does is it allows us to go out to wherever a tree is. We can go out, punch in the coordinates of that, and then we can say what type of tree it is, whether it needs to be recommended for removal, whether it's in good shape, an approximation of the age of the tree. Are there any power lines in the area? Basically anything you want to know about this tree, and it all goes into this program. And the nice thing about this Arbor Pro program is that we do not need an internet connection outside of the office. So we enter all this information, get back to the office, and then it uploads once you have an internet connection. Another nice thing with it is it will tie in with the Public Services GIS system that they have. We did check into that for that particular item. What this will also do is it will help us with maintenance schedule, like with the pruning, with watering of new trees, basically any upkeep that we have on the trees. It'll also be able to tell us, for instance, what % of our trees are less than 10 years old, what % is older than 50 years old, that kind of stuff, so we can be kind of ahead of everything on replacing the tree canopy as we need to.
I would think if we have another disease issue that's coming through or another problem that's coming, you'll now be able to identify how many of those trees are affected, where they are.
Exactly.
Instead of hunting for when they die, you have to go get them. Now you know the impact.
Instead of having Paul driving around and point, exactly.
You can diversify. If you're getting way too heavy in this species, let's diversify into something else to keep us from having a mass wiping out of trees like the ash borer did.
Exactly.
So it'll help kind of offset what we've been doing is just eyeballing it. You'll know now how how many trees, where are they at? Is there a district that's flooded with maple? We better stop putting them in there, get something else in there.
And that's one thing that we have been doing too with our tree planting program is that we're not putting the same species in, as much as possible. If we're planting 80 trees, it's unlikely that we even have 10 of the same kind, because we're really trying to get a lot of different trees.
Garrett, on that, you're just talking about an inventory of trees that are on the city right-of-way and parks and that. This isn't a citywide inventory, is it?
That's correct. It would just be city trees.
Right.
Will there be any benefit of people wanting to add theirs for that disease protection?
The benefit would be if we wanted to know about the tree canopy as to, the percentage, of how many are in backyards. Like right now, for instance, we've just kind of done estimates on, private ash trees is kind of what it amounts to. So there could be that benefit. The problem that I see right away is how many people would participate in that. And, I don't think we'd want to use staff time to get private trees into this.
I wonder if we could look at it for calls and complaints, though. If you have to go out and inspect a tree, take a tree down, those kind of things, we could log that in at some point, or some other department could utilize that, code enforcement or something, if there's issues with, we're getting called on the same tree getting knocked down 2-3 times, chunks of it, maybe we just take it out.
Right.
Or, it could be on the basis of, okay, we have the private side of this, mechanism, and if we have something else that comes along and you put the all-call out that, hey, if you have one of these trees, let us know. So then you can come back in and inventory those.
And I believe that are we able to layer stuff like that on this? Is that correct? So we'd be able to separate that if wanted, yes.
Right. Yep. That's more the direction rather than saying, hey, let's go out and, dig into people's private property and that kind of thing.
Put some GPS trackers on those evergreens for the park system.
So when they end up down in Mike's pile to be chipped, we know where they came from.
Not saying it'll happen again, just in case. Maybe we've already done that, public. We've already got a tracker on those trees. So, not saying we don't, saying we do.
Okay.
That's on capital equipment, and then we'll call it good.
Yep, so that's pretty much it for that. So then when we get down to capital equipment, we've got two things there. The first one is a tractor. This tractor would be used for the arm mower. We actually have an arm mower that is budgeted for this fiscal year. This tractor would be the tractor that we would use to use with that arm mower.
Similar tractor. We've not picked that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is not the exact tractor.
It out. Similar tractor.
But currently, right now, we're using a 1981 International, which came over from Public Services. So this is our current tractor and arm mower, which it is still working, and it is still working okay. There's lots of leaks, and if anything happens to that arm mower, we'll be done. We won't be able to do anything because we can't get parts for that particular arm mower anymore. So that's why we have budgeted an arm mower for this current fiscal year and then the tractor for the next fiscal year. Our plan is to get those ordered at the same time if it's approved, and get them going, this coming summer. Just a couple more pictures. Not that you can't imagine the wear and tear that this thing has taken over the years, but that's what we're looking at. So that's a 1981. The other thing that we're looking at under capital equipment is a new disc mower. This is our current disc mower that we have.
There's markets for its collecting.
And With this disc mower, we would be applying for a Living Roadway Trust Fund grant again. We talked about this, I believe it was in September, because this past year we got a new Ranger, kind of like a hyped up Gator, I guess, for better description. But the Living Roadway Trust Fund will pay up to $10,000 towards equipment like this. And so one thing that's really nice, that we've been told at conferences and so on, is most of the areas that have vegetation management are counties and not cities. There are only 4 cities in Iowa that have a vegetation management program, and they really like to acknowledge that. So that's what we're looking at, is applying for a grant for that. So really it'll probably cost us about $2,000 for that piece of equipment. Are there any questions on vegetation management?
Just let it be known for the record that International is probably the only piece of equipment that is older than I am.
It's worse.
Or that I'm older than it. That's the other way around.
It's collectible because of its age. In all seriousness, there's people that might want it because it's rare,
Yes.
but it's not worth that much.
Yeah.
And this is one of those examples we talked about earlier, as Garrett kind of wraps up, where you look at the expense of these two pieces together, they're $180,000 almost. We did one in 1 year, one in the next year. We'll bid them across that threshold because you almost have to build them together. And these things have to bolt on, the counterweights, you just don't slap another one on, or we would have done that. In fact, we were hoping to try to do that, and it just doesn't work out. Either the arm's too big for the tractor we have, or the tractor we need won't do something else. It was just a mess, so you have to actually order them together and have them built to be seamless, or else it does not work to patch these in like that. So that's how we'll try and spec it out and get it in and try and do that June, July, so it kind of crosses that fiscal year and we can get them all together and pay for it one time. So
Thanks, Garrett.
Yep, thank you.
do you want a brief break, sir? Do you want to jump right in?
Yeah, we've been at about 2 hours and 45 minutes to my calculation. So 3:15. Sound good?
Sounds great, sir.
So we'll break till 3:15.
Thank you. order up and do a little bit of.
I just wanted to interject here just a moment.
You bet, sir.
Councilwoman Rathe had a funeral to attend. She'd let me know about, and Mayor Pro Tem Kangas had a prayer commitment as well. So,
And certainly catch them up if they have any questions.
Question for you, James, before Bill starts. If you could just give us an overview of this budget process, the next meetings, that might help the newbies
Absolutely. What we will try and get through here is basically through city clerk and accounting, and then we'll probably call it, because once we start getting into water, sewer, solid waste, and Mike comes back, it's pretty in-depth. I want to make sure we're fresh for that. It's a lot to take in. Then we're starting to get into some big areas, and that being a separate part, enterprise funds. That's a good place to kick off the next one. It's about where we end up. Then we'll still work through capital projects, through debt. That's when the real hard discussion starts, is we'll have our scenarios ran with Jennifer. This is what the rate looks like and this is why. Or these are assumptions that we put in place and this is why. And then we'll still go back through, start the next meeting. If there's any questions you have on everything we've covered, we can touch on that then, at the end, kind of wherever you want to take it. But our goal will be to wrap everything up on the 8th, so you've been through it all once, and we'll kind of see what you want to do at that point. If we want to start hammering out, if you have an idea where you want to see it, where you don't, which I know will be difficult without having the end result, but it all kind of plays off the other. We don't know the end result, so you give us a little bit of an idea, and I know we have to give you some idea to see what the end result is. So
we
it's kind
start
of chicken
getting
and egg.
feedback after the 8th, and then it goes back and forth, and we wrap it up. hopefully.
Absolutely. So if there's anything you see across here we ran in today, and this is a big chunk of it, then we can talk about that on the 8th as well. But the real items that move the needle are debt, projects, et cetera. That's what really drives it. So then from the 8th, we'll see how far we get, and then we'll have to decide at that point in time, do you want to meet again? Do we need to? When? If we do. In the meantime, on the study session Monday, normally we do not take any action on the study session, but we have to this time. We do it in emergency situations or timing issues. When we move the meeting from the 3rd to the 10th for the caucus, we've got to set the date of hearing for the first one. The state is now mandated. One of the first two now has to be set, and so that's what we're going to do on consent, is just set the date agenda for the hearing. We have to. We have no choice. In order for it to meet the publication time frame, we have to absolutely set it. Because if we set it the 10th, we only have 7 days. We have to have at least 10 to actually have it on the 17th. So we can't hit that time frame. So we will set it on the 27th. That hearing will be on the 17th. The next one will be in March, and that'll wrap up the budget as a whole. So we are published into the state by the 31st, like we have to be by code. So that's kind of the outline of where we'll go from here out. So you have the 8th, you'll set the hearing Monday for the 17th, et cetera, and then in the meantime, we'll be hopefully getting this down to a spot where the majority of you say that's it. That's what we'll go forward with.
I'll forewarn you on one thing: when we have those public hearings for the budget, those two sessions, it's going to look a little odd. One thing that I picked up at the one of the training sessions was we're going to leave that public hearing open for about 15 minutes. Whether anybody comes up to the podium or talks or not, that's our due diligence that they highly recommend from the Department of Management. So there could be 15 minutes of time where we sit here with nothing. And I mean, if staff wants to come up or you want to talk about it, but essentially the public hearing is still going to sit open for that period of time.
Okay.
That's something
Appreciate
that
that.
I will
Heads up
do.
on that.
So I just don't want anybody caught off guard that night. What are we doing? So.
So we got 15 minutes of free time, basically, to talk about it.
Well, it possibly could be. That's what I'm wondering. Maybe some cards or.
But if somebody approaches and has something, by all means, we'll stop our discussion and that kind of thing. But we will leave it open for our due diligence for the hearing.
Okay. No, that's fine with me.
Thanks for that rundown, James.
Absolutely. Mr. Werger, you're
Thank
ready.
you. Thank you, Council, Mayor. I am launching forth with 3 different budgets, but it's a total of 4 people that are involved in those 3 budgets. So, and it's pretty confusing if you haven't had a conversation with me about this, but it says the Community Development Office across the hall, and yet we have Economic Development, Planning and Zoning also within that. And that's mainly because the state requires us to have a separate budget for economic development and planning and zoning. And so our Community Development Office basically encompasses both those things and other things that we do. So when it comes down to the economic development portion of it, obviously we have, I act as director, and then we have a Connie Tolan is the economic development specialist, and she's a full-time person in that area. And then we have Paige Yoder, who's our office manager. Paige and I are allocated over all three budgets, just for purposes of fairness, clarity, so you know what's in each area. Paige sits out front in our office and is the hub of our operation.
First line of defense.
She knows everything. She's very organized. And I'll tell you that the way our office across the hall is set up, if you haven't been there, Garrett and Jen are there also. And then the other people in the leisure services wander in and out throughout the day. But there's the six of us in there, and it works out very well because Paige and Jen really cover for each other, and they've cross-trained quite well in order to deal with the issues that come up, and they know what's happening on our schedules and things, and they can help us and deal with us when we have. That way, we're covering lunches, we're covering different things, and I think it's a real help, especially when Jen's out and has to go somewhere, or Garrett's out. Paige knows how to get the books out, knows how to sell, do things with what they need to do, and make reservations, that kind of thing. So I think it is an office that works really well together and supports each other. The economic development area over the years has had a lot of things that it tries to accomplish. I think in the second page that you'll see our goals and objectives for the 2021 year, this was pretty summarized. The last year's annual report really did a nicer job of kind of explaining in more detail what we do. We're really into business retention, expansion, business attraction, marketing existing buildings and sites, providing sites for new and expanding business and industry, workforce development, housing support, and then other projects that were assigned. The economic development area right now, is the last 4 or 5 years, has been focused more on workforce development, because we are filling up and running out of economic development property and sites to market. In the North Business or Industrial Park, there's virtually nothing available at that point, and then in the South Business Park we have a few items, but nothing major, and it's going to take an investment on the city's part if we're going to have those areas in which to market. When we get potential opportunities for companies to look at our community, we really don't have much to offer them. More recently, we had an offer or a potential opportunity that the only site we had was privately owned, didn't have infrastructure yet, and it was completely rejected for that reason. If we don't have it under contract, if we don't have it really under development or already developed, we're not going to see many of those. What we have seen, though, is ways that we can work with our existing industry and commercial businesses in order to make their businesses work better, let them expand, let them recruit more people. And we have that occurring. UEA's got a big project happening out east, if you haven't been there and seen that. That will add people. They've added 35 people in the last year and are planning to add more when they get a new building under cover. So they can have basically rearrange what they're doing, and some of the building that's there, they're building over top of it so they can operate until they're ready, and then they'll remodel the rest of it. So we're excited about that. GMT's done that work in the past. They still have capacity, and they're still working hard and actually doing very well. It's been all of our companies, TDS especially too, has done really well. It's amazing how well those companies keep doing because they have a lot of needs for employees that are the same needs that maybe John Deere has and others around in our area. And so we really compete with even our area for employees, but most especially with the rest of the state and with the rest of the country. So when you come down to the projects we've been doing for workforce development, we have gotten into helping with the daycare issues that our community and the state has. I think our staff was instrumental in helping to have the Waverly Child Care Center acquire the property next to it for expansion, and we hope to see that happening in the next couple of years. We have worked for developing other areas, other places where there could be some child care. We've been working with the task force and working with a statewide group that's trying to encourage more development of child care. We know that child care is an issue in this community. It's an issue in the state. It's an issue everywhere. It's hard to attract people to your community to work if they don't have child care that allows them to work. We do collaborate with a lot of different partners. There's a page of our annual report, and I'll just show you that with the Cedar Valley Regional Partnership, that's a 6-county region focused around Blackhawk, which basically works together to encourage development and attraction of businesses to the region. Connie Tolan is now the chair this year. We've worked with this group. We've helped with job sites. We've actually helped them do the job site that looks like our job site, and which allows people within the 6-county area to actually look at any jobs in any of the 6 counties. So if somebody's in one of the other counties in our area, they can look at this job site to look at everybody's jobs. And we think that's a very good benefit. The Northland Regional Economic Development Commission is another of the same basic area. We have the Economic Development Commission that we work with. It's scheduled 12 times a year. We usually meet about 9 or 10 times a year. I think the minimum in the chapter is that we have to meet at least 6 times a year. We use that commission for different things with community development as well as economic development, different projects and different things that we want them to review and consider. That's a unique group. We have 9 commission members, and we also have 9 community members throughout in the group, and then we have about 5 or 6 staff members. We end up with sometimes between 15 and 22 people at that meeting at 7 o'clock in the morning, and we think that we get a lot of feedback since we have the Waverly Utility CEO, we have the hospital CEO, the president of the Workman College, and others that we've invited to that group to provide input, listen, and provide their comments and remarks. The Economic Development Commission budget this year, when you look at the budget, it's actually about the same as last year. Almost everything is the same. There's a few numbers different in different columns, but I'll explain a few things. Now, at the top, we have it's a WU contribution. Waverly Utilities actually contributes money to the city for its economic development efforts. So monthly, so we receive a yearly contribution of $49,194, which is spread over each month. So we get monthly contributions that total that amount. Under the wages, we have basically I'm a 30% on this budget. Connie is a full-time employee, and Paige is a third on this budget. So those are the numbers, and the only changes from last year to this year is basically whatever the percentage income, the percentage increase in wages, and the cost of insurance. Down below, everything has been pretty much the same. Under advertising and recruitment, I'll explain that part. If you've been on the council, you know that we have a year ago commenced a community branding and promotional initiative, which is going to include a separate website for promoting Waverly, and it's going to have separate advertising promotional type things during this year and we hope the next year. We budgeted $60,000 for next year. We have basically committed already to about $120,000, both to do all the studies and the formulation of the website, the promotional ideas. All of these things have been created, and then we've authorized advertising for this year, which will start in April. Actually start April 1st. And then we'll go through August. They think that's the best time to do most of those promotional ads. We've discussed that. It was approved by the council when we presented it. And then we want to do the same thing next year. And so the budget includes that $60,000. Now, I think the budget for the advertising was about $50,000. And what we figured on is every year we'd like to basically do some refreshing. We do have we have testimonial videos from couples in the community, and we think we need to keep the content fresh. So if we are going to advertise again next year, we don't want to use the same materials we have this year. So each one of those testimonial videos took about $2,500 to make. And you think that might sound like a lot, but my understanding is they spent a good part of 5 or 6 hours with those people to do those testimonial videos. And when you see them, you'll understand why. They're really good. They're really well done. I think they're very impactful. I think they'll make a real good impact on our advertising and our promotional spots. So when you get down to it, basically it's a very similar budget as to last year with those wage increases. Any questions so far on the economic development side? Okay. So the planning and zoning budget, it says Community Development, Planning and Zoning Administration. Again, I act as the Community Development Director, but my time is allocated 30% to that planning and zoning. And then we have a new planning and zoning person, Isaac Peasley. If you haven't met Isaac, introduce yourself. He's come here from Ottumwa. He's doing very well. He's also, he basically is the liaison to the Planning and Zoning Commission, or at least basically more than a liaison. He creates the agendas and helps run the meetings and brings the items to that group. With the Board of Adjustments, he also participates with the Board of Adjustments. And then he also has taken over the duties of being the staff support for the Historic Preservation Commission. That's one of those roles that he had down in Ottumwa, so I took advantage of that to assign him another duty for that purpose. The community development, the planning and zoning, has an activity cover sheet also that's in your packet. We've done a lot over the years of trying to revise some of our zoning ordinances. I know Isaac's got his own ideas on making some further changes. Probably nothing radical at this point. We are really looking to see how well we can bring in more housing. There's some discussion earlier about the type of housing we've had over the last 5 years or so, and it's really an interesting changeover from what has occurred. In 2014, we had 25 single-family homes built, 14 twin homes, one fourplex for a total of 43 units. In 2015, we had 33 single-family homes built, 4 fourplexes, and 1 apartment complex with 12 units for 49 units. In 2016, and this is where the Maxfield housing study kicked in, and when people started asking for that, they started wanting us to refer them to that, and when we sent it out to them, we had it on our website. And we got some real interest in starting to build more based on what that housing study showed. In 2016, we had 35 single-family units, 2 more apartment buildings with 22 units, some twin homes and some fourplexes for 71 units in 2016. And then in 2017, the single-family units started going down to 17. some miscellaneous twin and fourplex and sixplex, but we had 6 buildings of 10 units each for 60 different units there. So the total number of units in 2017 was 95. In 2018, again, the single family was only 10, but we had 5 more apartment buildings of 10 units each for 50 more units. And then in 2018, that's when I'm looking at when the permits were cut for some of these, and some of these are just coming online now, like the historic lofts with 34 units. And I think there's a couple of those apartment buildings that are going to be coming on that they pulled the permit in 18, but they'll be really finishing up in the spring here because they're working on them now. In 2019, we had 19 single-family homes, and actually 4 fourplexes out at Eisenach, and Stone Village had a couple of 5plexes that they did there. So 62 units. What we've seen is obviously the developers wanting to build the multifamily units, the apartment buildings. We really feel like we need to see how those fill as they finish, and we'll see what happens with that. I will say that a lot of the communities in the state have had to provide significant incentives for developers to build these kinds of units. And we weren't asked to do that, and we felt that the developers felt like it made sense for them to build them here without those kinds of incentives. So none of those buildings were built with any incentives from the city. But they really seem to be filling as they are built. Of the 7, I think, that have finished so far, there's every indication that they pretty much fill them as they get them.
Do you get the sense, Bill, that those are filling because people really want those units, or they're filling because they're the only units we have?
I think it's probably, there's some combination, although what I'm seeing is people wanted new units. People wanted updated, new, nice units to live in. And what you're seeing is, and I'm hearing that there's a lot of them that are sometimes sharing apartments, like you have 2 single people that might share. The way they built those, I think, a lot of those are 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom units. That makes for a really nice living environment for those folks that, but yet that $1,100 price or whatever that is would be difficult on their own. With a roommate, it makes sense. But it doesn't seem to be, there was a lot of, I'm hearing anecdotally from the developers that they also have apartment buildings in Cedar Falls, and that people were living there and commuting up to Cuna and some other places where they were working, and that they were able to swap out one unit for the other unit, and maybe a little cheaper than they were doing down in Cedar Falls. So it's really enticing some of those people that are already working up here to come up here and live instead of living down in Cedar Falls, which we think is a good thing, because if you have young people, maybe unmarried people, you want to get them started living where they're working, so they're not getting married and having families somewhere else. We want them here if possible. I do think that there were homes in the floodplain that are no longer in the floodplain, some rentals that have converted over. We haven't done a real study on that, but we know anecdotally, we know probably 5 to 10 that were converted from rentals to single-family structures. And I think that's because a young family can go in there and build them or buy them and then get a mortgage and actually finance them because they're not in the 100-year floodplain anymore. So we're hoping that that's part of that. The other thing I'll tell you that I think the problem we've had with housing is the lack of, well, first of all, the lack of actually any used housing that's on the market. We don't have enough houses on the market that are being sold. We don't have enough lots to develop. In the last 6 months, January, I think the last time I counted, we had 53 development lots that were held by developers that were left. Usually you want to have maybe 2-3 times what you may do on an average year. I like to think our average should be more like the 25 or 30. So we should probably have at least 90 to 100 lots. Good news is we have one subdivision that's going to be the Whitetail Bluff subdivision up by the Waverly Veterans Post. They sought approval of their preliminary plat through the planning and zoning, and that'll be 37 lots. So we're glad to see that. That's a new developer from out of town, but who grew up here and whose parents still lives here. So it's somebody that has an interest in being here. So we're hopeful that will lead to more. We have other areas that could be developed that we'd like to see developed. People are just kind of reticent at this point about investing a lot of money in lots. Keep in mind that Dahlstrom's groups have, when they built the first street southeast, when they put that street through, they built a lot of those houses quickly. They built them 5 or 6 at a time, and a lot of those were then built as spec homes. Without that, with that neighborhood basically almost full now and not available, then it's going to lead to, we're going to have other neighborhoods that are basically open to development. Otherwise, the remaining 53 are a lot of lots that have been out there for a long time. So in neighborhoods where they're maybe the last lots that are being picked, we want to have some new neighborhoods that basically have some very desirable lots to be purchased. So we're still working. We're trying to encourage other developers to look at the community and encouraging the folks that own those infill areas that could be developed to go ahead and develop or sell for development. There's not much you can do about it if we're not going to do a TIF for residential housing, and that's a slippery slope that we're not really willing to get into at this point, because it's a little more complicated, and once you start doing it, you got to do it for everybody. And so there's a lot of things to be considered before you start doing a housing TIF, residential housing TIF. But we're at that point where if we need to see some of these new subdivisions open up, because we really need to have that available for housing purposes. The community development budget is again about the same as previous years. Last year we had a $15,000. The housing. So last year we had $15,000 in for our housing study that we're doing with Intercog. Our staff has actually been contributing to that effort. What we found out is it's cheaper to go with Intercog, but you have to do a little more work on your own to help them. They're willing to do a lot, but if we've provided them with records on permits, available lots, available houses, those kinds of things, and it really helps make this a partnership, so we kind of know that they're doing the right thing. And they're going to be launching with sending out surveys to landlords. And we're hopeful that our landlords will be cooperative and help us with that survey information, tell us what kind of lots or what kind of units they have that are, what are they charging, what is their occupancy rate, those kinds of things, because it's really important to have accurate information in order to forecast what we really need in the community. And that's what we're hopeful that we can have done. The $15,000 that's in there this year, it shows as a CDBG housing grant. What happened is when we applied for that grant last year, the second time we did it, they told us if we didn't put in a
match.
Yeah, the match, or just an amount, a local match, a $15,000 match, we wouldn't get the grant. So the second year we put the $15,000 in, but we didn't have it in our budget for earlier that. So we put it in this year's budget because you really don't have to pay that until the grants are awarded in the second year. So we're good with that. We'll be able to cover that in the budget. And that's a $240,000 grant. I mean, it's a great grant. It only helps 6 homes. And so we're hopeful we'll get all 6, we'll be able to spend all that money on 6 homes in that area in the Northwest. It's probably in the area in the vicinity of Nestle and that south of the railroad tracks. And they've got some good candidates. They've got some good applications. That's a pretty strict program. They have to get in. They have to give them all kinds of information on income and that kind of thing. But it's a wonderful $24,999 grant that is basically lets them put a new roof, new windows, that kind of thing, to really help the homes in that area. Beyond that, Isaac's is now shown in this budget. Our health insurance went up a little bit because our last planning and zoning person was single and Isaac's married, and so that always makes a little bit of difference between a single and a married plan. But it should be pretty much very similar to what the budget was for last year. Now, we don't, just talking about the revenues from community development and zoning, we've never really, we never really get any money from our rental application. I mean, initially when we signed everybody up, and now we just have little bits of, $25 coming in for new units or units that are purchased by somebody new. We've never done any inspection requirements in that zoning or in the rental, and we don't have a program to have renewals cost any money. That was done very intentionally back when we did it. If you're around when that happened, that was a very hotly debated topic, and we felt like in our community, generally most of our rental units are in pretty decent shape. We know that there are exceptions, but generally, as a rule, our landlords are pretty decent, had pretty decent conditions. So what we said was we did a self-examination, a self-inspection, that basically they had to certify that everything was okay. So they started out by saying, yep, it's all right. So if we have a complaint and there's something that's not all right, we can say, well, you said it before, it was okay. So then we proceed with following up on those complaints. What we're finding is the most difficult part of that is that if you have somebody that complains and we get the landlord to fix things, we generally, the cost of the tenant their unit, because they get rid of them. And that's an unfortunate thing, but there's nothing we can do about that. The only thing we could do is basically set up an inspection program, a periodic inspection program. And that's something that we're not even talking about today or this year. We're talking about that's a discussion item for something in the future. And when it comes to fees, that's the kind of thing that if you create inspection, then you have to create fees to pay for inspection, and it's a bigger discussion than that. So that may be a discussion that could happen in the next year or two. As far as building inspection fees, that always depends on what people are building. I mean, how much construction is going on and what kind of fees we are receiving for that. We get 10% for the process that we go through. The rest of it goes to the county that does the actual building inspection. We've got some miscellaneous fees. I know what we will do this year, and what Isaac is working on right now, is a simplification of the fees for miscellaneous stuff like fences and different things, because they're kind of, well, first of all, fences, we don't even have a fee, and we have fees for other things that we have the same work to do for fences. So we think we should do something consistent, and something consistent with what we're doing now. If we charge something like a $25 fee or a $20 fee, it may be that fences get a $15 or $20 fee also. Not necessarily to raise huge revenues, but we do have staff time that's involved in everything we do when we have to approve and issue a permit. So we want to make sure that those are all, we may up a few of those because a few of those are way lower than the average community is around us. And we'd like to get it up to where we're not necessarily just increasing it for revenue, but just to basically make it fair and across the board. Beyond that, so we generally get $14,000, $15,000 in fees based on those things that we collect. And again, my share of this is 30%. Isaac's is a full-time job, and then Paige has got a third of this on this budget. Any questions about planning and zoning?
I guess just maybe question on that housing study. That was $15,000 through Intercog, I believe, right?
Yes, that was from the last budget.
That is something I brought up it's a big concern of mine as a citizen, obviously, as council now. Housing is a challenge, and I think you mentioned residential units being incentivized, and that's one huge issue I see nationally. You've got governments pushing affordable housing, and when you look at it, it's really not affordable. The only reason it's affordable is they give you 10 square feet to live in. But it really looks like the government's pushing these, and it's misallocating where the demand is, and I just don't want us to. I want to make sure we've got our guard up and that we're doing things that Waverly wants and not what
somebody who's pushing a sustainability movement may want. And I mean, they're really building the slums of the future, and I just don't think most people realize it yet. So.
Well, the thing we really couldn't do is stop that from happening, because based upon the housing study that was done back in 2014, that developer felt like it was going to be a moneymaker for them and a way and that it would fill a need that was here and existing. So I know people have expressed their doubt about those kinds of things. Just like in Independence, my dad said he thought they could never sustain one apartment building, and now they have 3 of them, like ours. So, I mean, they're happening everywhere, and apparently they're filling them up, and they're making them successful. So,
and I think some of it's because houses are expensive to build. So,
right.
And this will be a conversation that we'll probably have all year long. But I think that to some degree, I think Heather said it. If we build it, they will come, and perhaps we just look at the whole thing differently and turn it upside down and build the community we want to build, perhaps, rather than what some other agenda may have. So.
Sure. Well, this is probably this isn't the appropriate time for this discussion, but there are a lot of reasons why people prefer to live in apartments as opposed to a single family or a duplex or some piece of property like that, because they have a lot less maintenance responsibility, cleaning sidewalks, painting things, all of that kind of stuff. So particularly for people who are looking for a more short-term kind of living arrangement, maybe for 6 months or a year or 2 years, buying a house just simply doesn't make any economic sense in that standpoint. So, we were very, very short of affordable rental apartments here in Waverly, and I think that's what that study showed. So now we'll see with the new study if there's still a demand for that, or if we're back to saying, well, we really need more single-family dwelling lots, and see what we can do to support that kind of development.
It'll be interesting to see, because I do think that if there's a way to build a more affordable product, especially with single-family homes, the problem is what they're telling me is it's really hard to get anything less than $250,000 for an individual home, right, even with a tiny lot and a small house. And so, maybe townhomes that we've got apartment buildings now, the vertical structure, maybe affordable townhomes that they're doing a lot of those in West Des Moines and other areas where you own your unit, but you don't have to pay you don't have to do any maintenance. Those may be something they really haven't tried here also. So we'll see.
Housing is a challenge right now.
Right, and we're not, like I said, I don't think we need to incent. We just need to show them the demand and the need. And then if we can show them that, then we can maybe get developers that are willing to jump in. So that's what we've been trying to do. We've tried to meet with people when we can. So that's the best we can do at this point.
I think that goes to the point we talked about earlier too, Matt, is when you look at the dollars per foot it takes to build now, the increasing costs, whether it be tariffs or whether it is anything, to get a house of different size, as you said, you want to live in 10 square feet, that costs a fortune anymore. And 250 is not a very big house. It's a modest house. That's just where we see it now. Cedar Falls, everywhere. You can't find people to build less than that, unfortunately, whether it's lot cost, infrastructure to put it in. We can find builders. We can't find developers. We're hoping to find developers. But Rod was 100% correct. That market study done in 13, 14, 15, Maxfield showed a niche that was missing, but a person come in, built 14 of these apartments, filled them. That niche may be gone now, especially with all the other apartments coming online. We're hoping if it shows that we need affordable housing in this price range, somebody will say, I can do that actually with this style, and they'll fill that. So we're excited to see if it happens. If it doesn't, you're absolutely correct. It's going to be a tough road to go going forward. How do we arrive at getting affordable housing? For a while we were accomplishing affordable housing by having the step-up homes. I'm in this house, this much money, I'm going to a bigger one at this much, now that's available. And that's kind of bled out now to where we're not seeing much of that either. So we've really done all we can to have that affordable housing, some would say less apartment buildings, and that's why I'll be curious as well, what does that housing study show? Hopefully just where we're short and nothing else being demanded. So,
and I think we can make our own demand, and
absolutely
there's customers out there.
Let's hope so.
$1.5 million homes that are shacks in a lot of markets in the United States. So we can build something for $300,000 and keep going, and we'll bring them in here.
Well, it seems a lot of the affordable houses were taken over and converted into rental houses. It's my hope that with apartment buildings, those people looking for rental housing will be in the apartments. A lot of those homes that were rented out can then become purchased houses, you know, and then, as you say, step-up housing.
Starter homes.
We're starting to see some of that. We'll see if it continues.
Yep, we hope that happens. And I'll let you know too, between our community development department, over the last year, we've been doing the facade program for downtown. We enlisted the help of chamber and chamber members to help us with some of that, but we've run the program and we're administering the program. The facade or the streetscape program, we move forward with that too. Again, we asked for help and we have some input from chamber and chamber members, but we're also driving that project. And they've alluded to the fact that we sort of have a design that we're working with, and that's using limestone and black type of planters and different things, and we're trying to kind of carry that through on different things, whether it be trails, whether it be downtown, whether it be anything we do. And we're hoping to have that project hopefully start in the spring when it's ready to start planting trees. And Paul's not here anymore. He goes, when can I buy trees? And I said, start finding them now, because we want them to be able to put trees on the main street again. And I think it's a project that's ready to move forward. I just got Friday kind of the final version, so we will be moving forward with authorization to bid on those things, so we can. It's in the budget, and it's within the budget, and we want to move forward with that. So looking forward to that. The last budget I have, if there was no more questions, I'll do the legal budget. The legal budget has 40% of my salary in it and a third of Paige's salary. I've got a list there of the things that I've done. I remembered I forgot one thing in there, though. I am a city staff member to the Housing Commission, and I have been for 2 or 3 years now. And I don't think we had one before, and I think this has been very helpful, because when we move forward with that project where the 15-unit building is, and we'll be opening this spring, I remember when I was early on with that group, and I said, I saw that house was for sale, and I said, I wonder what anybody would think about trying to expand there. And we ended up buying that within the week to make sure we had the right space to expand into, and it's turned into a perfect location. Because one thing about that, the Waverly Homes and Waverly Manor, and now the Red Cedar Place, is that the closeness and having the office already there, and having the community room already there, and all of the maintenance people already there, it's so efficient. And the more we can build around that hub, the better for these units that'll be income restricted, and for elderly and disabled folks. I think there's even more opportunity there in the future, and we probably will be needing those kinds of units. I bet we fill those up, and we have a waiting list after that again. Right now, I think they have 5 units empty, and she apologized. She said she usually doesn't have 5 units empty out of the 110. And 2 are being remodeled from 1 bedrooms into 2, and 2 of them people have just moved out of to the home or whatever they do. I mean, in that kind of a situation, they either go to the home or they pass away. A lot of them in those units, and so it takes a little while because they have to rehab them and get them ready for the next person on the list. So. The legal services that we provide over the last 5 years as a lawyer here, I think it's been very effective for the community to have that. We've done TIF ordinances, we've done TIF amendments. We've basically now have it fully mapped out, so we know every parcel that's in the TIF district and which district it's in. We're checking on the county's records to make sure that everybody's on the same page, that we know what we have and what we don't have, and we can anticipate in the future what we're going to have. So we know how much we're going to drop off next year and how much we're going to drop off the year after that. And so we can plan for that when we're talking about whether we use TIF for something. It's not this unlimited fund. It's something that we've designated over the last how many years. In recent years, we've done TIF very carefully. We've done it with the idea that, well, we're going to take it out and put it back in for property that's going to get developed. We're not just trying to grab up property to grab money from the school district or from the county. It's really only when it's very important to generate industrial interest or commercial interest, and if we're able to do that with some public projects. It certainly is going to help with the parkway, and it has helped with some other projects in the past. I think as we see it, our revenues are going to go down some because we're over that time period from 20 years ago where everybody was putting a lot of area within those TIF districts. And a lot of those are coming off now with the 20 years going on these districts. So I've been able to do a lot of things too with contract review, negotiating with our projects that we've done, acquiring property, doing it in-house, not sending it out to somebody else. When we pay our lawyers in Des Moines $300, $350 an hour, somewhere in that range, we can do a lot of work in-house for $350 an hour, and they're willing to work with us on that too. So it isn't that we don't get the help from them, even in TIF, because what I do is I do all the work, I send it down, they rubber stamp it and say, yep, you did a good job, or here's what we suggest for changes, and they help us keep track. So
quick question on legal. Is there I imagine there's some outside legal. Is that the legal expense 6411 line?
Yep, there is some.
And is there specialty lawyer areas that maybe you don't practice in? That
generally speaking, that one is probably going to include our union negotiations, bond attorneys, TIF attorneys, because we don't just count on doing it ourselves completely, because they also keep track of and monitor how we do things so that they can, if something happens to me unexpectedly, I actually want them to know what's all going on and how everything is working and what all documents we have, and they keep track of that for us too. So when I do a TIF thing, if I spend a lot of time, they spend a couple $1,000s worth of time too, because they have to make sure we're there.
So we're not spending a whole lot of outside legal.
We're not, and that's probably a high number.
Very specified.
There must have been something in 17 where 38,000, but even that's a pretty minimal legal bill.
Yeah, I was trying to remember. Some of that was from the. I don't remember what that was, because I think some of that was TIF hangover
Hire
from
an
the
expensive lawyer. We won't do that again.
No, we had a lot of potential arbitration. We had a lot of contract negotiation issues. It was a tough year for that. And then we had a lot of TIF. It just, everything came to a head that year. Since we've really pulled back on spending a lot of that, and since we only negotiate about every 3 years, you see that decline. And this year, staff was tremendous to negotiate with. It was very good, very well done. We didn't have those issues at all. So everything was a lot smoother. And as Bill said, we have just specific areas we deal in when we send it out. Most of it's for our debt to make sure everything's legit there, bond attorneys, urban renewal, and then arbitration, law attorneys for negotiations. I couldn't even spit that out. Those are about the only areas we really focus on. The miscellaneous for the what if is $1,000 in case we don't know, but otherwise we don't really do a whole lot outside.
Even in the times when we were going to do acquisitions, and if we had to do acquisitions through the condemnation procedures, especially if it was the airport type situation, we have to pay 10% of that, and so that would have been available for the 10% that we had to pay if we used outside counsel. And generally, sometimes we do and sometimes we don't. I did one of them myself, and then one we hired somebody that could have done the condemnation. And it just depends on how much I was involved in the factual run up to it, because you really can't try a case when you could be a fact witness. So
a lot of it's mostly review and confirmation.
Yes.
That's what we're using it for.
Yep. Any other questions you have about that budget or what we do and how I do it? And we do have, like I said, we do prosecute speeding tickets and.
I was going to ask how involved you were with the simple misdemeanors.
Well, the officers will generally, if they write a ticket by itself and it's not with a more serious violation that has to be a state violation, they'll do a lot of city tickets because we get more revenue from city tickets. Yep. So the more we do, what's good about that is that when they're good about writing a ticket in only certain situations, generally speaking, nobody really contests them very often. So that's a good thing. We do have our share of ones, though, that we have to do, and so every month I have at least one day of trials or of hearings, which is not a big deal. Paige does a great job setting it up and keeping track of everything.
Good. Just in regards to that, having been in that position that Rich is in, how much actual bench time do you end up with, or are we negotiating with?
Generally, negotiations are really done. The first thing I ever do is talk with the officers.
Right.
Because if the officer says, yeah, and sometimes the officer says to the person, why don't you go talk to the city attorney because you might get a deal. I mean, they kind of pick and choose the ones that they think might be okay to do. And if they say, no, I don't want to do that with that one, we don't deal with it.
Right.
I mean, we try to be mindful of the fact that we are supporting our officers who are writing tickets because they don't write them all the time.
Right.
They're very controlled about how they write. So if they write one, we think they mean to have us prosecute it.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Can you speak to the office furniture?
Yes. Oh, yes. I meant to do that too. So they budgeted $2,000, and I budgeted $1,000 in each one of my budgets. Well, I don't think we're going to do $5,000 worth of furniture, so we got a little bit over. We're going to share it though in a way. What it's going to be is that counter that you see when you go into our office. There are two different kinds of counters. There are two different kinds of desks. We want to set up a professional-looking situation where they both have comfortable workstations and that they're both visible to the people that come in. There may be some things we change around in there too, but we want to clean it up, make it look a little more professional than what it does now. It looks like it's cobbled together, and it is cobbled together.
It's cobbled together.
And we got away with that for 4 or 5 years now. It's not too bad, but so we're gonna fix it up for them.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Carl's going to run us through our budget and city clerk, and then we'll finish up with Jennifer in the county department, and that should do it for departmental budgets.
Well, is this yours? Bill? Is this yours?
Oh, yes.
Hi. Thanks for hanging in there today. It's been a long one. So really, the next two budgets, actually even Jen's, we're going to seem pretty easy in comparison to what you've heard already today. The mayor, council, city administrator budget really is pretty stable. There's just a couple of things I wanted to bring up, and the one major thing is on line 6490 for consultant professional. I have $25,000 in there. It's really up to you guys on whether or not I put it in there to see if you would want to have strategic planning this year. And that is a cost. Again, completely up to you. It can be taken out as fast as it went in, but
who do we bring in for that? Is that what?
Well, the last time we had Richard Firstman.
That was 2 years ago?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that was in July or August of 18, excuse me.
And they're critical to that function?
It was a good exercise because that was a community-wide initiative with 50 to 100 people involved. That was a big strategic plan, which we'd not done for...
I hate to put him on the spot, but I think Pete Lampy could probably speak to that.
Very much worth it.
Yeah, well, I think that was a very good use of time. The question is if we need to do it every 2 years.
Well, and quite honestly, it's dependent on you, and I think any facilitator is going to probably be in this range.
Okay. I was actually going to bring up in a different form somewhere, or ask somewhere when we were going to do next strategic planning.
We certainly could do it this year. I just need a head nod from you folks.
That was kind of the last full-blown one we've done was 5 years before that. So we'll just kind of reaffirm that and kind of expand on what we've done. We'd done a smaller one a couple years before that.
Yes.
That Richard had done as part of when I was hired. And then this was the expansion of that as well. So again, it's kind of wherever you guys want to go when we get to that point. You can leave it in, take it out.
it's whatever you want to do. So I'm just glad Carla put it in there, just thinking ahead. This is just a possibility for you.
The last one was a 3-day event. It was 2 evenings and a day. And that was, like James said, a community-involved strategic planning. Now, another option would be just to have staff and mayor and council, with it obviously being an open meeting. But there's different ways to achieve different results depending on what your flavor is.
I'm not sure that we need the full-blown 3-day, 50, 60 people involved kind of thing we did 2 years ago. Since we just did that 2 years ago, I think we would be covering a lot of the same territory that we did. I think there might be some utility to having some strategic planning that involved this body and some of the department heads for the city or something along those lines. I certainly wouldn't be opposed to that, but I think whatever we do, I would prefer that we maybe use a different facilitator for this, because a different facilitator would come and bring a different perspective of what they were doing.
Absolutely.
And I think that I would be really opposed to doing the same thing the same way that we did 2 years ago. I just don't see any utility in that.
And we've talked about, do you do council staff? Do you bring in planning and zoning? Do you bring in economic development? Some of our bigger commissions that have that foresight as well that need to probably weigh in. I think it'd be good to do something along that line, and we can talk about that in a couple weeks as well if you want to just kind of process it around kind of your thoughts. But maybe it's not 25,000. Maybe find somebody for a lot less than that to do that same thing. A little smaller scale, maybe one day, kind of get everybody together. But
I think a facilitator would be good. I question how much we're actually going to get accomplished if we don't have someone who's trained to facilitate those kinds of meetings. Whether it needs to be a 3-day thing, I'm not so sure about that, but maybe we can get by with just one day, and maybe we can do it for 10,000 or something. But I think that there's some utility to having planning. But I like the idea of maybe just doing it with a smaller group and some of the major commissions and the council and the mayor.
And I think the lead-ups to that, you can really involve the citizens before and be talking about those things or after as well. So I think it's important for the community to get very involved, but to have a community involved in a meeting could get unruly, I think.
Well, I do like the idea of, like, the big one we did before, like every 4 years. So we did it 2 years ago, and another 2 years we can do another big one, but kind of in between having a smaller, council and staff, strategic planning, one day seems a whole lot more reasonable.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
So I will leave it in, but I will do some checking on what other options we have to see if we can decrease the amount. The only other thing that I really wanted to point out on this budget was that the $5,000 that is normally budgeted in this for EAP was moved to HR department. Just seems to fit better there. So, yeah. Are there any other questions that you guys see on here? Otherwise, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it.
Also, there's no telecommunications. Was that moved to HR as well?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, the telecommunications?
Oh, that is, it got moved into, I believe, our department 2 years ago. And I don't know, you guys really aren't here during the day using the telephone and stuff like that. The televising and everything is out of a different account, so this would mostly be for telephone, Wi-Fi, that kind of stuff. So it got moved out of here.
Do you know where it got moved to?
Like I said, I think it went to my department.
Okay, the next one, city clerk.
Yeah.
Adjourn the city clerk.
All right. So if you look at safety training, 6230, that one has a huge jump. That is because every 2 years, we have CPR and first aid training due that is open for all of the employees to take. It's not required of the employees. However, it's, more than welcome they are here. I mean, why not let them learn how to do that? It would help at home and at work. We do encourage at least one lead person from each office or each area to take this. But it's just gotten that expensive to teach this and have them here. So any questions on that? So then I'll move on. On the telecommunications on this one, it probably isn't going to reflect the change on the other one as much because it's going to be buried kind of in the phone redundancy that we are trying to get, and that is, when Public Services Facility was built, it was built as a disaster recovery location, and so we're going to or should put a redundant server, telephone, that kind of stuff out there. So in case of a disaster and something happens to City Hall, we are able to house out there and take care of business. And this would be the cost for the server, the labor to take care of this, and also for the cost of CenturyLink to back that phone service. Something could happen to Waverly Utilities at the time as well. So, any questions on that? Okay.
Automotive equipment, I see there's 30,000. I don't think the city's buying you a new car. I don't know what that.
Okay, we'll get down to expenses in a moment.
Okay, sorry.
No, that's okay. Then we have the $64.99, and that has jumped dramatically. Well, $6,500 of that is to pay for the license and user fees for the iCompass. That would be the new agenda that you guys view. I've heard a few of you say that you really like it. I haven't really heard from anybody else. I will say that not only are this group using it, but so is planning and zoning, leisure services, golf.
All of them.
I think that was all. Not all of them yet.
Is Waverly Utilities going to move to that too? Do we know?
I don't know. They're funded under.
Different deal?
Yeah.
Okay. I just didn't
I know
if that was
Angie did
negotiated
email me
together.
and ask me who it was we used and stuff, so it's possible. I don't know. So that's the $6,500. Well, then on top of that, we have. I don't know if you remember 2 years ago, almost to the day, and I think it was like early February, we had our email go down and internet go down for like a week.
Sucked.
And in doing the research and everything, Birgen KDV and I found that the ci.waverly.ia.us domain is actually housed by, or worked on and served by one person out of his garage down in the Des Moines area. I kid you not.
All your IA.US domains this guy has. It was us. It was Davenport. Every city of everybody.
His server
He's got
went
it.
down.
And he didn't have a backup. He's out of town for a week. We were dead in the water and didn't know that one guy that works for Wells Fargo in the day.
Principal, but yeah.
Has this thing, or principal, I think it was, has this at home, and this is what he does for us. So we want to get away from that.
And he's actually retiring in a year anyway. So nonetheless, we'll need to do something anyway. But
I think had Davenport not went down, it could have been a month. They wouldn't even have known that it was, but they were so big and had such a mess. He was getting hit so often by them that it was like, what else is going on? And sure enough, we were one of the other ones.
well, and since he worked at Principal during the day, you couldn't get a hold of him. So it was kind of a huge nightmare. So
It's an eye-opening week. You never know exactly who has some of this technology you thought was in a company. You know, it's a guy.
And It was unbeknownst to me. We've had this email address since before I worked here, so I'm like,
This is WaverlyIA.com.
AIA.US. That weird. That's this guy.
we own the internet site WaverlyIA.com.
Yes.
So we would keep that.
Okay.
It's just that we would go through Birgen, our IT people,
Okay.
for now anyway. I don't know if things will
This was
change.
Waverly.ia.us. That's the one that we would get away from. We would
Yeah,
go
it's
to
the
Waverly.
email part of it. But we would still use the WaverlyIA.com so that people would know that. Now, Birgen has obviously put in a quote for this. This would cover the email addresses would change, the suffix part of it. And actually, we want to change the beginning of it so that everybody's consistent. Some of us start with our first initial, first name, last initial. We want to try and make that uniform as well. So this will be a good thing all the way around, but it's just going to be kind of spendy to get there. So, any questions
If you
on
ever
that?
went down and lost it, I don't know what we would do. And the way to merge it then is the money they talked about was just sickening. So we want to try and get ahead of it so this doesn't happen again, because what if? And then we are really in trouble. So you can't just quickly and easily convert this and merge it all in a matter of days. This takes a while. So we're just, again, trying to go forward, look ahead, prevent this from happening again, because maybe the next time it's permanent. Or if he decides to give it up, now what? And so we've kind of got to get away from this.
We were almost crippled. I can tell you,
not
there
a
was
good
a lot of paper filing that got done that week.
I didn't see postage go up that year, though.
It's not a good time.
So,
The Tylenol bottle was empty that week. This is bad stuff.
You didn't see the line item for carrier pigeons?
and honestly, those are the highlights of those two budgets, unless you have more questions.
I just have the follow-up question on with telecommunications. You said that you're doing a phone redundancy. Is that purchasing capital equipment like server, or is that going on their system?
No, that'll be a server for actually out to be located at public services facility.
So that's not something we put in the capital budget versus an operating budget?
Oh, I didn't because we were doing it this
could.
year rather than, it could have been either place, I suppose.
Those are kind of fluid. We certainly can.
Yeah.
It's not a problem.
If you'd like it there, I'm happy to change it.
Because when you look at 08, even the flood there, well, it didn't affect other areas. This was an island. The building's here, but it was water all around it, and we were without. So when Public Works was built, the goal was to have a place that would not have that happen. Now, granted, tornado, et cetera, things can occur, but you would hope both facilities would not be taken out at once. And so when we had the 16 flood, we actually prepped and did hold meetings out at the Public Works building to try and demonstrate that it would work. And some of it did not work. Some of the TVs did not hook in. That's all been addressed and fixed, but it was a good trial run. Now we know. Plug and play. We're good to go. This is kind of that last piece to make it fully redundant. And then going forward, we would test it here and there, engage it, disengage it, make sure it does keep working so that we have that.
Good conversation, though. Anything else?
Automotive expense?
Oh, I'm sorry. So, in reserves, the last few years, I've put $7,500 a year, I think, something like that, and been saving to replace that we call it the old van. But it's a 2008. The equipment guys tell me that the undercarriage is starting to rust out, needs to be replaced. So that's where the $30,000 is coming from. And then we'll need to replace Val's computer. Now, what I don't have in here and what I do have in reserves that you'll probably see later is dollars for a copier. I was going to put that in this year's budget. I mean, we've been saving for it, it's there, but when I got to researching it, we only have like 750,000 copies on our current copier, and I've seen them go beyond 1 million. So I'm like, we can hang on to that
Just
for now.
broken now. So
Yeah.
Hold on, it's getting warmed up.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, we've still got this service contract on it and things like that. So I personally feel like it could go for sure at least another year. Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay. right, thank you.
Okay, the last budget will be Jennifer, through accounting.
I was going to say good morning, but I guess it is almost evening. I'm going to discuss the Accounting and Human Resources Department. If you look at our organizational chart, that's what it's called. A little background information. Prior to July of 2018, it was the Accounting Utility Billing Department. We billed for all the electric, water, sewer, and solid waste utilities. As of July 1st, 2018, Waverly Utilities took that over. At that time, we had 6 full-time employees and 1 intern. We did a little reorganization, and we are right now at 3 full-time people. Almost 3 full-time. We have the director, the accounting clerk, and then our human resources manager. We are in a 2-year contract from a 3-year contract for our human resources manager. We have share that person with the Waverly School District. We pay 60%, we pay full amount and they reimburse us for 40%. So as of July 1st of this year, we'll have 3 full-time people and 1 part-time person. So just a little bit of background information on that. As far as our revenues, you'll see the $43,000 for charges for fees and services. That is the 40% that the school pays us for the HR person. The travel and training, or training and travel and conference is up a little, putting in additional, because we have a new director coming in. HR will have some new training that's going to be put in there. As far as contract services, that involves our software company, G-Works, the yearly maintenance, Pitney Bowes, Shred It. They come and pick up our old files and they get shredded. As far as consultant and professionals, we have our audit, which is a big expense. We always have additional information or money in there for GASB because they're always having new regulations that needs to be audited too. It appears we will probably have a single audit this next year for federal funds. If you have over $750,000 of federal funds, you have to have a single audit, and it looks like we may there. As far as everything else, it's not changing a whole lot. So we are having, since the last couple years, we have been scanning our payables, receivables, and our personnel files so that we don't have to go searching back in paper files, and it'll be on for everybody to look at. If somebody has information, they don't need to come to our office and check the paper files. They can just look it up on Laserfish if they have any questions or concerns about payables or receivables. If you have any questions, I'll try and answer them. If not,
I'm trying to find something to cut here, and I can't.
go ahead.
Paper shredding.
I don't know how long everybody's going to stay, but
The paper shredding, do we?
pardon me?
Paper shredder, I didn't see that number, so this might not be a big deal, but we have a shredder at the Public Works, and maybe I'm thinking of something scale. Maybe our
This is a
scale
bigger
is huge.
scale. Yes,
Yeah. You're putting a pallet of paper
Yes.
in. Okay.
A lot of this is on-site confidential. You shred some of that, and they take it, and it's gone.
Yeah.
We don't deal with it, and it's
not
a
something you can
lot.
tinker around with at Public Works. Okay.
No.
Yeah, confidentiality is huge.
8, 10,
Right.
12 pages at a time. This is decks at a time going through this thing, so.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
We do the Health Human Services one.
Yeah, I'll end it with Health and Human Services. This is a 1-minute budget in a sense. When you look at the revenue, it's basically some fees we get for block parties, events for races, things like that, or special event permits. It's a minimal amount of revenue. We pay for regional transit every year for donation to them to assist the buses and that kind of thing. We do a senior center. We provide a grant to them. They usually have a letter request, which should be included. Heritage Days, we funded off and on. And then we have some supplies for historical preservation. And then the only other thing in there is the Cedar Valley Alliance. We remember that, have been for some time, and we pay $5,500 a year as our share to be a part of that and try and utilize everybody up and down the corridor with Cedar Falls and Waterloo and many other outlying areas within that group. So that's what this budget is. There's not much to it.
And that's the Cedar Valley Alliance, looks like that's third of 5 years, and then after the 5 years, we can reevaluate if it's doing anything for us.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. We were on the fence about we were going to do it again. The director left, new director, new direction, seems to be a lot better than it was, and so we decided to stay in ground level and continue on, and so far so good. I know when Bill goes to DC to help lobby, it's with that group. We get in to see a lot of people we couldn't do on our own, and so it's been productive that way, and they have definitely a regional presence when it comes to bringing in businesses and possible areas to be looking at us from an economic development standpoint. And we are included in that search area as a possibility for sites as well now, where we'd not be included necessarily, and that not been the case. So it keeps us at the forefront with that metro to the south. So at least we have the opportunity to see what's going on with them because it directly affects us, 15 minutes away.
Does our payment to the chamber, does that come out of this budget or somewhere else?
Nope, that comes out of a hotel motel tax, and that'll be that'll be one of the first things we'll hit in the next meeting. We're finishing up the rest of that, and local option sales tax, like I said, capital projects, a lot of smaller budgets, and that's what we'll kick off with. Start with Mike again fresh on the 8th, jumping in with the enterprise funds, water, sewer, solid waste, and then we'll get the smaller, jump into capital, and then finish out probably with debt and total levy, and here you go.
Okay.
So 8 hours later, here we are.
That's right. Before I ask for a motion to adjourn, I just want to thank James for his efforts, Carla and Val as well, Rich, Mike, Bill, Sarah, Garrett, Jennifer, and those that have departed early, and also Pete for hanging out today. And with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Tells you what kind of life I have.
So moved. I'm here too. Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We're adjourned.